Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guise of electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Let's get her done. Nice shot by Xander on saturate in to facilitate solely Solana, but that's not what Xander's looking at. The collab with the Outlaw found in one singular shot, but Solana close quarters can trade it back. Xander on track for the ace, and he does it all on his damn own.
Sacred as the bubble comes down. You're losing first and metaphorically is the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. Q is alive and well, blossoming when ADG needed him to the most. Derek is taking care of business. Your shift is almost over, Derek. But Sacred, your shift is you're fired. And you're all fired.
Yeah, the enemy's just gonna go drop. Yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with a flank. 1Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round and gets the defuse.
Oh, folks, another day, another playoff game, but this time it is elimination. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marks. And for the first time, can I get a drum roll, please?
Hitting my desk right now. I don't know if this is good
I was gonna hit my mic and I was like, I don't want to kill our lovely, lovely audio friend. Well, Tenrek is joining us on the desk for the first time. Hello, everyone say hello, Tenrek. Hello. Look at those beautiful blue eyes joining us. Wow, stunning, brave, gorgeous. We love to see it. I mean, how do you feel? Are you excited to be joining us?
You know, I'm mainly just here just to make sure Marcus isn't too happy on this side. That's the main part.
Oh, you're like, he's staying with me.
Yeah.
Are you here to drag me down? What the heck is going on today?
No,
Okay,
I'm just really, you just seem really happy over here, and I'm just so happy for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
And you know what else makes me happy? Valorant. And we had some games yesterday that were Valorant, that were played. And so let's talk about them. An incredible segue, Elizabeth, great work. But honestly, I was out for a majority of the day with my family, and I was checking on the VLR and checking on Twitter and checking on the stream when I could. And what a game from EG and QOR, Marks.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I mean, obviously EG going through their last minute roster chain moves, kind of coming in now being the sentinel on EG. And then on top of that as well, Pancakes taking over that IGL role. There were a lot of questions on how this EG Academy roster was going to be looking. And on top of that too, going up against QOR, once again, the stage 1 champions, and yet still Evil Geniuses Academy walked away with the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, the crazy thing about it is the fact that EG Academy didn't really seem to have to deviate from too much of their plan, even though QOR seemed to read so much of it as the match went on, and yet the mechanics were just so there, not just individually, but on a tether system that EG Academy were able to so quickly set up. Again, like you said, Marcus, I'm so in awe of how Pancakes has been able to reel in from the IGL role so quickly. I know he had experience previously, but it's been amazing to see him on that role here.
It has been so exciting to see. And here is our second game of the day. Two just bang out, like knockout ones. Barn burners, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Elizabeth. Great work, Elizabeth. You're welcome, Elizabeth. Go Elizabeth. FlyQuest versus SRB. I think that's shocked by Rebellion Black that has come through through this metamorphosis. And the FlyQuest who is joining us in Challengers, taking in that Sleepers team, really kind of finding their footing. But shocked by Rebellion Black, Marks did take it in a very clean 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, EXO was just on fire. And I think one of the casters said it yesterday where it just felt like, you know, all of the controller players were really the highlight players between these two teams. And it really felt like that was the case because, you know, the spraying through smokes seemed like it was almost the first blood every single time a gunfight really broke out.
Yes, and here you can see our playoffs bracket. See how things shaped out from the past 2 days. You can see our upper semifinals are looking very clean and those are gonna be some amazing games. And also looking at today's games, our lower round ones. We are talking elimination games. We are talking elimination, everyone. That one chance, one more life, Tenrek.
Yeah, seeing, you know, 4 of these teams getting driven down so early on is inevitable, but also still kind of unreal to see. QOR versus FlyQuest, our second matchup that we have coming up, so impactful for points here in stage 2. It allows, you know, the teams at those upper spots a really big opportunity for a fast break here in the playoffs.
It is so exciting, but it's exciting, but it's sad because like you want them to do well, but the nature of and spirit of competition is that, you know, one of these teams has to go home and one of these teams has to continue to fight for their tournament lives for the rest of the bracket. They went down first, which is very, very hard, but I think if any of these teams can handle it, it'd be the folks who are in the lower round ones, which is very exciting to see. But friends, we have to talk about the games today. We have games today, everyone. Did you know that? Wow. Stunning, brave. The games are here, everyone.
What?
And I'm games. Guys, can I have another drum roll, please? Our first game of the day is Division 1 versus ADG, your first little bracket there in the lower round one. So excited for this game. Division 1, Marks, is a team that has been just making a name for themselves, coming in here, qualifying for playoffs, I think proving a lot of people wrong. And ADG, the dark horse, like bursting into the scene of Challengers.
You know, I would have went with Dark Dragon. I'm not sure if you knew, but ADG, Azure Dragon Gaming, Liz, that's the kind of what they're coming into.
You got me there. You got me there.
But I want to circle back to Division 1 too, because out of all of the teams that were in Challengers, Division 1 has been the team that, if I'm being completely honest with you, kind of flew under my radar. And that feels really bad for me to say because the last time I was here, I said that about ADG and they completely surprised me. But when watching the games of Division 1, when they were going up against YFP, I was really impressed. I mean, you know, we take a look at that like 10 rounds in a row comeback. Like these guys are coming into frag and they've been really impressive in this matchup so far.
Yes, it's so exciting to see. And the first thing we would like to talk about today with you, our lovely audience, is none other than said Division 1, a team that has really kind of burst onto the scene. Looking at this roster, Henry, who I think a lot, I just gave away your government name on stream. Wow.
The Guppy.
The Guppy. Breaking news, everyone. But all jokes aside, Tenrek, this is a team that has really had to not only fight for their place in Challengers, but I think fight for that respect, and they definitely have earned it.
100%, yeah, this has been a redemption arc for both teams, but for D1, it strikes so hard for the little guy coming up from Premier and already making playoffs in their very first stint here in Stage 2, seeing players one by one sort of pop off and have their own huge character arcs throughout the season, and I mean, clawing back out of 3 straight sudden death matches to make their way to playoffs. It's tough for any team, but it's so tough for a team that really no one was looking at coming into this.
Yeah, I kind of was the harbinger of that for our audience where I'm like, Division 1, who? But no, once again, very impressed with how these guys have been playing together. I like them when they play more aggressively. When it seems like they're you know, leaning back a little bit more, that's when it really felt like Division 1 wasn't getting as much value as they want to get. But, well, Booby, hey, on that Phoenix, taking that space, being so aggressive and not afraid to get up into their opponent's faces, it's those like moments of just serendipity that really help Division 1 get into those team fights early and win them out.
I think it's really... Oh, after you.
Sorry, no, I was just gonna say, shout out Mikey real quick, you know, being an IGL for this team after being in Challengers for so long, able to reel in these guys that don't have as much experience at that level. It's been really fun watching these guys, you know, develop that brain for tier 2 thanks to this guy that's been in it for so long.
Yes, and it's genuinely so exciting to also, if you ever hear them like talk in interviews or speak, you would never think they've been in sudden death for like most of their time in Challengers recently, because they just, the way they play the game, you can see their camaraderie, you can see the way they enjoy playing the game, you can see it in the server, outside the server. It is so exciting to see. And one of those players we wanted to highlight today is none other than Dynamic, who, if you haven't seen a Division 1 game, please, please, please keep your eyes peeled for our friend Dynamic, because we love a chamber, first of all, here in Challengers. We love a chamber. But I mean, Tenrek, to go to you first, this is someone who I think is, a lot of what we talk about in Division 1 and their success is because of Dynamic.
100%, yeah, especially in the start of D1's tenure in Stage 2, Dynamic took a very singular role on that lurker, potentially on defense a lot of the time, and then as that first access point when holding down the front lines. And D1 has slowly but surely been integrating that more and more into a full 5-man team setting. He's played a lot more for contact, he's played a lot more for trading, and he's played a lot more to get more than just one on his way down, and it's brought us some amazing clips along the way. He really is so attentive on that front line, and it's led to him having to take the fall first a lot of the time for the team, leading D1 to sort of need to pack up and go back to that 4 stack that they were so reliant on before, but still, those instincts can bring together a lot of champions here on D1.
Yeah, and like you make an excellent point about him just kind of being out on his own, because if you were paying attention to some of the maps, especially with that chamber, what you want to do on defense usually is let your chamber really just anchor things down, get a kill, get out, that type of style. And Dynamic was always good for it. Like you said, sometimes going down, the first ones don't always win out your way, but generally speaking, Dynamic able to get 1, 2, or 3 people before getting out, and then the rest of the team are just set up for success, and D1 just had such an easy time off of that chamber's plays.
I always, when I transition this, I'm always like, and they'll have their work cut out for them. But genuinely, this matchup is insane because he will have his work cut out for him, because their opponents today are Azure Dragon Gaming. If you're just joining us, you have missed us talk about kind of them bursting onto the challenger scene. Marks was talking about how this team kind of, for a lot of people, came out of nowhere, didn't expect them to do as well. You'll see their record coming up below their roster. I think taking down Shotfire Belly Black first Swiss round, or first round, Swiss round 3, like taking down a lot of these teams, taking map off of core, taking down Pigeons. I think, you know, a lot of names who are new and older coming into the challengers scene, Marks, but definitely I think I'm gonna let you speak, because you and I were kind of the people who were very surprised by them coming into the scene.
Yep, it seems like this is just my cross to bear now, underestimating these amazing teams.
It's
okay,
ours.
Thanks, Liz. Didn't want to make sure I was on my own. Appreciate that. But, you know, like these guys, I think the ongoing narrative for them is that a lot of them have that experience playing the Duelist. And you see that their team cohesion is just extremely good when they want to go for some of those set plays, just because they know how to set each other up really, really, really nicely. And honestly, it's really funny to me that Muddy is wearing all white, given the fact that his name is Muddy, because Muddy has been a standout player for me on ADG, just doing such a good job of being that smokes agent and finding a lot of those kills and complementing so many other people, because, you know, everyone on ADG at one point or another will be playing a Duelist.
It's true. Yeah, like you said, Marcus, seeing each of these players having that experience on the Duelist has led them to each be comfortable in every sort of, in every position on the train when it comes to the trade wars that they try to go for. And it leads to everybody having that multi-kill episode every once in a while. There really isn't another team in playoffs like this where the multi-kill potential is so strewn across the entire 5 stack. But for these guys, it just works. The hero moments, they come out often enough on top of the already amazing game planning that Recoil has managed to do in such short time with this team.
I'm so glad you mentioned Recoil, Tenrak, because it's exactly who we will be highlighting today. Someone who has been in the challenger scene since the OG Lemonade stand. If you know, you know. Because that was kind of the same kind of team, right? That kind of, you know, free, like scrappy free agent team that comes in, absolutely blows people out of the water when people don't expect much from them, Tenrak. But here, looking at these stats, looking at that fade in the right corner, absolutely someone who has the experience and those game plans that you were talking about.
Yeah, he's been a premier opener for this team ever since he started joining it. He understands the potential that each of his, teammates has, and he takes every effort to set them up while still being a sort of baseline for the rest of the team. You need someone foundational when the rest of your, when all of your teammates are kind of, having that excuse to run amok and go crazy and start tapping heads. Somebody there to hold that pulse and be able to maintain everybody's lineups, and he does it really beautifully, just connecting everyone in this tapestry that just should not work this early on to their progression in the season.
And I want to really emphasize the fact about being that backbone player, because on that initiator role, obviously we saw some Sova there, we saw some Fade, as well as some Breach as well. Like, Recoil is just doing such a good job to set up the rest of the players there. I know I said that about Muddy earlier, but then the flash timings and a lot of the pushing people out of those awkward positions have just done wonders for the team in order to really secure and isolate some of those kills really early on in some of these rounds.
And that's exactly what we want to see from them, and exactly what he's going to need to do today, guys. As a reminder, this is a lower elimination. They have to win this game to keep their tournament lives alive in playoffs. For Phillips Norilko head-to-head today, I'm very excited for this one because it is Boomy versus Chaotic. I saw one person in chat get half of it right, but looking at this matchup today, I'm going to go to you first, Tenrek, looking at this, because I think people in chat might be a little surprised that we're comparing these two, but we're doing this for a reason, because we want to talk about them as duelists and how, like, while they both maybe are duelists, they play in incredibly different, styles and ways.
100%, yeah. I think Chaotic is that more traditional spear tip for Azure Dragon Gaming, especially when it comes to their retaking. He's very comfortable, especially on that jet, being able to just approach, get his kill, maybe get a trade setup on the way down. Boomy is the trade setup, though. He has both the least first kills and least first stats of any straight-up duelist in the playoffs so far this stage. He does not engage first. That's Dynamic's job. He does all of that stuff. He's the one that's going to take that full that full face first plunge. Boomy is the one who picks up the pieces, who gets all of that lost traction, who searches through the chaos and finds those pieces of gold that are his own. And it's led to him not necessarily leading in the kill department for the team, because Division 1 is just a very kill-heavy team, but it's led to him being a very, very key part to this team taking over in those team fights.
We love ourselves a KDA humble king on the side of Boomy. Just like, don't worry, guys. I'm going to go do my thing, and whatever happens, you're going to be able to, sort things out over there and being able to come in and be that closer. Meanwhile, on the other side, like Chaotic, honestly, throughout all of Split 2, I've been so impressed with how Chaotic has really merged in together with ADG. Like, we talk about ADG being that squad that goes for some of those little micro plays, goes for some of those little crunches with utility and stuff like that. But Chaotic plays extremely disciplined when the round requires him to. We know Chaotic to be a little bit crazy, but I feel like throughout this entire split, we've started to see that duelist style change up a little bit more with some of that flavor. When you can see ADG are feeling nice and confident, then we get to see Chaotic kind of let the leash go and just go crazy with it. But Chaotic has really evolved throughout the stage for me, which has been very impressive to watch.
And that is exactly what Challengers is for at the end of the day, breeding the talent that we have here to be tier 1 ready and just be, a place for people to come find that talent, which is, let's look at our world champions, everyone. Look at NRG. Who's there? Challengers players, which we love to see. But friends, have no fear. We have our map picks and bans for you to see where we will go for this lower bracket elimination game. Some people say the game can be won in the map picks and bans. It depends on what the plan is and what their read is. Looking at this, we're going to Lotus, Marks, then Breeze, and if needed, we will go to Haven.
Hey, I'm liking the map vetoes here. I mean, both of these teams do feel very comfortable on Lotus. D1 has picked it like 6 times in a row. So, these guys, they love Lotus, and ADG are no stranger to it as well. They picked it 3 times throughout Split 2. And so, to me, the Lotus pick makes sense. Breeze, I have a couple more questions about, because this is another map that ADG tends to be a lot more comfortable on. Whereas D1, they banned it a couple of times, and we've only really seen them play it pick it once throughout the entire Split 2. But for me, I think that this is leaning a little bit more ADG just with their preferences and win rates on these maps.
What surprises me is the decision from ADG to ban Bind in favor of Haven as their third. They've had a much stronger record this stage so far on the former, and their Haven is definitely developing, but it's not at the place that I predicted they would be if they wanted to pick it for a third. So definitely a little strange there, but I agree, they definitely control the pool.
what is the plan? What do they have up their sleeves? I'm always so excited because when you see it come down to the map picks and bans, sometimes you see one come out of the woodwork and you're like, huh, wasn't sure about that one, but here we are with how it will go. So those are our map picks and bans. Keep those in mind. They'll be in the left corner, top corner of your screen if you forget at any point, or go to VLR. They always have them there. We also have our predictions, the broadcast predictions. For the first time, Tenrek, you get to defend yourself on the desk, and we don't just call you out. So I'm gonna go to you first, because you are also the only person on the desk out of the three of us who went for Division 1. So talk to us about that.
Yeah, I definitely, look, ADG has made tremendous strides this stage. It cannot be overstated. And Muddy is one of my favorite players to watch in Challengers this and last year. He's just been incredible. But D1's pop-off potential, man, it's just too great. I've been seeing Calamity and Boomy. Their mental is looking so solid and dynamic. It's just the kind of anchor that a team like this is asking for. I really think the mechs are there today, and especially on these maps with those open spaces, I think they have the aim to overcome the brain of ADG.
Hey, Henry, listen, we've been working together a long time, mostly as casters, first time on the desk here. And my brother, how could you be so wrong about this prediction?
Oh my gosh.
You know what? We're coming out the gate swinging here, but I just don't think that D1 have what it takes to really close out some of these things. They're a team that likes to play together extremely strongly, but ADG, it's those little micro decisions and just the frag potential that I think is going to do an excellent job at shutting down some of those individual moments that you expect from D1. I think that this is a shoo-in for ADG to be able to win this out.
And I'm now the babysitter of these two disagreeing when we go to the green room after this. But if I have to be honest, I think a lot of my vote for ADG comes from where Marcus is coming from. I think that ADG just have a little bit more power and a little bit more closing power than Division 1. But as I always say, prove me wrong. Always prove me wrong. I love being made to look like a fool and like I'm bad at my job, because it means the teams we are seeing, the teams we are watching are getting better and better and better. And that always makes me very, very happy. But friends, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break. So stay right there, grab some water. That was very Jersey water. Grab a snack, go for a walk. Another Jersey thing. We'll see you right back here.
Trim. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Well, folks, I've come back from my walk and telling these gentlemen to keep it together, keep it respectful, because we are here for Agent Select. And honestly, looking at that, we're seeing a double Waylay or a double Waylay Neon mirror comp, but only not really a mirror comp because Chamber on the side of Division 1. Shocking, Marks. That dynamic is on the Chamber. Wow.
Yeah. Who could have seen that one coming? I don't know. You look at the VLR snaps, you're like, oh, yes, actually, I would have seen that one coming a mile away. But yeah, the lineup here between Division 1 and ADG, well, obviously the Chamber coming in, but they're doing that at the expense of that Vise coming through from Sacred. And I think that the Vise pick is going to be very interesting because naturally that should kind of counter out a lot of that Neon Waylay stuff that can kind of happen here. But Division 1 don't really have anything to deal with that util.
So true. Yeah, Vice is going to be the thing that I'm mainly paying attention to. Lets everyone else rotate more quickly. Lets Hugh and Muddy get more value out of the positions that they take and the positions that they can take going further on. It's definitely going to be a war of attrition, especially in this first half. We'll see how much Division 1 can chip away before Azure Dragon catches Wise.
Well, folks, it is an elimination game. Only one of these teams can continue their playoffs run in the lower bracket. Will it be Azure Dragon Gaming or Division 1? I'm going to send over to your casters, Rory, and my mortal enemy, I hold shift.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate you somewhat. Here we go, Roy. Let's get this thing going, my man. I will say, I think, I had a chance to cast that first day of games. Sorry, I muted myself on Discord to you, brother. I was just saying, hi, how are you?
Hey, you know what, man? I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking.
I love that. I had a chance to cast over these two teams when they lost their opening match. And I will say both teams showed great stuff throughout those losses. So I'm excited for these two teams to square up.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have also been super underrepresented. I think the Dex was kind of talking about it. I mean, they've flown under the radar, man. But now I think it's to underestimate these players, to kind of miss the magic that both of these teams have, is almost a crime, it feels like.
Yeah.
But I almost want to talk about just one, how uncivilized that desk is, man. It's kind of crazy, first of all. Like, you guys need to chill out. Second, it seems like it's backwards day today, man. We got me on the casting booth, but we got Tenric and Marks on the analyst desk. It's just crazy out here, man.
Send them away. I put a personal message in saying I'm not casting challengers ever again if it's not with Roy.
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't actually do that, but I'm happy to be here.
No, it's gonna be a great time, man.
If someone went that rogue's like, no, I want nothing but strong legs. I would, if anyone were to do it, it'd be me. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, if there's only one fan alive, it's going to be you, but almost an immediate brawl happening on the A side of the map. Hugh's not letting him get out of this one alive. The Vice has gone the other side of the map on the C side, where the reaction from Division 1 is happening. The Vice wall will slow things down a little bit, but seems like it's completely overran now. The fallback's happening from ADG. They're happy to keep their man advantage here as the rest of the players are making their way over to the C side of the map.
Yeah, really interesting look at that little battle over towards A main, with that crouching underneath the line of sight, mostly, except for the pigtails of Hugh. But as you call, the quick gut check reaction almost gets a post plant set up, but instead we're rotating back and we will find an exchange after that first blood. So 4v4, now the backside of the A point is completely open.
Yeah, this is actually such a good call, right? Because they're corralled, they lost the flank, and now they've kind of opened things up. They've reset, and they've gotten the man advantage. You might have a chance to pounce. Not clean. Yeah, I mean, he tried. Yeah, he tried, but there it is. The rest of the players here for ADG are looking for a fast flood.
They will be held back by the dark cover for now. Spike planted behind this play, and you are waiting for Recoil to get involved. And Chaotic, whoa, just opens things up with two. So now all of a sudden, Calamity is the last one really standing on top of the site, has to try to finesse their life a little bit, and that's just not all that clean. But the refractor is taken away. Now it's just down to Recoil. Last one left for the 1v2. Of course, you know the door was open, so you take the double swing, and Calamity will save the round for D1.
Man, Division 1 is actually so good with these kind of macro movements around the map. I think it goes really like underrated with this roster. You look at Division 1, you're not really seeing any like well-pronounced IGLs, and you're not really seeing any super experienced players aside from like Dynamics, history, and Mikey's also history in VCL and kind of the tier 3 level. But when you really examine the way these players move in these post plants and kind of recognizing what's happening on the big scale of the map, on the macro, it really is super impressive, man. Like, they're really tapped in. They really understand how to open things up and kind of just claw away at disadvantages. And I think that goes for both teams, where they're both so good at fighting. Like, they're micro, and it comes down to the fights, the team play, like all that is just so like rehearsed, it feels like. And they just know how to deal with it when it's on the other end, on the other end of the stick. So I think with these two teams, we're going to be seeing a lot of these kind of mind games. They don't want Dynamic to get a lot of free space on the A lobby. If they recognize that he's going to be solo, they're probably just going to run him down. And I mean, that's kind of also the power of the Waylay and the Neon comp, right? Is that dive potential.
Yeah, and I will say, just kind of reflecting back, because this is a map that we did see D1 play against YFP. they're really struggling on the defensive side. I mean, they let a lot of rounds go in a row. We're talking like at one point it was 8-1. So it's just for them, it's okay. How are we going to get this measured aggression on both sides of the spike? Because offensively, cool. We're hanging, we're chilling. We kind of get a good look at what they want to do because of the natural conception of Neon playing alongside Awele. But defensively, and kind of the best point, like not playing with the Vice, this does put a lot of pressure on Dynamic, who in the kill department steps up. He's been fine. Like in terms of overall damage dealt and eliminations tallied, he's usually at the top of the leaderboard. It's just the rest of the team around that position, especially when we get to the second half, is going to be an interesting conversation point.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it kind of goes both ways too, because I mean, the Vice seems like a theoretical counter to the comp that D1 has, but realistically, I mean, yeah, you can slow down the Neon a little bit, but the Omen and the Waylay are still flying through that util. Like they're going to have no care when it comes down to the defenses. So I think like the standard kind of idea of having one player holding C probably doesn't work very well against these comps. And I think we're starting to slowly see the realization from a lot of these tier 2 teams that, I mean, you really just can't leave the anchor solo anymore. There's just too much dive. There's too many people flying over too many things. So the traditional anchor is not quite working anymore like it used to. But a B stack happening here for ADG. A slow play from Division 1 as Dynamic gets a little peeked on towards the A side of the map, opening up the lines, opening up the information flow, seeing nothing, hearing nothing is a sign that a stack is happening somewhere, and they just have to figure out where before they get caught by any of the setups.
Yeah, so cross your T's, dot your I's, walk your way carefully up into A. Seems to be the call at the moment. Defense still playing a crossfire at this B site. Door will pop. And this very well may be one of those rounds where ADG don't even really ever fire a bullet. They may just sit here and just die to the spike if they don't guess correctly. But you do get Chaotic up top and over towards the drop position at A. So maybe a chance if you can find one or get some damage. We'll find out.
He does have a bandit, so maybe the close range angles could work there. No. All right, well, yeah. You peek and you get punished. And also the judges posted up Heaven. Yeah, I think this is looking like a lockout to me.
Definitely feels that way. So ADG will stack up just outside mid steps and pick the poison of how they prefer to perish. That's a lot of P words right there, Roy. I don't know what I'm doing to you, but it's alliterative, and I like that.
Well done, man. Good job. I mean, now that we have a little downtime, I actually would kind of like to talk about ADG's performances recently. I mean, they came in without an IGL. They got Recoil into the IGL. Whoa. Hold up. This is getting expensive.
the round's over, but it's at least getting interesting.
Getting a little expensive here.
Getting expensive to be sure, but everything's fine. Everything's good. Go on with your point, please.
Yeah, I think my whole point is that ADG, despite them losing T-Dog and kind of bringing in Recoil, who's taken on the IGL mantle, they've actually looked like a really good team, man. I mean, even their loss against M80 in the upper bracket in the last in playoffs was both maps were 24 rounds. Like it was 13-11 losses on both of those maps. Like it could have gone in their direction had things gone just slightly differently. So I think, I mean, ADG, their strategy is definitely not to be slept on. I think it gets very easily overlooked with just how mechanically strong every player on that team is. Like Chaotic, Hugh, Muddy, all these players are just so cracked. It really does feel like 5 duelists just filling roles for the team to function. But man, they've been incredibly impressive, and I want to see them leverage that mechanics, leverage that kind of pressure on this defensive side. But like we talked about, it's back to the solo anchor on the C side. It can slow down some players, but the fly through still happens for the most part.
Yeah, Sacred gonna hold their ground for at least a little while longer. Shotgun out for Boomy will push them back. And the defensive ADG will have to play retake. But all things told, you're okay with this if you're ADG. You have this part of your game plan. You still have all 5 rifles up. So now it's just down to breaking through this first line of post-line defense.
It's going to be tough, man. There's so many... I feel like they're playing these angles that are close range with all these guns, and I feel like ADG is going to have to read it so well. The counter utilities coming out. It's going to slow things down. It's going to make it completely dry, and this is where the shotguns can shine.
Yeah, Calamity making good use of that as Foreign follows behind this. Up top, not able to find the clean shots to get the secondary elimination, but the numbers are still amounting. The time is still ticking away, and Muddy in a 1v3 would have to do something special, and it's not going to happen. D1 win the bonus, free upgrades for a couple of the rifles, and they're off to the races here early.
And a simple formula being played by Division 1. They're really not overcomplicating this at all, man. They're seeing the information towards A. They're seeing the gunfights happening on that side of the map, and they're immediately pivoting on what they know is a solo anchor on that C side. And I think, I mean, the conversation is going to happen really early here for ADG. It's 100% going to be we can't have this guy either solo or we can't just have the Vice playing towards the C side. So I think a switch up needs to happen early, man. It can't remain this way. It's too easy to punish with the Neon Waylay comp. And I think that's, in my opinion, the comps that they're running, you know, Chamber plus Vice, you know, that could be kind of thrown, you know, whichever is preference. But I think for me, it feels like one of the best comps on this map because it pairs so well into the Vice crutch that a lot of teams are going for, where it feels like, you know, a lot of people are so zoned in on countering Neon, but when you pair Neon with the Waylay and there's an Omen in play, it really doesn't feel like a strong counter to that pace and that meta. So I think something needs to change right here. They either need to add another player on the C side of the map, or they need to move Vice towards the A side of the map and try to just slow things down and unravel like the C space. But one thing's for sure, early space can't be given away for free to Division 1, and you can't make it obvious where you're challenging either, otherwise they're just going to run around you.
Especially when you've got full rifles into what you know is going to be things like shotguns and SMGs. You cannot allow them to have corners like this. You're absolutely right. I'd be interested to know if it's going to be the Omen. As we often see, like, obviously Vice is the setup surrounding the C site is very routine in a lot of ways, but can we get a second layer by way? Oh, actually, no, we're going to switch over. But again, we're on pistols here, so this is kind of an anomaly. But like, do we just need an extra smoke at the front door for Muddy? Do we need to possibly be in a position to throw a haunt in for an extra little bit of reveal and pause from Recoil? Like, those are the questions that ADG will have to consider here as we deal with some loose action here at C. But of course, D1 are pretty ready for any craziness, and if you see a shoulder here, it's everything you could possibly need. Better than that, Boom's able to find one, slips away, easy dash, bye-bye, see you later.
Yep, and just look at that formula, just play right here, right? They see the aggression, immediately pivoting to the other side of the map. There's really no hesitation, no overthinking whatsoever. A lot of pressure on Sacred with just a classic. Nah, that's it. Yep, that was his chance. It's completely gone now. The 5v3 round cleaned up, and Division 1 off to a solid start on this attack side with looking like they're staring down the barrel of a fourth.
Yeah, sure should. And that's the thing is, like, offensively speaking, like, you go back over to when they played against YFB, they didn't have a chance to really get their offense off the ground because of their fails on the defensive half. But from what we did see in the rounds that they did win, I was impressed with what I had kind of tallied by D1. Muddy and Chaotic try to make this as messy as possible before the bank accounts of D1 become super secure. And there will be one last check from Calamity. Sees one on the drop. Snipe shot doesn't hit, though, for Boomy, so a little bit of damage done here. It's not the worst case scenario for ADG, but Calamity will find the last with the help of Mike, and D1 will be up 4-0.
This is where things start to get tricky. Like, yeah, they're up 4-0, but now they're starting to get all the ultimates online, and the cycle is going to be really tough to deal with, man. They have so many ults up already. More ults are coming up as well. If they are able to just dump all those ults in this next round, I mean, this could be a pretty much an early sweep happening from Division 1 on this first half. So I think the answer for ADG needs to be right here. They not only need to win the round, but they need to win the round clean, and they need to somehow avoid getting wombo combo by all these ultimates. So a tough task here for ADG. I am curious to see what they've swapped up. It does feel like they've almost heard our heed. They've swapped it up. They've moved the Vice over towards the A side of the map. Neon's also there to support, and it looks like Muddy plus Chaotic are towards the C side of the map, holding it down. So they're going for a 2-1-2, able to kind of defend a little bit against the pace that Division 1's throwing at them, but so far it seems like they're posturing for that A split from A to B.
Oh, yeah, I love this. I think especially knowing the fact that you've got Dynamic already in on an angle, but Muddy's able to respond back with one. Mike able to clean things up now over to Calamity's overdrive. Not able to really do too much with it besides hold close corners. And Chaotic actually is able to pick the snipe up, so the conversion paths are going to come through, but look at the re-return back over towards A. Nightfall here for D1, and Sacred is like, how are they already here? I thought we were just executing on to B. Oh, what an awkward moment that is. Down low. Boomy. No, I think he was seen on the return back up of the ropes, and ADG clean things up. Good response.
Yep, 2 alive. Not as skin as they would have liked, but disaster averted, my friend. That's a good start for ADG. They're looking like they're starting to get a bit of a kind of an answer to the pace that Division 1 is playing at. I really love the fast forward happening on the B side. They're opting to play more in towards that part of the map. It seems like Division 1 just wants to play in a very simple A to C logic, right? They're either going A or they're going C, depending on whether they can spot the core early. And you can always expect Dynamic to kind of just be doing what he always does, just lurk with the operator, look for the rotators, look for picks, and give Division 1 alternative options in the round. So now it looks like Division 1 is posturing immediately for the early A control. And I think they've kind of sensed that the Vice is on this part of the map now. So they're just going to keep hitting wherever they think the Vice is going to be, I think.
Yeah, why not? Just keep overwhelming. The big difference maker, though, with Chaotic with the dropout that he's already connected with, he's going to feel really confident that he could just be left alone, watch across, and everyone else can stack behind the Vice. So Sacred, big moment here. Bolt out. Does get affected by it. It gives Calamity a really easy find. So now it's just down to how do you retake this with nothing but finger guns from Hugh, and the answer very well may be off the backside of Chaotic Scope. He's able to find the first. Recoil gets a trade up top. We're still dealing over to the bottom of drop. Calamity gets one more though, and that may push them back a little bit too far. Chaotic way up on the rafters, trying to jump back in, but Dynamic connects with the tour de force. And Calamity, whoa, thought maybe he had a free angle on a Chaotic here, but Chaotic will put a little bit of pressure on, and what a snap up to Dynamic's forehead. Problem is he couldn't find Mike, and D1 get their 5th.
Wow. I mean, the game plan is so simple, but so effective, man. They're figuring out where the vice is and immediately just punishing over and over and over. And it feels like it's going to be such a, I mean, the IGL job is just so easy, right? Like the formula is so clear. It's so evident that I almost feel like for ADG, the name of the game is hiding where the vice is or giving support. Like the 2-2-1 with the and vice solo is just not going to work with this team. It feels like they either need to start approaching a little bit of space quietly, avoid kind of giving away where the core is, but definitely do not let them know where the vice is playing solo or give an extra player, because right now D1 is completely punishing it, and the formula is going to stay the same until they do something about it. Now they've sensed that the A control is being pressured. Now they think the vice is C side of the map, and they're instantly pivoting back towards that part of the map.
Yeah, I love this from D1, and just kind of keeping ADG on their toes, even though they are on a save round here, is, I think, critical towards the mental setup of what ADG is trying to do, or attempting to fix, I should say, maybe more accurately. So now a little bit of a pressure down through pillar. We haven't seen this yet from D1. Going to try to feel out what ADG can do with this hero rifle, which Chaotic is already punishing you for. And wow, Mike is like, that's not what we want. Calamity doesn't get a very good look at the player over top of Mound, and all of a sudden, yeah, you just slide forward with the finger guns, and ADG are gonna walk away with a round here. Just off the simple hero rifle of Chaotic, who's got a hot hand.
Wow. That reminded me of the clip from Narrate where he's like, I'm gonna dog. He's like, no, they're not here. And then they get triple killed on Haven on the outside of the window. That reminded me exactly of that, because it felt like Mikey was about to Prowler the front B hit, and they immediately put it back down and dry contacted right into Chaotic and got destroyed, man. I feel like you gotta be a little bit more like there has to be a little bit more vigilance when it comes down to these kind of rounds, right? Because you know they're gonna want to up the risk, especially when their guns are kind of looking a little bit scuffed. So I feel like that was a bit of an oversight from Division 1. They had a lot of space towards the A side of the map. It was all they had to do was just get a little info towards front B, and the path towards A was completely free. This time though, they're switching up the pace. They're going really fast.
Wow.
They've gotten one. Muddy trying to hold ground, but just overwhelmed, man, by the dive. Now it feels like a free passage towards the C side, except Recoil's here.
Yes, and he is, and he's got a lot of health to play with at a great angle with a full belt of utility. Help on the way over towards Tree. Sacred can't make good on the opportunity, though. You feels like they could challenge forward, and why not? But Recoil will drop inside the site. Dynamic returning back over to deal with the pinch, and what a little step back. Dynamic goes unnoticed off his teleport just behind the mound and cleans up all three.
Dude, his mechanics have been so impressive recently, man. There's really no pixels wasted. So clean, so fast as well. The reaction time, the crosshair placement, it's really just all there for him. The movement as well. And on top of that, he also has the IQ, man. When you see him lurking, he knows how to like pressure positions, how to pressure people, how to take space for free. This is crazy though, man. This right here is on full display. The power of this Neon Waylay comp is like, you really cannot overstep. It's so easy to get overwhelmed. Typically what you think is like safe space, what you think is your territory can, be taken away in seconds. So really good job by Division 1 to switch up the pace and stealing what could have been the kind of the beginning of the turnaround for ADG now.
The setup continues to be off that 2-2-1 split up for ADG. Calamity and the rest of the gang walking down A long. No way to check this. Prowler out through pillars. So it's really just contact from the vice wall or any of the traps over through door. And once again, Chaotic's gonna get tested at mid. This time Dynamic comes away as the winner. And yeah, that's just too early of a steel garden. Feeling like there's gonna be a burst onto the play. And now D1 are just gonna re-wrap back over to C.
Look how fast they are. They showed A, they showed B, immediately shifting over towards C side. Now it's just Muddy to defend against what is a super divey composition. It's going to be really hard. The utility is overwhelming. He's getting pushed back, and now ADG's forced back into an kind of uncomfortable situation. The 4v5 retake on the C side. Utility still in hand for Division 1. Alter in play, though. The fast pace is happening.
Sacred does take down Dynamic behind the place. Now all eyes can stay forward for ADG. Nightfall effects are about to expire, though. The defense really has not taken much ground afterwards. So this is all about winning those next set of gunfights, which D1, they are set up and happy to take this as their points of contest. Lots of damage to Foreign, but still alive. Next challenge. And how about it? Foreign stays alive and he comes away with 2. An opportunity to collect onto a 1v1.
No HP.
And Muddy has no idea where he is. Shotgun out, but Foreign is able to find everything. So talk about the immediate consequence of Foreign staying alive top pillar. He cleans up the round.
Wow, that's so tough, man. And I mean, the comms were surely there. Like, they knew where he was. It really just wasn't a mind game. Felt like Muddy was just trying to get the jump on him with the shorty, but he caught him on the weapon swap. A nice clean shot, precise, exactly what he needed to be in that moment. Foreign clutching up for his team. The 7-2, man. The lead is extending. And I feel like the room for error for ADG is slowly shrinking away here in this game. You need to kind of bounce back. You need to have some rounds on the board here in this first half. It is definitely the harder one, in my opinion. I think the attack side is a little bit easier with these compositions. But it really does feel like ADG's a bit off the mark right now with how they want to position themselves and how they want to spread out. And they're sticking to it. They're not really switching up things too much.
It's just hard to get their feet underneath them here, right? Legitimately, like constant situations of buy save. And honestly, we've had one approach towards A that has had even weapons here defensively. So everything's been trying to play recovery right now for ADG, and D1 are punishing. They get a read that there is a play at backside A main. Yeah, that's enough for them to say, all right, let's just head on forward. The Vice wall is down already. But Sacred inside the site is able to get one. Q quickly trying to return back over the top, but oh, look at the scaling deep. Calamity just creating all of this space. Boomy following, and you can write this to see if you want.
Oh yeah, they're going for it. I mean, this makes so much sense. You spotted a ton of the players on the flank. You know you've killed both of the players that are defending the spawn. I mean, that they should have been absorbing a little bit better. I think that them dying right there has completely given passage to the C-side pivot. The full reset happening right here for Division 1. Weapons are available here for ADG to pick up, and I think they've recovered some of them, but this important fight's happening here on C-Mound.
Oh, and Sloppy. Boomy only able to cut a little bit of damage in. Mike does have the Nightfall. Could stall this out dramatically with the spike planted. Calamity watching the cross. Footstep comes through. Q trying to make through a fast lane. Actually gets a little bit more damage right there. Trying to beat the timing of the peak, but it's just a crossfire setup that you cannot foil. Down to Recoil. 1v2. Able to find the first pretty cleanly. Oh, and sees just a ponytail of Calamity, but can't hit the headshot. So now it's just about predicting Calamity off that sound trigger. And time is running out. The footsteps give Calamity all the information that they need, and Division 1 go up 8-2.
Go, go, go.
The flow stage is so clear to see as well for Division 1. I mean, they're all of them are on the same page. It feels like no beat is skipped on their end. The comms are good. The mobility, the macro, it's all so clean right now for Division 1. I feel like this is a scary prospect, though, right? Because this is the kind of team that you really don't want to be feeling it like this, right? I think that kind of goes for both teams. I mean, both of these teams are super scary when it comes down to the micro, but I feel like the problems start to happen when the macro is on point for these teams, because they're moving around as a unit. They're fighting together. As long as they can kind of keep that cohesion going, it's going to be a scary prospect. I think ADG needs to full right here, man. They need a little bit more room for error. It's an absolute A-brawl.
Oh my God. I mean, what are we even looking through here? Nightfall pushed up. Calamity trying to get the extra space with an dark cover, holding the line in the sand. So 4v5. Hugh is on about essentially 1 HP, and he's the first point of contact here. Can you hit a headshot? Sure can. That's huge value for Hugh's life. The rest of D1 trying to work their way through uncovered, but Foreign Dynamic can only find a couple. And the paths are going to come through here. Dynamic going to be affected by that, but he doesn't care. He's got a scope out. He's on a slowing field.
He's still
So now it's just he's hanging, but Mike trying to find the timing on the pinch is shut down. And now it's just up to Dynamic, and he can only do so much from that position. 8-3 we go into the last round of the half.
Dude, he's feeling so confident. He's hindered and still moving forward, brother. That is so crazy to me. What the hell, man? The confidence right now is oozing from Dynamic Skin. Chaotic, though, man. He's slowly creeping up to a star performance right here in this map. 16-8 despite the score line. I mean, he's doing his best as much as he can. Yeah, he's lost some crucial opening kills, but overall, it feels like the impact on the remaining of the round has been so good for him. And he's been an outstanding player, honestly, this entire split. He's been so good. And flexing into multiple roles as well. And same for Dynamic. I mean, they both flex onto the chamber, but Dynamic's more of the Senti Viper role. But I mean, Division 1's just going straight fast onto this B side. They're wasting no time.
Oh, a lot of that is because of the weapons. I mean, it's just been a slow bleed out of the economy of D1. It gets them into full purchase, which includes a Bucky, a Stinger, an Outlaw, which all of them are hitting. All three of them going to find weapon success rate. Sacred in the corner. Vines there. Should be able to use the trigger discipline for 2 and is successful in that. Steel Garden to come up next. Oh, and Boomy has his weapon drawn away just when it hits. So 2v2. Nice bounce back from Sacred, but the spike is still on hand on the C site.
He's taking his timing, I think. Yeah, he's just going to walk on in, but does he expect Calamity to be in this off angle? He gets the one and the turnaround as well. A massive, massive performance coming out from Sacred. I mean, this is... They needed this, man. There's really no other way to put it. I feel like he needed to step up. He stepped up. Getting the 4 right here makes things a little bit more manageable. It does put a little bit pressure on this pistol coming up, but overall, feels like disaster has been mostly averted. I think anything above a 3-9, 3-9 and above, it would have been, I mean, it would have been tough.
Yeah,
Definitely
man, I 100% agree. I mean, hate to pop off in map 1 on round 12 and an 8-4 affair, but Sacred, those 4 are so crucially important, like you mentioned, to bring this thing back to within grip. So now you've got a chance to go on to what has been, to be fair, D1's weaker side. Hard to say like with any real certainty if this is ADG's stronger or weaker side. They kind of play both evenly. So this has to be taking advantage of D1 not finding success at all versus YFP very recently on this side of the bomb.
Yeah, and I think for me, the major differences between these two defensive sides is that Division 1 is going to be totally happy having Dynamic challenge solo, whereas it felt like for ADG, they kind of wanted the Vice to be a lot more passive. But, I mean, Dynamic's not going to fall off for free, man. He's going to challenge all the way to the very end and, yeah, just force a lot of that util out. And he still has support here as well. So if they try to converge on him... Okay, this is... Oh, that's a crazy rotate.
Yeah, just a late peek in through mid. It's going to work out for a Chaotix double. Mike has to hold his ground, does well to catch 3. Just tapping away on the same angle, and it provides multiple headshots. So 2v2 after everything's all said and done. Spike planted on B.
Man, that 3K's completely changed the script here. So much empty space. ADG like scattering to figure out some breathing room. They're pushing into the A side of the lobby. Split retake happening from Division 1 as well. They're totally fine, just slow creeping their way onto the site. As soon as they have all this, they're going to know exactly where they're playing. They're just going to smoke Spike and most likely just stick it.
Okay, Sacred pushed off. There's the stick, like you call it. Muddy's trying to make his way around the back, but he's going to have to go quickly. Dynamic's just going to hold for this. Sacred is not bothering to check for it. No way! What looked to be such a stable start for ADG. It finishes with D1 just hopping on through smoke and defusing for the pistol win.
Oh man, this is what I'm talking about, man. That micro awareness, like they walk on site, they clear a lot of these angles. As soon as they see, oh, they're off site. I mean, it's planted for pit. It's so hard to play off site on that kind of plant. Really good heads up. I mean, it was Mikey the hero of this round, man. That 3K front B, that really sealed the deal for them. It gave them a fighting chance. It allowed everything else to unfold favorably for them. But yeah, we talked about how much of an importance this pistol round was, and it's secured by Division 1. It feels like ADG's hand is forced right here. They need to buy up. They really can't give away the double digits this early, man. And so it's going to be a forced buy and an important one at that.
Well, ADG trying to run it down, and then, wow, the shotguns were going to work out. Quick barrel stuff on Waylay action. Foreign pushed off for a moment, still able to get some damage in, backing up, good. Trigger just able to hold it down. Chaotic runs right into the line of fire, so we got 3v3.
They're pivoting.
And keep in mind, we can pivot away all we want, but Stinger and 2 pistols, Mike's got a Guardian, and you still have Foreign here with the ability to hinder the site with the smoke.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, he's running it down in their spawn. Now that's a 3v1 now, slowly but surely. Division 1 is happy for these players to be feeling so desperate to make these plays. They're totally fine absorbing it. Now it's a 3v1. Sacred all alone. It is planted for him, but yeah, he's going to get suffocated here, man. There's not any room to play with.
Flashed off the angle, smoke to cover. Perfect retake from D1. Got tight, though, and I love the call. I think you're right. I mean, if you're ADG, you just cannot let this half get out of hand, but the problem is you gamble on round 14, and now all of a sudden you're force buying almost essentially the rest of the way.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why they felt the pressure to make such wild plays. Like, it was a 3v3. They had the reset. I mean, Muddy just jumping around in spawn was a little wild. Just a little bit wild.
Yeah, I'm just looking for timing.
He's so confused.
Try to, like, make a play. Like, I could understand it. Like, okay, everyone's rotating quickly because they don't want to deal with us on site, but nah. Did not really affect the way that you would have hoped it would have.
It's just uncharacteristic because usually when they're making these plays, it's at least cohesive, right? Like they got the crunchers, they're fighting together, they're fighting off util. It feels like ADG's feeling a little, just a little antsy. Everyone's kind of feeling like desperate to make plays and kind of take control of these rounds.
Well, see what we do with just the Sheriffs and the Bucky here. Full 4-man stack with the Vice playing over towards tree, towards steps. Calamity stepping up, damage out. Whoa, what a reaction time to find the second. Foreign, hearing the footsteps, will catch another free beat. That's the spike now down. And yeah, that is going to be just about it.
One enemy standing.
But am I getting just that, or are you getting that too?
No, I think we're having a slight difficulty with our live feed right here.
I was like, is that
but
me?
yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty much sealed though. The 4v1. I mean, we didn't really get to miss too much, honestly. The plays right here through the smokes, kind of putting themselves in good positions. I think that's the one thing that's been really impressive with Division 1 is how well they allocate weapons into really good spots. And man, they know how to get value from those shotguns, from the operators. Like, it feels like no position is wasted, and you really need to be so precise when you're up against Division 1, especially when they're playing around just around like a little bit of the smokes and kind of playing around positions they're really comfortable with. It feels so oppressive to play against them when they're feeling it. This time though, Dynamic has the operator online. It changes up things. He's playing towards the B side for the reaction. The core of Division 1 is pressuring towards the C side of the map, and you can tell that Mikey's just here solo trying to unravel the information, allowing his team to get into the right places at the right time. But as of right now, feels like ADG is eyeing out this A side, but with Vice's positioning, it suggests that it could be a B split. But again, Dynamic is waiting with the operator.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that we see it so often at this level of Valorant. You've got someone who's just hard setting onto a chamber, and you know that they're going to be holding the scope more rounds than they're not, and they're hitting. It's a totally different game plan you have to develop. But all that told, smoke's about to fade here. Here's the moment. Calamity able to get one. Trying to look for more, but Recoil, nice awareness here, able to connect onto two. So that puts a lot of pressure onto the rest of the defense around A, especially knowing that you really have to wait for Dynamic to get into position to even contest at all.
Yeah, this is going to get really interesting, because if they're able to get safely onto the site somehow, this could be problematic. But there's a battle happening on the back end, and there's also a battle happening on the front end. A 2v2 on site. Lurkers are looking for each other. Chaotic looking to receive Boomy and Pit, and Foreign coming in from heaven.
Oh, tough battle though. Recoil in some pressure, able to actually get taken out. So now it's just down to Chaotic and Sacred, who are playing a little bit further away from each other than maybe you'd like. Here's Dynamic, able to turn the scope into a Phantom.
Not planted
Sacred unnoticed. Like you said, not planted for him. Able to find the first two though, holding it to halfway. Elise is Boomy takes the challenge, and Sacred comes through again for ADG.
I mean, how much can the man keep doing? It's criminal, man. Someone help him. Someone help him in these late rounds. 17 and 10, 20 and 13 for Chaotic. I mean, dude, they're heating up. They're really heating up. Feels like so many redemption chances are available now for ADG. They have to run away with it here. They have to string some rounds together, start putting pressure on Division 1. This is so, I mean,
so
it's
sick.
clean. It's so
sick.
clean. Wow.
You've had a couple of moments between Chaotic and Sacred. They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting, as you'd figure. And a quick action over towards A, though. Boomy in some trouble, but it's Calamity who's able to get the judge out, and then the finger guns to try to finish. Sacred would have to do it again, but there's help on the way this time on the backside of C. It's Dynamic to take the kill, and with that, a flawless 12th comes in for D1.
I mean, every opportunity that they've had to run away with a little bit of a comeback, get some streak of rounds, it feels like Division 1 amps up, doubles up the speed, the velocity, man. The full side crunch across the board, brother. Pushing C solo, pushing front B, 3 players pushing A. They're in their spawn where they buy guns, dude, in 20 seconds of the round. That is insane tempo on an elimination match, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
they're here to play. They're here to win, man.
Yeah, and I love that call too at that exact moment because of the leader's advantage they've got built. When if you lose that round, you still have all of these ultimates that could come through. But now we're just trying to finish it and take it into the house. But Recoil gets one. Boomy trying to get a read on where this hit is, but Dynamic once again around the flank is just cleaning everybody up. Headhunter out. No one's able to turn and deal with all of it. Has he got the ace? Oh, Boomy, you son of a gun.
Wow, man, Dynamic with the 4K, the tempo though, not relenting on the pressure whatsoever. Foot on the gas the entire time for Division 1. Wow, I mean, this was a statement in my opinion on the confidence, on the flow that Division 1's feeling right now. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, man, I think it finishes the way that it starts for me in a lot of ways, just talking through that same point of coming out with confidence, yeah, you could go back to the film in their winners bracket round 1 and just pick apart what did we do wrong defensively. And I think when we were commentating over at Zoe and I, we were sitting there like, they're just not using this composition to get aggressive and take battles. They looked a little scared, a little too reserved, but today, none of that. It was gloves off and a lot of freedom in the mindset of D1 game plan wise. They looked solid through map number 1. Any final points before we go to the Destroy?
No final points. I think the next map is going to be super interesting. I mean, if it's going to be as brawly as this one, hopefully ADG has a little bit more in the tank to kind of show us. But overall, feels like Division 1's feeling it. And for ADG, they need to get things going as early as possible in the second map, or it could be a fast one.
Could be. Who knows? We'll go to the desks, figuring things out in the backside of the break. You're watching North American Challengers. Be right back.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a puppy. Great. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, folks, if that match was a sentence, there is no sarcasm at all. They were keeping it completely real. Division 1 taking their map pick of Lotus. Welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marks and Tenrek on the desk. And if you're just joining us, exactly what I said. That was clinical from Division 1. We saw little signs of life from ADG here and there, but you absolutely, Marks, could see when, why, and where Division 1 chose this map.
I'm not gonna lie, when our Preds came up, I'm sorry, I came out swinging. There was
You
heat
did.
in my voice, fire
did.
in my palms, and I was like, Tedrick, what are you talking about, man? But no, that was just so clean from Division 1. It's so easy to just take a look at how expertly they were just navigating the map, honestly, especially on their attacking half. It just felt like they completely had control of the entire space and were just running over ADG.
I'm not sure the level of animosity that you brought warrants a 13-5, but I'm really happy that Division 1 were able to hand it over. Yeah, I mean, on this attacking side, their AXX looked fantastic, and when they didn't, they understood that. They quickly pivoted, and they were able to very quickly adjust, even despite the attempted counters that ADG tried to put in their place. They were just so fast this entire game, man. Really impressive. The coordination that you have to maintain across a game like this, they were able to hold it.
And that's something exactly what they need to do, because as a reminder, if you are just joining us or you are unaware, this is an elimination match, right? So you need to bring your best game and play your game. And honestly, a lot of times where we see the most success from Division 1 is where they don't try to kind of, slow it down or play very methodically. Marks, when they go fast, they do what they do, and like just have these incredible explosive, even explosive openings, Marks, that's where they find their success.
Oh, 100% is the case. I mean, if you were watching the YFP game, they were kind of getting stomped, and then suddenly they decided, you know what, we're going to W key it for a little bit. And then suddenly, boom, 10 rounds in a row. And you're like, well, what the heck is going on over here? But I 100% agree that I think that we're seeing that aggression really come through. And I think that that was really what was shining for D1. And the problem was on the other side for ADG, I think the reason why they brought that Vise into this composition was really to try and slow that pace down, introduce just a couple of speed bumps. But you got Omen stepping over the wall, you got the Waylay flying in on top, and then the Neon sliding in. It really felt like a lot of the Vise utility did not get the value that they were really hoping it would get.
I mean, good on ADG for recognizing that and trying to stop them. But I think D1, they know this map like the back of their hands and absolutely had it down to a T. Even when D1 was making it, chaotic and scrappy and out there, D1 said, no, this is our tempo. Like they were the conductor of the entire orchestra, whatever the analogy is. And exactly what I see. I mean, these last few rounds that you guys, this is looking at this round, we watched it in the green room at Tenrec, we were losing our minds because it's so quintessentially Division 1. It's not even funny. And is he gonna scream? Yes, that's right. That's right. Scream. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. That's what we like to see. That's the passion we like to see.
Yeah, I mean, misstep for one breath, and D1 are going to take advantage of it. They decide when they are allowed to run it down. They have a really good instinct for when that trigger can be pressed, and they were able to do it so consistently even when they swapped sides. Like, the power that they brought to those pack fights was just driven down so hard. The hammer just kept crushing them.
And one of the things that you were kind of talking about there, Liz, was just the fact that they were coming in with that level of aggression and they were always finding those first bloods. And you take a look at the scoreline, 12 first bloods for D1 compared to 6 for ADG. I mean, it's no wonder that it just felt like it was almost an oppressive game from D1, really just shutting down anything ADG had on that defense. And honestly, ADG didn't even really get the opportunity to show us what they had on attack.
And something I usually want to bring up is that ADG took a timeout when it was 0-3. So they clearly recognized that something was about to go really, really wrong. And I think their foreboding was absolutely correct. But look at this. Calamity with 7 first kills compared to Chaotic's 3 first kills. He does have the higher kills, but you can see that Calamity is opening the rounds up for Division 1. Marcus, and seeing even how we highlighted Dynamic down there, getting that almost ace at the very, very end. Like Division 1 just had this map in spades.
Yeah, like it felt like, Chaotic was the one on ADG who was really just trying to breathe some signs of life back into the squad. Like there was that, where it was just like Chaotic was pushed up with the Vandal on the defense where they just walked through and walked away with like a 2K. It's those little individual moments that were breathing, like those were the lifelines being tossed out to the rest of ADG. But then unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to really pull them across the finish line on a lot of those rounds.
Yes, and just looking at this is, I mean, obviously when I think when you talk to players a lot of the time, sometimes they say like losses like this are the easiest to get over. We wanted to highlight Calamity and that Neon. I mean, I'm gonna go to you, Tenrec, because we did not highlight him in the beginning. We highlighted other players, but we absolutely could have, and that's why he is here right now. A 77.8% cast. I love it. That's my favorite clip. He just looks and he's like, all right. but what a monster in the server today.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been able to open up the field so consistently for this D1 squad. Again, able to do it just as quickly as the rest of the team can execute. And when the rest of the legs of the team are as quick behind you as you are, then your job is a lot easier when you make that close range fight happen. And Calamity was able to get in there in spades and absolutely take down the competition.
And that is exactly what we like to see. But I believe, Marks, you have hand-picked a round for us to watch, because I know you were very excited when this round came up, and I'm sure it will show soon. But I think just kind of a quintessential idea of when we have these two teams, Division 1 and ADG, facing each other. I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you just like take a look at how this is going here, and you can already see the mind games that Division 1 have set up, right? Like, they've been pushing so hard on so many of these previous rounds that ADG are pushed up here. They're trying to get that advantage, trying to take that extra space, get the information so they can stop that push up even before it gets onto the site. And so Division 1, having kind of programmed ADG to kind of expect that level of aggression, they move up onto that A site where the Vise is just hanging out alone. And all the while here, like you can see the execution underway. ADG 100% think that this is where it's going. The garden gets popped right there, and then D1 immediately back out of it. And already you can see the rotations coming back around where they're just so dialed in on that A site because of the fear really that D1 were kind of putting onto ADG. When I talk about the control from the macro sense, you could see that it really felt like D1 were making ADG dance like their little puppet. They just felt in control of it. And I think it was literally the round after that, they did the thing where they like wrapped around in the spawn from A and then ended up planting in C. Like, it just felt like D1 had the entire map under their own control.
Literally running circles around them, which if you're ADG, that is scary, but that wasn't your map pick. So you're not, you know, let bygones be bygones. That wasn't your map pick. You will be going to your map pick of Breeze next if you are ADG. Something, you know, a little, you know, concerning is you will be starting attacking. You really need those attacking rounds, 10 rec. But the kind of the ADG Breeze is something that we've talked about a lot.
Yeah, I mean, ADG has been resting on this map consistently, despite the fact that they've had a couple of close losses to it so far this stage. Even so, I think that they have really good reason to rest on it. I think that the Viper play in particular that they have here is some of the best in North America. We saw it in the previous stage as well from this team. Just their ability to lock down sites individually with that Viper as a proxy senti has allowed their double duelist to get a lot more legs in, especially on the flanks.
And I am a little bit curious about how this Breeze pick is going to be going. I think that this was maybe just a math decision that really came into play, because D1, they're pretty good on Breeze, but they've been banning Breeze more often than not as kind of like their second ban there. So I wonder if that's kind of like ADD, just like, well, if they're banned in the map, maybe that means that we can beat them on this map. Except if you kind of look at how the stats go for this team actually playing on it, you know, there's a couple more questions that kind of come into this one. So really kind of curious to see how this map goes, because if ADG lose this one, then they're going to be eliminated from this playoff bracket.
Yes, and if you weren't unsure or you were just joining us, this is an elimination game. ADG are currently one map away from being eliminated from playoffs, while D1 are now one map away from continuing their playoff run in the lower bracket. So ADG, let's see Breeze. Let's see your Breeze. We have some questions. We have some concerns, if you will, but we are excited to see what exactly you got on Breeze. Also what D1 has got, because it's, you know, this is, again, like a very, I was surprised when this pick came in, because I know D1's Breeze is very good. I argue it's one of their best. Oh, hello.
Hey!
Forehead
it's just like the Moose tweet, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but here we are in Agent Select. We see Calamity on the Astro, no longer that chamber, but we see a nice jet matchup, jet matchup, excuse me, and a nice neon matchup, 10 rec.
Yeah, I mean, Division 1 choosing to start out on this defense, I assume that they're going to try and press that knife even deeper on Azure Dragon, find the rounds in which they can get in early and just team fight, pack fight, and destroy what they can along the way. This death ball is going to keep on rolling when it's allowed to. Azure Dragon, they need to act quick on their execs, and I mean, this calling for Recoil needs to be sublime, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really does. And one of the things is Muddy on Omen. We really need to see Muddy take a step up, because Muddy has been one of the biggest players for ADG and hasn't really gotten started. Obviously, bring in the Omen compared to the Astra in Calamity on D1, but I want to see Muddy start to shine, and I think that Breeze is a really good map where we might get to see some of those plays happen.
Well, folks, they are in the server. They are ready to go. ADG, one map away from being eliminated from playoffs. Division one map away from continuing their playoffs run. I'm sending over to your casters. It is Shift and Roy.
Yeah, I think we all were sitting here looking at the picks and bans, the veto process, and being like, curious. I mean, I will say, like, for ADG, you've gotten 4 really solid reps on it, only 1 win, but 2 of your losses were pretty tight ones to M80 and the other one to QOR. So it's like, improve there. Just take that and run and improve. Don't play Reyna, and you should be fine. Maybe. Hard to say.
Yeah. Hopefully. I think the composition they're both running, for what it's worth, are just really good on this map. Obviously, it gives them a lot of options with how they want to do things. We are seeing a slight shift in the meta on this map where there's a lot of emphasis on A main holding now with the double controllers, like the early one ways, trying to slow down the attackers from getting A main early. But yeah, I mean, dude, I think you're completely correct though, because I mean, going through Division 1's record on this map in Tier 3 events and Tier 2 events, they're 7-1 on the map. So curious to see why ADG's picked this. I think overall they probably maybe have some data points that they're happy with, or maybe they've been just grinding away reps and scrims on this map to try to get things going. But overall, it feels like D1 is quite versed on this map and an immediate A-brawl happening here.
Yeah, and that's just information that Boomy's able to grab. Dynamic finds a little right click in, deletes the recon bolt, and D1 are going to come away. Whoa! Successors of this battle. What a challenge from Boomy, let alone the shot to land with it. So 3v2 after everything's all said and done through A, but here's the healthy remainder of the D1 defense on site.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Okay. Nice and patient. I like it. I mean, the composure for Division 1 is evident, is the word I would use, I think. They're locked in, man. They're playing to win. It's very obvious. But kind of a sort of side note, I think the differences between the Astra versus the Omen on this map, especially when there's a Jet in play, is mainly the instantaneousness of the utility on demand, right? Like you want something smoked, it's getting smoked instantly. Whereas for Omen, there's a bit of like a little bit of a delay. You know, you have to get into form. You have to, the smokes have to travel. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that on the defensive side, specifically towards A main. Like I said, like the one ways, the smokes in front of it. Also, there's most likely going to be stars on the choke points. Also, turtle stars that you see on B side. There's going to be a lot of that. So I think the Astra is, in my opinion, a lot more defensive, whereas the Omen is very good on a little bit balanced on both sides. But anyways, it's a straight up A rush right here.
Yeah, Dynamic is just going,
is receiving. Yeah.
Yep. It's just Marshall things. Take the scope off of it. Don't even need it. Last one left is Chaotic. Can fight back. Still full HP. And has the Marshall in their own hands. But this would be one of those that someone would have to make a critical error here for D1, you'd think. And no one will. Clean. Really good. Please go on with your point.
Oh, man, I think I have a new point, man. I can't get this Moose tweet out of my head, man. He's right. I think he's cooking, brother. He showed a picture of all the VCL forehead cams, and now I just can't unsee it, man. Everyone just got the forehead cams. It's the meta. It's like a meta within a meta, you know? Oh, but yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see the approach here for ADG. But as of right now, it feels like they're really tunneling in on this A side of the map. They like their odds with these rifles on this. I feel like on this round it makes a little bit more sense. But I mean, Boomy with a Bucky can be a little scary in these close range angles. So care needs to be had here for sure.
Yeah, without question. There again, Boomy though just showing a little bit of force, fast lane up, and then out of there. What a bleed of utility. Everyone gets away safely and will stay 5v5, but ADG have to spend a lot of their executable utility just to get A main.
Look at the space taken instant. I mean, this is only a Marshall, so I don't... Okay, you know what? I take my... It's dynamic with a Marshall. Correction. But yeah, I mean, Sacred does have a lot of space, but the only problem is there's really no safe passage to get to it. Yeah.
So what? You get to sit here, make some noise, see if you can get away from Dynamic, who is just not missing it. So yeah, you're right. Man. I mean, you eventually get the kill, but I just don't know if this position from Sacred is going to turn into enough. Maybe. I mean, if he gets one here at top, maybe. Oh, now he's known though. There's a crossfire here. So should be. There you go.
Yeah, curious to look. I mean, look how spread out they are.
Enemy killed.
I mean, you really don't expect this for Chaotic to still be here after having that much space on the lurk. Now Chaotic's kind of in control, like he's regained control of the round because now they can kind of go wherever they want. But time is running low, so the final commitment is happening right here. It seems like it's going to be the A side. Mikey is here though. He does have a Guardian though, a very solid weapon. An important fight happening right here already.
Yeah, in 15 seconds of the clock. Now you can rotate over. The recon bolt could reveal that Chaotic has already crossed.
10 seconds left.
So don't just get timing peaked here as you wait for your homie to join you. And here we go, 2v2 on the site. Aldrone out and deleted, does tag onto Mikey, but do you expect that there's a second one this close by? Maybe yes, because Calamity was in the middle trying to play for utility, and Recoil will finish him off. ADG stopped the bonus, if only barely.
I mean, Chaotic's also here to game, let's be real. I mean, he had a phenomenal performance in the first game, despite the round differential. This is also disgusting, man. I mean, this is, dude, this
yeah.
I mean, bro, that's a Marshall, man. All right, whatever, man. It's all good. You know what? It's all good. Yeah, I love the space taking from Chaotic as well. And I think that's one thing that ADG is really good at, is like finding these kind of micro situations and kind of these like contextual timings and opportunities that they find, and devolving rounds into something that is digestible. I think is one of ADG's strengths. The immediate bounce back for Dynamic, going for the early pick, and the utility to follow up. It's a completely isolated Neon now.
All but
okay, never mind.
You will make good on that isolation, finding themselves one. Boomy tagged in the smoke, but still holding close. The barrel comes out, and whoa, buddy, what in the heck? Okay, we'll just ignore that. Whoa. Shouldn't have happened, and Boomy turns that into a second. Q and Sacred now the last one's left with no spike in hand. Not great news after what should have been a freebie for Muddy. Oh, well, you see Boomy on the corner here. Opportunity for you, but Boomy is just continuing to pay out the consequence of not winning that battle. Roy, you can tell me, because you've got that old Renegades experience, but there is no worse feeling than dying to a kill you should have had and then watching that player come away with 4 total. No worse feeling in Valorant.
Yeah, and it's even worse of a feeling when that player literally has 30 HP in that entire interaction. Like he had 30 HP surviving that first kill and then got 2 more after that. 3 more, I think, after that. Dude, that's disgusting, man. I mean, that's actually crazy. 3-1, absolutely criminal activity happening here from Division 1, what they're getting away with right now. Muddy having a bit of a rough showing here early on this second match, but overall, it's still early days. There's still opportunities here for ADG to bounce back, but the economy is very low. They're going for an immediate Hail Mary onto the A site. Information is theirs, but the spray through is so clean, and now Dynamic's flying over. I mean, it's crumbling already.
Yeah, it is. Muddy's going to try to commit for the plant, give ADG some sort of a lifeline here, which they are providing. But just as soon as the secondary fight comes through, it's just down to Muddy. Can you make up for that weak moment in the last round? A 1v3 would surely make you forgiven. Aldrone trying to scout. Here goes. Oh, there was an opportunity. Mike was stuck doing his best Dr. X impersonation with the Aldrone, and Foreign just barely covers.
Dude, that was so critical too. If Foreign even skipped a single beat right there, I mean, he kills Foreign. Mikey's pretty much dead to rights, right? In the open, smoke just faded, droning out. Like, dude, that could have been, that was the opportunity right there. So clean from Foreign, so crucial. And the lead is extended 4-1 now for Division. The off for Dynamic has proven to be a bit of an issue. Now, the ultimates are online for ADG, so lots to work with. I think from my perspective, they have to leverage those ultimates, right? Try to get on site safely and securely. Dump as many ults as you need to get into it. Force the Viper's Pit. Things should look significantly more doable. A-side Viper Pits have been a little bit more favored in the recent times, so not surprised to see a bit of an alien happening here from ADG. Drone to give the initial space. Spams will happen here from Division 1 side, but overall it should be an easy side here for ADG.
Yeah, but we just can't get back over to the play to help out after a Calamity had really just tried to play a hard set angle. So 5v3 post plant, and honestly, Sacred with these numbers may not even need to use the Viper's Pit in this round. Doesn't look like he's going to based on his position. So this is huge value for ADG.
Oh, dude, this is perfect, man. They have not to invest anything except the Omenal. They get to keep all that for the next round. I think also, I mean, money is really important here too, right? You want to make this clean and you want to have as much. Okay, well, we're already starting to leak players.
Uh-oh, Foreign gets info here. This is very winnable. Very winnable. Recoil able to get one. Chaotic, good off that one-way smoke. Last one left is Foreign. Tags onto Sacred. Tries to toggle the spike, but there's a snake bite left. And ADG will clean that up with Recoil nearby.
All right, 3 alive. Ult maintained. That's exactly what ADG needs here to kind of swing things back into their favor. Now, they also still, I mean, dude, they have everything, man. They still have the Hunter's Fury. They have the knives. They have the pit. They have the Neon ult to follow up as well. I mean, they literally got everything. The money for D1 is also tough. This is the opportunity for ADG to kind of close the gap here early in this first half. Now, I do want to see if Boomy's up to something with this ultimate, or if he's going to hold on to it. Seems like they're posturing for a little bit of the mid control, probably looking to push down either towards elbow or bottom mid. Maybe off the Sova util. No, elbow it is.
Oh, Chaotic has seen just a little bit of info onto Foreign, so that scope's going to stay pretty trained on that angle. Recoil reads the play. Chaotic able to connect, and then Recoil coming back over. Yeah, this trap play over towards elbow has been completely shut down. Nowhere for Boomy to go, and ADG are comfortably into a 5v2.
Okay, signs of life from ADG. They're gaming. I think for me, what bodes very well for ADG. Oh, wait, let's see if Mike has anything here before I make this next. Oh, nah, overwhelmed. I think what bodes very well for me for ADG is the fact that they're playing at different paces instead of just like feeling like they're bashing their head into the wall into a single pace. And I think the patience to play these slow defaults, wait for aggression, and also have like just the straight up rushes off the round start is really good in terms. It's a sign of life for the IGL. It's a sign of life for the team here on this attack side.
All right. Wow, this is setting up nicely for ADG, like you call. And I think the most important part about ADG right here, right now, is not just the fact that you've forced D1 into that last round save. You have all the ultimates starting to build up. But if you can not just get these rounds underneath your bank or underneath your belt, but do them cleanly, you're going to be set for the rest of this half money-wise, that you have to deal with things like the D1 ultimates as well. So interested to see that you're going to get an opening snipe battle, potentially, between both our jets. But I have to figure that with the scope out like this, for ADG, you're thinking get on as fast as possible, Viper's Pit, and then be ready to go.
Yeah, they're just going right for it, man. They're not wasting a single moment. Just use the ultimates, gain so much space. The follow-up's happening already.
Oh, no.
Division 1 looking to defend, just turtling up in the back of the site here.
Well, they're able to get some good connection off the Hunter's Fury for this overdrive to value itself for 2, but the Knives had the opening jet play from Chaotic out of the picture. Dynamic still trying to re-wrap back over through mid, has everything to worry about on this cross. Calamity has actually gotten maybe more space than you'd figure if you're ADG on the site itself. Oh, but Dynamic misses the freebie. Calamity tried to peek at the same time, also gets red, and it's a 4-4 count.
Okay, the pressure maintains. Feels like both of these teams are just so good on the attack side. I feel like the name of the game is surviving on the defensive side, right? Like, it has to be, I think. Because on attack, they look so good. It's just all about having opportunities to breathe when it comes to your attack side.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, it's a 4-4, still extremely tight. Half the money for D1 is in shambles. It will be a hero rifle coming out from Dynamic. Probably looking to get active towards the A main, it looks like, along with the one-way. So early A main challenge happening by Division 1, and ADG is trying to make their way up here as well. No lurks, by the way, so fallback here is going to take so much time. Okay, what?
Shut the front door. Like
what? All right, let's check his PC, man.
Dude, there are certain things that just transcend any potential analysis. That's one of those moments. Like, I want to know the exact scientific data points behind why then there do you do that then there? Like, what is like I'm going to spam this angle and what's silly. Dynamic back onto site though. Spike trying to come through. Dynamic still finding heads all over the place. Help on the way. Dynamic may not need it. Oh,
I mean,
my
just give it
goodness. Last one left. Muddy, can you hold? Here come the troops.
No!
Why do we keep stealing away aces?
That's his second ace stolen this game, man. Come on. That's bad. L teammates, man. L team.
That was insane, though. Legitimately, that was insane from Dynamic.
I mean, he had the only rifle, and he got 4 Ks with it. So, yeah, I mean, fair enough, man. Fair play. I mean, dude, what? I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. The more Valorant I watch with these young upcoming kids, the less I understand. Just like the movement is so clean, the aim is so clean, the intuition is just always so on point. Ah! Oh. Sorry, I got scared.
Me too. Sam, I'll hold you. Don't worry.
Ah! All right, fair play. I mean, a round stolen away from Division 1 gets kind of closes the gap a little bit with the economy, but another fast play coming out from ADG, not looking to waste any time, keeping that momentum rolling.
Thing about this is, though, D1 have counter abilities in the fact that they've got a Hunter's Fury of their own, so they may be able to use that to clear some of the space, either around the pit or on the default plant position. Calamity. Oh, my goodness. Calamity! doesn't look up, which is fine. That happens sometimes. Muddy's able to find the trade. Now over to the backside of the play. Dynamic is still ripping players apart, but Sacred keeps the integrity of the smoke alive. So now it's down to the 3v3. All the ults are off the table except for a defensive Viper pit, what you just don't expect to see here. So we'll see if they can find a way to crack the code. Chaotic, first one on the corner. Sloppy initially. Deals with 2, though.
Sheesh.
And it's just on to Foreign, who cannot get through Sacred 5-5.
That's what you love to see from ADG is that it's those micro decisions, man. The instant trades on the flank, the double peaks. I feel like a lot of that was lacking so much on Lotus, but now it feels like we're finally seeing the ADG magic in play, right? Is the momentary decision making that we talked about, the contextual micro. It's so clean, man. And I mean, you know, looking at it from Calamity's perspective, you really just can't even see up there. You genuinely have to look up. So fair play, man. The Chaotic is disgusting, man. It's
yeah.
Both jets right now are just popping off. 11-6 for Chaotic. Dynamic on what, 15-9. Early Viper's pick coming out from Division 1. Looking to at least stall one part of the map early, while the rest of the players are heavily leading towards the A side of the map. But it's a slow play for ADG. 4-1 split this time, so they're not all their eggs are in the same basket, but it still feels like they want this A site.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more measured, making sure we don't run anything weird at the front side of A. So yeah, you get your walls up. You get on, should lead to a plant. Dynamic, floating with knives again. This time can't see anything. Muddy spam at Calamity will work out. Boomy trying to jump on in, only getting one before being stunned. Now it's on to can Dynamic provide, and yes! Oh my God!
Ow.
Another impressive double from Dynamic. Sacred the Lurker is way outside the play. And as soon as he comes through double doors, my guess would be Dynamic would clean this up. But we're lagging, we're framing, and I don't know. Did he win? Yeah, not yet. Not, okay, there it is. Okay, perfect.
With the classic? Wait, what? How did that happen, man? What did we just miss? That's crazy. 6-5, Division 1, keeping it competitive, keeping this half solid. And I feel like since the breeze changes came out, this map hasn't really felt very attack-sided, to be honest. I feel like if anything, it's been pretty comfortable. Most teams have found some solutions on the defensive side. It feels like a pretty balanced map overall, maybe slightly leaning defense-sided at times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really just comes down to how the duelists are feeling, I think, and how space is being challenged. But as of right now, it feels like Division 1 is doing such a good job with the fast floods and kind of the disruption plays.
Yeah, I'd say so. And it helps them. Dynamics coming in as that second line of force and doing that. So, important round here. Or so it feels. Recoil is 1 away from 100 straight, which could be so critical.
So far
the first
up.
Contact is this one, and Dynamic just does not miss, bro.
I feel like the timing was a little bit awkward, though. ADG almost had the pressure from Amy, and it might have pulled a little bit of the attention away from him just getting slow checked like that. But, I mean, hey, fair play. Dynamic, so heads up, man. And now it feels like they're totally happy with just kind of this 2-1-1 or 2-1-2 split. A lot of stars available from Azure across the map. Viper's there as well to kind of slow things down. And they're starting to get the drone out for a little bit of information. That Omen Smoke is going to start to give things away. And the counter utility and the hold here for D1.
Yeah. Oh, and then Boomy, just on the backside of that fast one, is able to see everything. So, small moment of rotten luck right there for ADG. But D1 had a full handle on the rotation, full handle on the site, and they will exit this first half up 7-5.
I want to see the same thing back from ADG on this defensive side. I want to see that challenge. I want to see people get active and kind of see a lot of like the kind of on the site movement where people are fighting together or off each other, the crossfires, the kind of the gimmicks around the smokes. Like all that was really on display from Division 1. Yes, the dynamic was popping off. There was a lot of these ideas. This is like, this right here is so sick. It's cheeky, man.
It's just like sometimes when we get a view of a defense in particular, when there is just so much noise on top of the site, and it's like you're in a position where you can just barely find the end of a pixel of a fast lane. You're just barely outside of a pixel of a one-way smoke, and it turns into just absolute shred fest. Brings me some weird joy.
It's satisfying, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, man. Sacred is hearing all this commotion, by the way. That dart is so clean. He's getting pressured. I mean,
nice,
that's the whole map cut off, man. Sacred's been eliminated. They have free passes to the B site. Obviously, they don't know that, so they're going to take their time and clear, but it's an overrun.
D1 just looked like they took their loss in round 1 couple days ago, personally. They are playing with a fury right now. This little flanker on the back, though, could lead to something, but Calamity, Spidey sensed, just turns, finds a headshot. Would you expect a second? Does it matter? It doesn't really matter, apparently, because the shot comes through. Now Muddy's a little bit stuck outside the play. Still gonna be able to provide some support by way of smoke. Hugh's gonna use that for one. Oh, sloppy shots gonna got a Calamity. That is an opportunity now for ADG to try to work their way back in. 2v2 situation. Time is becoming the biggest enemy, though. Mike able to find one. Just down to what Mike could do from the backside of the site. You have to try to hop soon. Oh, and Mike maybe missed a window right here. Secondary peek not gonna work. And how about ADG in a little 3v5 they retake for the win?
I mean, who else to hold you that you're gonna feel comfortable with besides Chaotic, man? Like if I'm sticking it right there, if I'm Muddy, I'm sticking it. I'm feeling so comfortable with Chaotic holding me like that. Like, bro, he does not relay. When he has the advantage on the angles, he's holding it down. 13-8 now, a crucial pistol recover for ADG. I mean, that pistol could have given the edge to Division 1, right? It would have pushed him even further to that finish line. And really, there's really no more room for error, right? This is the elimination match in the lower bracket. That's it. You have to show up here. There's really no more excuses, no more time. The road ends for one of these teams right here. But as of right now, ADG is holding on strong. The critical round one. And this time, they're looking for more of a defensive split on the defensive side. Kind of just a 3-0-2. Eyes a little bit on mid from both sides passively. And if Division 1 commits here on this B side, it's going to be an absolute shred.
Okay, ADG hanging nicely after the initial play forward. I was going to say, has D1 actually really deep onto site? And yeah, coming away with that, with an even exchange, you're feeling really good all of a sudden if you're D1. But Dynamic, that's one of those heat check moments saying, I'm feeling the hot hand. Let me see what I can do here. Calamity responds on the other side of the play, though, to the 1v1. Muddy is going to try to follow behind this, and Calamity's going to get 4 to save the round in return for D1.
I mean, dude, the sound fake? That's savage, brother. Oh my God, bro. 4K on the round to the little micro play towards the end to close things off. The round completely stolen away from ADG. The glimmer of hope that they had in their eyes, man, slowly just robbed by Calamity in that round. He had a crazy first map as well, man. He was popping off on the Neon.
I can't believe it.
I think he was, what, 7-1 on openers, right? 7-2 on first goes first deaths for Calamity in the first map, by the way. Absolute beast mode, man. And now they got the snipers down mid. It's tough. I mean, so many players were spotted in mid here. They're going to be very comfortable just reacting on the A side. Due diligence with the drones to open up space and safe passage onto this A site. But overall, it should be a nice, clean spike plant and an overrun here by D1.
Wall will fade off. ADG stacked up at the backside of the secondary pillar. Boomy holding the corner, but the peak is wider and Dynamic will only get 1 in return. So numbers are starting to make their way onto the site for the defensive retake. But the problem is you're still dealing with weaker weapons, and Calamity is going to punish a lot of that. Last one left is Sacred, who can only find 1. So a differential of 3 through 15, 9 to 6, and full purchase likely coming next for ADG.
You do have Calamity does have the Astro Wall, so I think that could play into either a fake or some kind of exec overrun on and kind of avoid getting spammed out on the A side. So I think we're going to be seeing that come into play. But yeah, I mean, D1, man, it got a little bit sloppy, it got a little bit dicey, but still feel like the calling is simple enough that the formula is just consistently working for them from map to map. Spot the core, go to the weakness, overrun with good mechanics. I mean, it's just a very clear identity.
Yeah. It's just, it is refreshing. Again, I feel like certain teams come off of a round 1 loss to a top seed in the playoffs, and it can either make or break you. Right now, D1 is showing the make side for sure. Running forward quickly through the smoke. Recoil holding down the trigger, able to find down 2, maybe more. Yeah, Muddy right there with them. And we've seen this before for D1, a little stubborn in their approach, and it comes out completely punished. ADG clean on a 7th round response.
The turtle smoke on aim is so strong. I actually love when teams use that, man. It's so suffocating when you're coming out because the smokes only last so long. You have so much ground to gain to get to that site, and on top of that, you can't even get to the only comfortable spot you normally could get, which is like the kind of the back of the A side. It's just so, look at this, man. It's just so suffocating. Like, how do you even get past this without flashes? And it feels like none of these comps really even have flashes. It's really just a paranoia at most. So a huge choke point available for the defensive side. ADG utilizing it so well. Now the economy for D1 is in shambles. They do have a couple hero rifles, which actually, I mean, they're in the hands of Calamity and Mikey, who are both looking quite solid so far. Now, a little bit of pressure and early mid control coming out from ADG. Still a lurker available for Calamity on the B side of the map, so not all the eggs are in this basket, but the turtle smoke is out here once again, but this time they're avoiding it. They're routing the other way.
Yeah, but ADG holding nicely for a moment. They're able to get Hugh on. He's got to work through the Venn diagram of all these smokes and walls. And the timing there is perfect. That's a spike carrier down. Boomy looking for the response. Able to see the barrel. That's a freebie. To the 2v2. Spike collected. Plenty of time to create some doubt here if they want to as well.
And opening time up for Calamity as well, who's on the lurk. I mean, it's going to come down to timing between him and Chaotic. It feels like Chaotic is just totally happy, just passively holding with the operator, cutting down the line on the back of the site. But it's mind games, man. You can even see that Sacred is also trying to do his due diligence, trying to find out where this lurker is coming from. As long as Boomy doesn't overstep the line right here, it should be good.
I'm out of here.
Sorry, is he going to get out? No.
30 seconds.
Thinking about it, but no, now it's on the backside of the site. Good clean shot from Boomy, and now you can get out. Yeah. Chaotic is going to realize this, has to just take the speed walk behind the play, but look who's waiting. Calamity's going to hear all of this. Oh, that's so annoying. Good patience, good decision from D1 and Calamity in particular to be watch that wrap, and they're at double digits.
Composure for these like underdog teams, man, in these high stress moments is so good. Like their ability to just pause, think clearly, make a decision, and not only that, but the heads up to clear like all out, clear every single angle clean, knowing this guy's holding the exit, immediately pivoting, leaving a player left. Like, dude, so many of these like little details for these teams is so impressive. Considering, I mean, besides Dynamic, none of these players have really competed at like an ultra high level, right? And even Dynamic took a while off, so I wouldn't really consider him a tier 1 player by any means. It's just crazy the composure and kind of the in the moment reads these players have in these really like uncharted territory rounds, right? Like there's no way to script these rounds, so it's a huge heads up.
Yeah. So this puts, I would say, round 18 into must-win category here for ADG. You go down 7-11 with not much of an economy, you're going to be scrambling. So I don't want to say the map will be determined by this round right here, but a lot of pressure on this one as ADG are just going to take a very reserved approach to their defense, and a Aldrone up the top mid is, I'm sure, going to keep the attention of Sacred on B as well as Muddy on these mid doors just to make sure that they're not going to get surprised.
If D1 is counting money, I mean, they should know the operator is not up. So I think they're fine just contacting into angles, getting the initial space off, and then exploding from there, which denies a little bit of the opportunities for counter util, but the overrun's happening right now. An absolute brawl on the B site.
I love this from you, though. I love this patience from you, but slides out, can't find more than just the two. So now you've got a chance to plant. Hunter's Fury is available for Mike. One away is Recoil. Chaotic over the top may have just barely seen some info, and I don't know if this creating doubt by killing noise strategy is going to work out for D1 here. ADG know they're on site still.
There's really not a lot of time. There's no way to get out of here. They have to force it.
Oh, but that first big contact is huge. Recoil have to get the one, but the shot, so Boomy almost put it away, but Chaotic at range holds strong, finds the trade, and ADG are still alive and kicking.
I mean, you said it was an important. I completely agree. A huge round secured by ADG. And a timeout coming out from ADG, looking to discuss their options. I mean, coming off a round win as well. I dig it. I definitely dig it. I think this next round is so important. Maybe not this round specifically, but the follow-ups. I mean, the economy is not stable whatsoever for ADG. And it feels like they're really relying on these, like, I mean, aside from the kind of the turtle hold on the A side, they haven't really had a consistent win condition on this defensive side. So I think it's worth just talking about the approach, talking about how we want to do things.
And I think just on top of that, there needs to be an extra line of those conversations, but in speed versus in reserve nature, because we've seen D1 do both. And I just don't want to see them sell the farm out because they're seeing a ton of utility and being like, okay, D1's bursting on us, or I don't know. I think they need to get good information early from Recoil. I'm putting a lot of focus on Recoil in these next couple rounds for ADG to see how he wants to use recon bolt timings, Aldrone setups. I feel like getting info early is everything for ADG right now.
And it makes sense, right? There's no Cypher anymore in this meta.
Yeah.
Really, there's no KO for the most part in these comps. So it's like the information from a single player or space is really the only way. So, I mean, I completely agree. I think they need to have some space, and Recoil needs to be extremely precise with where he wants to allocate himself. But it seems like they've shifted him towards the A side of the map. So being able to unravel, but another fast fade coming out from D1, looking to overwhelm again.
Well, Sacred kind of surviving through the utility, has a chance to stay on site, but it's D1 with the first 2 kills. You need to respond here for ADG, especially into what was largely been pistols. But the hero rifles come through again. Boomy taking away space. Muddy, whoa, awkward. Both players not ready for that. But Muddy a little bit weaker for wear, knowing that he's only got a judge. And D1 is looking for a flawless 11th round.
Wow, that's insane. The crazy part too is ADG had 3 defenders on that B site. I mean, there's only so many setups where you would have more, right? Like they have the right players, they have the right agents there. They just have to hold strong, and they weren't able to, just overwhelmed by D1. By Sheriffs, man, it's crazy. 11-8 now, lead extended for Division 1, but the economy for ADG is in shambles.
Yeah.
They're cooked, man. They have to convert here with the Jet Knives. It's really the only win condition. They have a Guardian in the hands of Recoil. Obviously, we've seen him do crazy things with that weapon. But it seems like they're looking to get active towards the A side of the map. I mean, they've gambled correctly. It's going to be a brawl off rip right here.
Yeah, you just got to come away with the wins. First contact, lots of info. Recon up. Here comes Chaotic, looking to go up and over. Able to get a bunch of resets together, and Chaotic have them in an absolute blender. Oh, the timing there could not have been any better for ADG. 4 and last one left. Do what you can, but there's nowhere to go. It's 4 in the round for Chaotic. Huge round.
Okay, a gamble paid off. Sins forgiven for the round prior. An opportunity still available for ADG to fight back. I mean, there's only really 2 rounds left to say, right? 1 round pretty much apart. This one specifically. If they can win this next round, I mean, it's tied up 11-11.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say that because they did lose the other eco. So I'm gonna slowly pull that one back into my mouth. So yeah, all good. Double op, no. That's savage. That's actually savage. And both ops are. They're just gonna. Oh man, they're keeping it. Yeah, they're not even trolling. They're keeping it. It's gonna be a really slow round. Just looking for picks, looking for people to get antsy.
Oh. I want to say both players know that each other are here. Maybe not. Dynamic has to hit this. The fast lane stops. Boomy's able to connect over towards B though. And now it's Dynamic's turn. You have to hit. You have to hit. Oh my goodness, Sacred shuts that down. So now you're just looking to see if Boomy can find a couple of collection kills, because there's a long wrap for Foreign, who's seen on the lurk through A. The spike is down in the middle of the map. This is spaghetti on the floor.
This is a 1-3-1 sandwich. I mean, Division 1 is so split from each other. There's so many angles to clear out in mid. It's a tough task. But I feel like the longer ADG lingers in mid here without taking some space, the more awkward this gets. They have to tunnel in on something, and it feels like they're going for the elbow double peek and just leaving Hugh to kind of manage for himself.
Well, this contact could be huge. ADG in some trouble here as Foreign's able to find one. Boomy able to slip away. 33 seconds on the clock. And an orb that allows Foreign to get the spike. He's got a Viper's Pit, and Boomy is able to connect through mid. What in the absolute hell is this round of Valorant? Foreign's gonna plant. Buddy,
timing.
1v2, brother. Around the corner. Snow! Boomy's watching, and D1 get to map point.
It feels like D1 gets put in the most impossible scenarios, and somehow it looks cohesive, man. Genuinely, I don't know how they keep doing this. It's absolutely criminal what's happening right now from Division 1. Boomy, though, with the op, man. Look at that. The immediate reposition as well to come A main and hold the right side of the ult is so crazy. It's such a small detail, but the speed and the timing of him getting there from all the way from mid is insanity, man. 12-9. D1 did get punished for this last time. This time they're being a little bit more heads up with it, using the drone to try to gain a little bit of the space. They're spotting some information. They see only 2 players though, so they know that it's most likely a default spread as of now. Chaotic's been spotted towards elbow. Now the picture is becoming a little bit more clear with how the defenders are spread out, and it feels like a full-on B hit is about to come through.
Oh, but that's a huge first from Chaotic. That's your spike carrier down. And D1 are just going to grab it and then what, execute? Sure, it feels that way. Yeah, they're just going to dive right on in. Sacred's going to get the read on this. Chaotic returns back through tunnel to help, and that's just a little fake. D1 are just going to show force and then back off. But you still have to re-clear all of mid. This is not going to feel good for D1.
Yeah, this is actually so awkward. ADG is totally comfortable just playing passively off A. They're not really trying to overstack it. They're going to keep their numbers here until there's pressure somewhere. They're fine just holding the stack right here. Viper's here, Neon's here. I mean, they have the perfect crossfire. It really just comes down to, I mean, even a Division 1 is so in an unusual spread here. They don't have the time to work off the slow A lurk. So this is either a round contending lurk towards... Is this going to draw players away? No, they're going to stay.
Boomy's able to connect, though. Now the finger guns are out. On the corner, able to see one. Sliding forward, but Chaotic stands tall for more than just the first. Dynamic on the response. Trying to find the shot to hit Hugh, and he will. With time to plan. This would be a 1v4 for the win. Revealed by the recon bolt. Holding onto the pillar. First shot is perfect! Oh, what do we do? He can't find a gun! Oh,
he only had 4 bullets, man. Dude, you know what, though? He had me going after the first kill. That was disgusting. Oh, my God, man. What is this game devolving into right now? It's madness, brother.
I thought he was about to do it to us, Roy. Thought he was about to do it to us.
Me too. I mean, just the proactivity from the Jets is wild, man. They're both feeling right now. Chaotic and Dynamic. This is crazy. And then to top it with the next... I mean, dude, that's crazy, man.
So sick, bro.
Oh, man. If he had just like a couple more bullets. Wow. Insane, man. The economy, though, is... I mean, it's tough a little bit for D1. Dynamic, though. I mean, he's a hero with a hero rifle, brother.
Yeah.
Anything could happen right here. My eyes are on him in this round.
Opening shot for Chaotic, whiffs. Dashes away, booming quickly, just in and out of smoke. Oh, goodness, what is happening? It is just something out of a Salvador Dali painting right now. Just colors and things melting. All things told, everything clears the sight, and we're in a 3v2 in favor of ADG's defense.
Yeah, they have so much ground they have to need to recover here as well. And it's every second that passes, Sacred's gaining ground on the flank. They're not really going to expect the timing here. He's been running it down pretty much. He's going to have the jump on them right here.
Yeah, should.
Oh, wait, unless...
No.
Oh, you're too greedy, my friend. There it is. Nice and
clean. Clean.
All right.
Okay.
The final opportunity for Division 1 to close out this game. Otherwise, it is going to be OT coming up right here between both of these teams. ADG, Operator Online, Omen ult for the fast rotate, Recoil not too far away from the Hunter's Fury as well. So options are available, especially towards the later parts of the round. I mean, they're playing in a Venn diagram smoke, man. That's why we can't see what's happening.
Yeah, it's green, it's purple, it's blue, it's all over the place. It's every color of the rainbow, I'm telling you. It's like Rainbow Road and Valorant mixed into one. But this is the round, like you say. Overtime or a win. Recoil's Hunter's Fury, pivotal. Chaotic one away from knives of their own, but Dynamic has been in takeover mode, given the chance to pop blades. And so they will take that out with a shotgun for now. Smoke possessing this mid cut, and D1 have largely just walked right through. Owl drone to double scout, and it will get some info that, yeah, D1 is playing through mid.
Mid control established so early on as well. I mean, he's playing with fire. Dynamic really wants his kill against Chaotic. Chaotic's not relenting, though, holding ground, and it's turning into a beast blade. They're committing to it. Everyone's posturing.
Sacred, though, wait a second. What was that from Boomy? It just kind of whips on the movement. Good relay bolt. Stop stuff, and then Chaotic is back in the mix. He's able to earn himself the knives. Just down to Mike now, the last one standing, and that fell apart before it ever got off the ground. Overtime it is.
Okay, ADG holding on. I mean, Hugh's been having a bit of a quiet game. He had a quiet first map as well, but it seems like he's starting to heat up. He's had so much impact in these last several rounds. Dynamic finally getting the Operator online here in this first round of OT. No armor, though, of course. Now, for the ADG side, no ops in play. It's going to be rifles across the board. It seems like they're already headed into what looks like a fast A-hit. Maybe having Chaotic do like a... what I call the Pujan execs, where they have 4 people or 3 people pressuring one side and then one person just walking up on the other. Very fast timing, though. Not quite lurky.
Okay, see if we get that. I like the proactive calls out of you, Roy. You're a genius, you're a scholar, and a gentleman.
We are gentlemen. We're civilized. You know, we predicted opposite, but we're not like the desk. We're just arguing about the predictions, man.
Correct.
That's just crazy.
Yeah,
Gentlemen,
we're just
gentlemen.
We're two polished lads.
We're the beardy boys.
The beardy boys. I'm in for that energy, dude. There's no way Marks has ever grown a beard hair. I'll put that much. That guy's he's got baby face galore.
I feel like you could get a nice mustache though if you tried.
Maybe.
Anyways, let's dial in on this overtime. I mean, what looked like a Pujan exec is just a slow default, man. The lurk is deposited for Sacred, which suggesting they do want an exit option right here. But Dynamic has the line, and that's confident, man, to take that.
Sure is, but Chaotic gets one inside the site that allows the burst to start to come through. It forces Dynamic to have to do something silly, and he does! Unbelievable! How in the world? Sacred through mid, though. Again, has some pressure starting him out, forcing Dynamic to do something crazy. This time it's shut down, and we go to a 2v3. And how about it? Sacred's gonna pull up the scope as previously dropped. Relay bolts are in. What a challenge from Boomy. Slips in, finds the kill. Now he says, I'll take it. Bring around the Rosie with the op.
Yeah, he's got him suffocated. It's a complete split 2v2. The only crossfire available is the center cross in sight, but there's a smoke available. An absolute brawl happening here between all these teams.
Trade comes through, and Boomy does neon things, just slides out, finds money after throwing a lot of really good utility, to be fair, but just could not get the gun up in time to deal with the lightning speed of Boomy, and D1 take the edge.
Just proactivity, man. Everyone having just agency over the outcomes of the rounds, knowing when to take their plays, knowing how to take their plays. Feels like no utility, no brawl time has gone wasted. This is disgusting, man. Just no scoping, like what? He's using it as a shotgun. In a smoke, man.
Correct.
He's committed several crimes this game. He can't keep getting away with this. Boomy, though, he's slowly crept up on the scoreboard as well. 26 and 18. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with some high-level duelist action right now. Muddy looking for an opening paranoia to put some pressure onto A. It's a huge tool, though, for the A defense already out. And honestly, now you got to hit if you're Chaotic, but the wall breaks the line of sight with the scope. Oh, it's all gone wrong. ADG are scrambling, trying to stay alive on site. D1 get the opener. They know Muddy's somewhere nearby, but he's able to find one with a shorty. Follow up on the defense, so it's rotating in, not going to work out, and Muddy will eventually be isolated. Last one left is Sacred, 1v4.
Planted.
On ramp, it's being watched. Gets a little bit of space, but no, what a shot from Boomin to finish things off. D1 will take the win, 2-0, and eliminate ADG.
Wow, I mean, this is... What a performance coming out from Division 1, man. It just composure, the confidence, the relentlessness, just pure aggression from start to finish. What we saw on Lotus was an absolute masterclass when it came to just map control, when it came to the reads, simplifying the game plans. I'm liking the turnaround from Division 1. Just a complete switch up from their previous upper bracket game. I like what I see. Signs of life, a redemption opportunity for Division 1 extended, but unfortunately a goodbye for ADG. They had a solid split overall, but their road unfortunately has come to an end. But for Division 1, I'm seeing the hope, man. I'm seeing the vision.
Yeah, I think the other takeaway that I've got for D1 outside of just the general level of Valorant that's being played is when they're playing against YFP, they didn't make that many mistakes. They were just getting punished for it. I would say today, outside of a couple of wild and sloppy rounds, they played better than they played against YFP. So really good stuff overall. YFP, I know they've got a lot of formidability at the top side of the bracket. So who knows what that does to our power rankings in terms of teams down here in the bottom side. But how about that? D1 out of nowhere. Insane stuff. We'll take down the 2-0 and move on a little bit further. We'll head to the desk backside the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a puppy. Three. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, folks, I really like this game of Valorant. I love the competitive side of it. You know why? Because now we have a premier team in top 6 of Challengers playoffs. Well done, Division 1, taking down ADG 2-0, fending off a really scary overtime 1 point, being on that match point for a very long time, as you will see in the timeline. And Marks, I'm going to go to you first, because I'm going to have you defend or speak for both of us, because mea culpa, us the ADG predictors, and Tenrek is the knower and him leaning back.
Okay.
Sit up. Thank you.
This is the ship. We're just on it, you know?
New to the decorum. I'm sorry.
Marks, please discuss what happened and why Division 1 took it 2-0.
You know, sometimes that's just how life works out, everybody.
Amazing analysis. Wow.
Yeah. We're glad they pay me the big bucks. No, I gotta say, like, it came down to a lot more of these fights that Division 1 were taking. A lot of their individual players were having those pop-off moments. Obviously, you're looking at these highlights right now. You can see just the level that dynamic was really heating up onto that defense. But then when we swap things over on the offense, then we saw Boomy doing the exact same thing. I'm just really impressed of Division 1 playing off of each other, and it's in those like small moments where everything is so chaotic that they come up with such intelligent plans, and that completely threw ADG through a loop.
This was already a game of tempos, and D1 just turned up the gas for this one. They continuously had the telegraph a little bit earlier than ADG on the defense, and they continuously outran the telegraph from ADG a little bit on the attack. It was just continuously outpacing, outwitting, and getting into those cracks and crevices that you otherwise wouldn't if another team doesn't let you in. So ADG, yeah, unable to really match the pace throughout this, not just on an individual metric, but on a team metric as a whole.
And you could really see, like, eventually when we do get to the stats there, so many players on ADG were trying to bring it back. And yet still, even though the team fights were really kind of evening themselves out down to like these 2v2 scenarios, for example, it just felt like D1, for whatever reason, just position themselves in the right place at the right time, find somebody from ADG just on a swing somewhere else, not looking the right way, and then it's just an easy collapse upon the rest of the members of ADG when D1 were in those positions. And so, once again, like, just a very well-coordinated game plan coming out from Division 1.
And again, this is a Premier team, right? These are folks who fought to get here in a brutal best of one. You guys, the Premier bracket is rough. But coming here through Premier, getting here and coming into playoffs and not compromising their style whatsoever. In fact, like, you know, engaging with it, getting better with it, which is so exciting to see because it's been genuinely such a pleasure to watch them get even better. Roy said it on the cast, their game plan changing from uppers to lowers right now. You can tell that they are aware of their issues, that they are aware of things that they need to fix, and they are aware, most importantly, of who they are facing. They are, dare I say, a Division 1 level team. You guys like that?
Hey, she's cooking.
She's cooking. You know, she might be burning it, but she's cooking.
You made the dynamic joke earlier about dynamic feeling really dynamic, and then you followed it up with that. So you know what?
They didn't. That was off screen. They don't know about that, Mark. Okay, anyways.
Oh, I'm so sorry for giving away that amazing joke that no one saw coming.
Oh my God, they're gonna steal my jokes now. But I mean, we're talking about this overtime, right? Like, and you know, there were, I think, plenty of points where Division 1 could have absolutely won the game earlier. But so props to ADG for bringing it back into that first overtime. But Division 1 simply saying, no, actually, this is your map pick, but this is our story to 0 marks.
Yeah, and once again, the player to me that really stood out on the side of ADG was Chaotic. Chaotic was doing everything that he possibly could. I mean, you saw during some of those replays just pop the jet knives and walk away with like a 3-4K on what was a very pivotal round to stabilize their economy because they were already on a broken economy and Division 1 felt like they were running away from it. There were so many of those highlight moments for Chaotic to try and get ADG across the finish line. But then when it came to just the overall stats as players, it really felt like Division 1 was just a little bit ahead of ADG.
Yes, in everything that they were doing, which is kind of the Division 1 we expect to see. And I believe, Tenrek, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the Division 1 that if they're going to win this Stage 2 playoffs for Challengers, the Division 1 we need to see over and over again.
100%. Yeah, this is the form that we asked of Division 1 entering playoffs. We saw the potential, we saw the ceiling, and it's clear that these players did too. Boomy topping the kill feed for this lobby is really indicative of the growth that he's exhibited as a player in this entire stage. I think his ability to play as that secondary duelist has been so important, so crucial to this team's ability to not only hone in on the team fights, but get those crazy clutches. There were a couple rounds in there where Boomy just did the unthinkable over and over again on this agent. Unreal stuff. And I mean, to Dynamic's credit, often taking that scout role, Boomy is so comfortable being a decoy nowadays because he knows how self-sufficient he's capable of being. He knows he can still get one on the way down. He has been able to just get in and out so comfortably, and you can see how excited he is to be able to keep on playing. I can only see him getting better from here, to be honest.
I know the Valorant population is very upset for a lack of neon nerfs that have come through recently, and I don't think Boomy is helping that argument whatsoever. Because, I mean, just using the agent to her full potential marks, and I think exactly, again, what Division 1 needed today.
I mean, hey, if you've been paying attention to Valorant in the modern era, there's one thing that always flies out, and it's Neon with a shotgun. And Boomy specifically was just Neon shotgunning all over the map, and it was kind of insane. I mean, there were so many rounds as well where, given the amount of controllers that both these teams are bringing onto this map, you know, it was kind of hard to tell what was going on. But everybody's just bringing a shotgun to the party at that point, and still Boomy was able to kind of walk away and find a lot of value from those kind of brawly moments. So Neon for Boomy was just looking immaculate, and unfortunately on ADG's side, we didn't really get to see Hugh have that same impact. It felt like when Hugh was able to find those kills, it was still at that long range distance, which is not exactly how you want to be playing the Neon there.
I want to quickly mention Muddy's contribution to ADG in both of these maps. He didn't get huge, kill contributions in either. The value wasn't necessarily there, but I think it wasn't necessarily his fault. I think D1 really was able to just push the foot to the floor, and Muddy is he's forced himself into a fulcrum role on this controller in which he's had to be this ubiquitous access point on both sides. He is often the first responder when it comes to those retake attempts. And so in the process, he's kind of gotten a little bulldozed by these duelists from D1. I hope with ADG having a second stage under their belts now, that this team is going to develop in the offseason, and we'll get to see everybody, hit their full potential here.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of go on that point a little bit more. Muddy was one of those players who, for me, specifically on Breeze, it felt like Muddy was always in the right place at the right time on that defense, able to find those kills, and it didn't seem like that was necessarily falling into place the way that ADG really wanted to happen again, because I've seen Muddy just like win rounds on his own. But that time, once again, I think D1 just had a better read on it and just bulldozed over that Omen before any of those kills could really come online.
We have an amazing head-to-head for you, because for our double duelists of Division 1, you saw them 1-2 right in the agent line right there. But looking at this, Boomy, the 303, you saw is ACS, but Dynamic as well. Someone we highlighted after the first match with a 276 ACS, and those oh man, like look at the equal cast. I love it. Look at that, Henrik. Look at that.
Hey, we're all in this together, and Dynamic and Boomy totally understand both their own roles and each other's. Dynamic's speed here on Breeze was able to match that of Neon's, but to such a different degree, that being of the scout. Dynamic, especially on that defense, was able to get a heads up on where ADG was approaching from so early, and it also, to a degree, because of the fights he took, forced ADG to become committal to said site. The rotations from D1 got to be so much faster thanks to solely his bravery, his guts. And then there's a guy like Boomy to come and pick everything up to absolutely destroy those who walk in and aren't looking the right direction.
Yeah, and like Boomy specifically, like that's on the defensive side here. But then when we saw them swap around to the offense, it completely, like the dynamic completely changed. Like this was like, oh man, Dynamic, he's killing everybody. Whoa, this is crazy. And then we go to the attacking half of D1, and then it's like, oh man, check this Boomy guy out. He's killing everyone. It's crazy. Like the double duelists coming in here, each of them had their own individual role, and they were fulfilling them so effectively. And like, there's a reason why both of them are at the top, as you said, Liz, just at the top of the scoreboard. And yet still, one of them was having a really heated first half and the other one was having a really heated second half, which is the perfect balance that you want to see from this D1 roster.
I mean, if you're facing that team, you are so scared because, you know, if one of them's having an off day, the other person is more than willing to pick up the slack, which is very, very scary if you're facing them as they continue their journey in the lower bracket. They continue their playoffs run. But again, one game away. If they lose one game, they are eliminated from playoffs. But again, this is a top 6 premier team in playoffs, making it through, which is just so exciting to see. And it's exactly, I think, kind of the thesis of Valorant. You can do it, put your mind to it. If you get the right folks, if you have the right grind, absolutely 100%, it is within your power. And friends, for the Phillips Norelco Game Face interview, I have none other than Calamity joining us from Division 1. Sir, come to the front. Hello. Maybe back up a little bit, actually. But
my camera fell.
Where'd you go? No, I know you're excited. You won, but
I'm not that excited.
No, you're not. I mean, talk to me about this. First of all, congratulations on a beautiful win. I mean, is it that my question's that bad, Calamity?
Yeah, they're pretty bad. It's okay.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
But I think you know, I'm going to talk about the first map. That was such a dominant Lotus from you. Yes, it was your map pick. I would love to kind of go in and see, like, they picked the Vise, which we thought was a reason to try and stop kind of your explosiveness. Did you feel like that was an issue that you overcame, or what do you think was the reason that you were so dominant on Lotus?
We've been scrimming Lotus a lot, and like a lot of tier 1 teams, they run Vise, so like we have a lot of reps playing against good Vise players. And then like we were feeling it today. We were running them down.
I mean, yeah, I mean, both. I mean, you go to Breeze as well, and it's that, you know, that explosivity, kind of the Division 1 play style that we're so used to, as absolutely, we see it. I mean, I keep talking about this explosivity and this aggression. Would you agree with my read? That's kind of like how you play, like to run them down, or do you think there's a more nuanced way to how Division 1 play?
No, we definitely run them down. Like Mikey, our IGL, he like has to yell at us to stop running it down a lot of the time.
But
that's
then,
our play style.
If running it down works, and then Mikey tells you to not run it down, where do we land on that?
We just don't listen to him sometimes.
Oh.
Like if we think we have the right play and Mikey calls something, we don't listen to him and we run it down and it works.
Is he okay with that?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Well, he's
I mean,
not okay. He rages, but.
Well, it's working thus far. I mean, just talking about your journey, we were so excited because you were a premier team who's now made it into the top 6 of Challengers playoffs. We're talking, salaried premier orgs that you are in the same boat with. How does that feel? Coming from that, again, like that ruthless best of 1 bracket in Premier 2 here.
Feels pretty good. I mean, I was playing Invite Premier for like 9 months, and like I never qualified because you lose 1v01, you're out. And it sucked. I mean, we played against Muddy today, and we won playoffs with them as well. So I feel a little bad for him, but it feels great. Like we're the only team that's not paid to be like in playoffs right now.
Yeah. Is it how, I mean, do you think that's what distinguishes you from the competition? Of course, they kind of, they want it just as much as you do, but you have this hunger. You've waited 9 months. You've been playing Premier Invite. You've been trying to get your foot in the door. Do you think that's what distinguishes you all from the other teams?
Yeah, it definitely does. We want it more than other teams, I feel like.
Yeah.
And then we play better when we have like when there's more pressure on us, I would say. Like in the upper bracket game against YFP, we didn't play like ourselves.
Right.
We would have done way better. Like I legit pied as bad.
And all the greats do. Don't worry about that. But it's what was the conversation after that loss in the upper bracket? Because you just said yourself, we didn't play like ourselves. What was the conversation with the team?
It was pretty rough. Like we VOD reviewed it. We were VOD reviewed and we were really like rough on ourselves, and like we were like it was really bad. Like we saw so many mistakes, and then we scrimmed the day after, and we just like hyper focused on those mistakes, and we like played better today because we like did that. And it's nice to see that work out for us.
It is so exciting to see it work out for you. Well, I'm gonna go let you celebrate your win, Calamity, with your team, whatever VOD review may be. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time in playoffs.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. To be fair, you guys, I can't lie. My camera often shifts, so we can't get mad at Calamity for that because sometimes the camera and the wires and the computer just do what they gotta do. But friends, I think you know what game is next. It is FlyQuest versus QOR. Stay right there because we'll be, like Carly Girl says, right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Well, folks, we are back for the slobber knocker of the day. It is QOR versus FlyQuest. And I heard Mark's laughing there. But Mark, I'm gonna go to you first. I think if I were to like look at you a couple weeks ago and be like, by the way, QOR and FlyQuest, immediate like lower bracket run in playoffs, you would have laughed in my face, but here we are.
I would have laughed in your face, but I don't think that would have been because of the matchup. No, I'm kidding, Liz. You're great. Sorry. I'm feeling a little scrappy today, and I think that this match is going to be really...
Popping strays, bro.
Listen, I took some fire earlier. I got to dish it back out. It's out of my system. I'm sorry, Liz. Because QOR and FlyQuest, this is such an interesting matchup that we did not expect to see in this lower bracket. Both of these teams have been impressing us, specifically FlyQuest, formerly known as Sleepers. They've been doing such a good job at stabilizing themselves, figuring everything out, getting things nice and organized, while on the other side we have QOR, who lost one of their main duelists, Smoke, and so they kind of come into this one, pick up Derek, and are trying to figure out their new identity, and it wasn't enough, unfortunately, to win that first matchup, but yet they're still not out of playoffs just quite yet.
Yeah, these are two teams that you don't want to say are like in incubation, but they definitely haven't unlocked what exactly they do. FlyQuest, their identity is also has always been kind of, judging a book by its cover. You're able to kind of get away with it. They do just fight. They do just win. They do just run you down. But in the process, it seems like the players have sort of lost a bit of focus when it comes to the pack fights and also almost gotten a little too cornered in. Whereas Core, mentally, that feels like that is where they are cornered in right now. The calls are great, but the tempo is still lacking. And while Derek has slotted in wonderfully, the team's identity as a whole, it takes a massive shift in course because of Smoke's departure, and they're still adjusting to that.
Well, folks, let's talk about Core right now. Let's bring up that roster on the screen because, as you said, Derek is on this team, sliding in, coming in from a different team as well. Flya having that tier 1 experience, being one of the best IGLs we've had in Challengers, Marks, for like ever. This is a team who I think, again, let's talk about our stage 1, org winners. That is, I think, haha jokes, like I would laugh in your face, but it is genuinely very surprising, Marks, to see them right away in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it 100% is, and like Core has had a bit of an identity shift coming into this one. Remember when Derek was playing double duelist for the team? That was a little bit crazy, but now Derek is being locked back into that initiator role, and there's still so much talent on this team. I mean, consistently, Kumi, Moose, all 3 of these players have had their own highlight moments and have had just insane performances in VCL, really rivaling some of the best that we've ever seen. And yet still this team is in the lower bracket just after that first round.
It's really tough to wrangle players like this, but Flya really gives it his all, and he's been able to help discipline Note and Kumi especially into their new light. They were already such valuable players individually, but their team contribution, especially in Note's regard, he has been such a universal player, one of the best across every single game he's played so far this entire VCL season. And I'm amazed that Flya is able to have the mind to understand how to harness these guys' power.
And let's bring up someone we haven't been talking about quite a bit during this little intro section, but an artist nonetheless. If you've seen his posts on Twitter, it is none other than Moose. Tenrek, we're talking about that tier 1 experience. We're talking about that Challengers experience. We're talking about the kind of steady, reliable person that you need in your team, especially right now when you're in the lower bracket. Moose is like the perfect archetype of that.
It's so true. Yeah, he's been there, he's done that, and you have these days people spamming the Moose is loose in chat more than they ever have. He is truly in a new renaissance period of his own when it comes to individual frag capability. The Sentinel role has driven him to a new spot where he feels so comfortable being able to hold it down and hold his own. No trade war necessary, no util dump required. This guy's got you covered every step of the way, and he's been able to help lead this team emotionally as well. Like you said, a core that has so much experience and been able to provide that discipline level to a bunch of players that are still so new to being this good at the game.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. Like, Moose alone can kind of just come up with magic. We're getting to see that really right now, where Moose is, I'm pretty sure, about to walk away with an ace. Yep, that is exactly the case. After getting a couple of classic kills nonetheless. Like, Moose alone can do so much for the team, and especially on that Sentinel role where you have those lurks being set up. You have that solo anchoring happen. Like, Moose is your guy and has definitely made a huge difference to let Core win a lot of these matches earlier in the stage.
He's always kind of been that guy. Not always kind of. He always has been, without a doubt, that guy, and absolutely an asset for Core to have. We're going to move on to our next team. Everyone pay attention. Lock back in. I'm looking at you, Zix's watch party, because we're talking about FlyQuest. I mean, this is the team. I feel like we talk about these guys every single time. We talk about kind of like the quintessential Challengers team, the sleepers to FlyQuest. And I mean, what a story, right? Coming in from like as a free agent team, FlyQuesting you, saying, hey, this is how we want to enter tier 2 Valorant, picking you up and not ever once straying away from your identity, Tenrek. And you can see, they qualified pretty early on in the Swiss stage, but then immediately lose to Shopify Rebellion Black in the upper quarterfinals of our playoffs bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a story that for some reason really gravitates with the North American fan base, a bunch of really young fraggers who don't really care about the conventional rules of team fighting, getting picked up by an organization halfway through its tenure. I have never seen anything like that happen here before. Crazy. But like you said, they fell in a rematch to Shopify Rebellion Black, the team that they beat to qualify to these playoffs. So the film gap is huge for FlyQuest coming into this series. They don't have a lot to work off of, and teams don't have a lot of them to work off of coming into this new era of the map pool almost beginning to shift as well. And these players continuing to hone their capabilities when it comes to being able to re-extend and engage for longer periods than those one-and-done execs that they are so damn good at.
Yeah, and another thing too is they're just really good off of playing off of one another. It's kind of crazy how often we're seeing a lot of these players be in these kind of uncomfortable situations, and yet they play it so smart. Like, get one guy to hop one direction, and then that allows the perfect swing out opportunity to find that kill nice and easy. We're seeing a lot of those set plays and just knowledge on how to play off of one another really click in this FlyQuest squad. And of course, Leo spraying through smokes. That has strangely been consistent throughout the entire stage, that Leo's found opening kills just by like, I think they're there. Boop. Oh, I caught somebody. Nice.
What a read. What a read. But I want you to look at Sorex's photo, Chad, our dear viewers, and you see that nonchalantness. Don't let it fool you for 1 second, because this guy, despite losing Shop Rebellion Black just a bit ago, went plus 15 against them, Marks.
Yeah, it was really crazy. I mean, if you watch that one, then you got to probably see Sorex get the 1v4 clutch in order to trigger overtime. Like, Sorex has been so consistently good at being that clutch up player when FlyQuest need him to be that person. And it's been looking amazing every single time. Like, there have been so many opportunities.
Yes, and that's something exactly what we like to see. Sorex kind of doing the dang thing, exactly what we want him to see, especially on these, quintessential maps coming in as the Viper moving forward. Tenrak, I'm gonna go to you talking about Sorex, because this is someone, I mean, if you are not paying attention to FlyQuest, good place to start paying attention to Sorex.
It's not often that a part of the game becomes ubiquitous with a singular player, but when it happens, it feels really special. And Sorex here in North America has become ubiquitous with clutches. He is just always able to pick these up out of absolutely nowhere. And it's not necessarily because he's too late to the rest of the fight. It's not necessarily because he's too fragmented from the rest of the squad. Really is because of the amount of trust that the rest of FlyQuest has in his ability to be able to be that cavalry that comes in and clutches up for them. And because of that, they also place so much individual responsibility for him away from the team in the early bits of the fights. They leave him on a lot of 1-4s. They leave him on a lot of 1-1-3s. They have him with a lot of confidence, a lot of capability individually, not just because of his util kit, but because of his mechanics. And they are so dang good.
They're so good. They are so good, including two other folks who are Phillips and Rilko head-to-head. I'm so excited for this one, is Kumi versus Salada. I feel like anytime we talk about duelists, I wish we could put like an asterisk at the bottom. Be like, well, actually, let's talk more in depth about that. Because I mean, Kumi and Salada like are great duelists, but still like have their very distinct styles, despite having pretty similar stats.
100%. Yeah, Kumi, I think, has been, again, a very traditional spear tip across his tenure as a duelist as a whole, whatever team he's been on. But for Core, it's been a bit of a softer tip. He's had a lot less need to engage first, although he is more than willing to do so. A lot of his power comes from his ability to get enabled off of other players like Moose, like Note, like Flya. That'll set him up to be able to get multi-kills across these lineups when teams attempt to reapproach as a squad. He could prove to be a vital part in being able to counteract what specifically FlyQuest brings to the table. But Salada is so good, man. He's just so good. He just does whatever he wants to, whenever he wants to. And FlyQuest, I mean, you could say this about every individual member of the team. With every individual member of the team, they are so good at setting one another up. Everyone understands that they could play the primary, the secondary, the tertiary role for a setup, for a trap, for a kill at any point in time, and they're more than willing to handle that. It's so humble, yet so strong. It's amazing to see that from such young players.
Yeah, and I've flown out of the pigeonhole that I fell into for a second there, and we're back.
Thank you for having missed you.
I couldn't agree more with the points that you're making, and I just want to reiterate, Kumi has had to really step into being just that kind of like the guy on the side of Core. Like, they lost Smoke coming into this one, and Kumi has really stepped up to kind of make that one happen. Obviously, like you said, Tenrek, the stats don't really reflect that, but still, Kumi has been a player that I've had my eye on throughout this entire stage, and has been looking pretty darn good throughout the entire thing.
And that is so exciting. And definitely for our Phillips and Rilko face-to-face matchup, two people we wanted to highlight for our audience for this lower bracket match. One of these teams is going to be eliminated, you guys. I feel like I just popped into Zix's chat really quickly and I saw someone say, wait, this isn't the finals? And that is a completely fair thing to say, because what do you mean? If you're just joining us for Challengers and you're not sure about, where we are in terms of teams, these are two extremely heavyweight teams, and it's genuinely quite shocking to see them fighting right away in the lower bracket. But friends, we do have our map picks and bans, I believe, ready for you, so you can see exactly where we'll be going for this elimination match. Drumroll please. We're starting with Core picking Lotus, Marks, then going to Bind, and if necessary, ending on the lovely underwater world of Pearl.
Wow, underwater. I didn't realize Pearl was underwater. That's crazy. But starting things out onto Lotus, I'm really interested to see how this one kind of plays out here, because FlyQuest so far, they've tried 2 different compositions that we've seen them on this map. Both of them against Shopify Rebellion Black. Most recently, they lost against Shopify Rebellion Black. That's when they tried to bring out that Clove. And so I'm wondering here if this is Core, you know, watching the tape on that last one and then being like, hey, let's try and do that, and maybe we can get them to do something and win that first map out. But if FlyQuest decide to revert back to their original composition, then this might swing back into their favor.
That's something that, you know, I think we talk about, like map picks and bans, always game beating one in there. This is very exciting for these teams because also you have no second chance, right? You have to put up or shut up. You have to show exactly what you have right now because there is no second chance. You will be eliminated if you lose. And sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. So very excited to see. We'd love to see your thoughts in chat about these map picks and bans. Also maps we have not seen played today, which is super exciting on the broadcast. So we can see something. Oh, technically, we saw Lotus, but some Bind and Pearl we did not see on the first match of the day. But friends, we also have our predictions. Now, Tenrek was the only person right on the desk last time, so everyone give Tenrek his props. Everyone say, good job, Tenrek.
No, you don't know.
Okay, then never mind.
Guys.
Oh, Marks. Oh, it's you now. But I'm going to go to you because you are the odd one out on predictions. Talk to me. Why Core over FlyQuest?
Listen, I'm doing that thing in my chair right now where I like swivel around and I'm holding like a small white dog, just like petting it and just like, yes, let's go, Core. Because I genuinely think that Core should be able to take this one away. Don't get me wrong. Hey, last time I came out with like all the fury in my voice, but this time I think it is a lot closer between these two teams. I've been really impressed with FlyQuest kind of pulling things out, but I'm a big believer in the practice that Core have been trying to get, and they are a very heavy util and strat team. Given the last loss that we just saw them kind of take, if they took the time to kind of clean some of that stuff up, I think they are a contender to take this thing all the way to the end, and that's why I'm still believing them in this lower match.
Well, you know, Marcus, you know, I've known you a long time, and I want you to know that I really respect that opinion. I think that that's a great opinion. That's a totally respectable view to have, and I completely understand where you're coming from.
That was so nice. I feel like such a
for me personally, though, I just think Core is too hyper-focused on the little things, and I think FlyQuest has so many little things to throw in your way, it's going to muddy the waters a lot. You have those fake execs you can get away with really frequently if you're FlyQuest. They really like to dip their toes in the water before going all in, and if Core overcommit util, especially on a map like this, then FlyQuest can have such easy access on this starting attack half on Lotus.
Well, here we are in Agent Select right away. We're seeing that Kumi Neon. We're seeing that Salada Waylay. Derek on the Sova? What? Someone called the press. But this is, I think, you know, very, I would, sorry. But it seems to be, everything's making sense in this Agent Select, Marks.
Yeah, it really is. I'm just sad we're not going to be seeing Derek back on the chat for the time being. But, you know, that ship has kind of sailed. It is what it is. I'm really liking the competition coming out from Core. We know how effective Fly has been with that breach, but to be fair, for me, that's kind of the make or break in this composition. That breach has to get value with these stuns, with those flashes. Otherwise, FlyQuest, they've got the advantage here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Fly, if he isn't on with these flashes, then Kumi can't get opened up. If he isn't on with the fault lines, then Note can't properly set up takes. He is the fulcrum to everything that Core is able to do against FlyQuest in the little time they'll have to do it.
Well, folks, it is time. We are going to head to this game. And again, it is an elimination game. Core or FlyQuest will be leaving the playoff bracket today. Only one of them can survive, which is very sad, but here we are. I'm going to send over to your casters, Shift and Roy.
Yeah, really interesting kind of dynamic built into FlyQuest's kind of trying a little bit of what had worked versus Shopify and still sticking with things that had not worked versus Shopify. So yeah, just kind of learning is, you know, how you get better. And honestly speaking, you know, for Core, I mean, I'm not surprised to see this map come through. They've looked really, really solid on it, but they've been tested and gone to overtime almost twice. So they needed something polished and clean here too, executably. I think kind of mimicking what 10 and March is saying, like, they have to hit. They have to hit.
I do wonder how much of Core's decision to pick this map was based on the composition that FlyQuest tried yesterday, which honestly was, in my opinion, a much weaker version than the one they're running now. I just feel like the Waylay plus Neon makes so much more sense in the current state of the game. It deals very well into the Vice, it deals very well into the Sentinels, and you have so much aggressive options where you're not really too funneled in. So I'm kind of, I for one, I'm glad to see them kind of swap back to this composition, but I am wondering how Core is going to adjust their game plan knowing that this comp is not this one they were expecting. So anyways, it's the defensive side for Core. Last time, I think the game plan that EG ran against them yesterday, I feel like it's going to be very hard for FlyQuest to replicate. They're just not the same kind of team. So I think the win conditions on the defensive side for Core will be a little bit different, but an immediate kind of stack towards the C side for Core. And for FlyQuest, it's just a slow, soft take, walk up towards this A side. They're not fully funneled in. They still have the Vice on the C side of the map, so options are available to dip if they need to.
Indeed the case, and for Core, one shot coming out through long is not enough for them to fully wrap, and now with the teleport in, wow, nice shot from Derek. Actually has Salada down to low HP. But I'll say after that, now you can rotate over. So it's going to be a full 5v5 over towards the A site, but Salada's position up top towards mid steps will provide small question mark to see what Core want to do to clear.
A full greed group is happening right here. Core is happy to just take their time, bide their time. Nice headshot angle from Leo gets the first, and Salada with low HP manages to get the second, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Make that a 3 versus 4 for Core.
Gumi down low, double team, no problems there. Flya taking damage, not quite able to track onto the second, and Sorex will find his 2 from the backside of the site. So really good, and most importantly from FlyQuest, you get Salada up topped indoor steps. That works out, plus the timing of the smoke, and that 1v1 from Leo is perfect as well for FlyQuest to take the pistol.
I'm hoping to see Core try to be a little bit more disruptive this game. I think the 5v5s are a little bit too they're a little awkward against a team like FlyQuest, right? They're just so mechanically sharp. They're very comfortable. They're very challenging once they get into these like sticky positions. I almost feel like for Core, the name of the game is going to be interruption. Like you can't really just let them run their game plan and be totally comfortable. But an immediate brute force coming out from Salada, and now the cavalry is arrived. A clean sweep for FlyQuest, and Moose left alone. Low HP across the board on 3 players at least for FlyQuest, but for the most part, looking like a Moose. How do you find some kills here and try to weaken the economy,
if at all?
If at all, if you even can.
Yeah. But good shots coming through from Salada initially. Like you said, the help on the corner. Bulldogs just reigning supreme against Classics. No surprise there. So yeah, I'm interested because, you know, whenever we see Lotus in this day and age, you're absolutely right. It comes with a lot of Waylay now that everyone's kind of gotten a hang on the agent overall. And not that Core is playing something more antiquated by throwing a breach into the mix, because they've been doing it for the last couple of weeks now, but it definitely feels a little bit more, I don't know, like one-dimensional. Like I don't love that phrasing, but like I also feel like it's kind of pretty clear cut. Like, all right, fault line, fast lane, you're in. Like that's just kind of how that execute looks, whether you're trying to do so by challenging the barriers on the defensive side, or most notably when we get to the second half. So for Core, it is about like trying to step up and adapt and mold what you have compositionally to what FlyQuest is throwing your way.
Yeah, I mean there is a third path, right, which is start to kind of deceive the setups. Like, yeah, show breach util, but there's only one person following up and the other players on the other side of the map. Like there are definitely some mind games to play within a kind of simple formula, if you will. But I think there are definitely options available. Now, whether Core is comfortable running stuff like that is a totally different question. We did see some of it towards the end of the match yesterday, but not as much as I would have liked to see on the defensive side. It's going to be Moose completely isolated on the C side of the map, a full-on retake, and FlyQuest getting those shotguns, getting these weaker weaponry on a free site here towards C, and a 5v5 retake.
Well, there's the dash in towards the C choke point. Still one trap wire left available as, wow, Tanzo is getting very aggressive, and that's why, judge in hand, able to just take Moose out at, I would say, aggressive range, but first blood tallied nonetheless, and Core's in the 4v5.
There's so much ground to clear. I mean, Heaven's fully in control of FlyQuest. Yes, there are 2 players on flank that will be spotted, and they're going to be totally comfortable just challenging and just holding on to these positions. And yeah, I mean, the shotguns are just so well positioned. Yeah. Salada's not going to relent. He's going to keep it going, and the crunch is happening now. It's FlyQuest in full control of the C side, and a bonus is looking like it's locked in.
It sure feels that way. And they may even do it flawlessly. Oh, no, not so fast.
Oh.
Noted gives us something to at least blink at, but for FlyQuest, that's still a bonus round that comes through the threshold. So 3-0 up, very calm, very comfortable to this point, and QOR are back into limited purchase.
I would. Yeah, I've been trying to think like, what would the real solution would be here for QOR, because I mean, you don't want the Cypher to be solo, right? Even if you swap the Cypher to A, you still don't want the Cypher to be solo. The formula is just too easy to read, and I feel like for FlyQuest, the name of the game is to force them to make a lot of mid-round decisions and kind of put pressure on them to make decisions. And this time it's going to be an absolute brawl coming out here for QOR. I mean, instantly spotted by Solada, and we're going to see pretty much an instant pivot happening, or a fake pivot happening from FlyQuest. Nice clean kill by Sorex, opens up the B side, and now QOR positioned towards the A side are left scrambling to fill the B space. Camera towards C is giving them a little bit of relief, but I mean, the weaker weaponry is going to be tough.
Yeah, you get one in response, but so far, all of this forward aggression from QOR has come in waves of small pistol upgrades, so not much to swat away for FlyQuest. Moose, Stinger, good luck, I think is what they say in this moment. Spike will be given over to Tanza, who will get the plant after Sorex is able to confirm that elimination. It's 4-0 up and a must-win round, it feels like, for QOR to at least show us something defensively here.
Really would like to see either like the breach take fakes, like just dump breach utility towards the A side, have like maybe the Neon just running up, challenging some space, getting out if they need to, and just having like a bit of a kind of counter / trap setup towards the C side of the map. Just really throw off the formula a little bit, at least for a couple rounds, just to make FlyQuest overthink this recipe. This time though, it feels like they're going for this, the B2C crunch Cypher utility on the A side of the map. I like this a lot more, actually. I mean, if you're gonna play Cypher solo, you might as well have 0 people there, honestly.
Well, here's the more quick aggression, but FlyQuest, once again, prepared for it, deal with it, push it back with a nice exchange, and Tanza's just shooting. Finds Derek on the cross before the doors can close, and I believe Sorex may have heard a couple of footsteps, so they know for a fact that there is going to be some extra hit around the back. Noted he was special for a moment at the end of the last round, where there were weapons, but this is another one of those desperate 1v2s. Teleports into the dark cover. Prowler to clear. Does not see Noted. So maybe a small window of opportunity here for him to play with.
Face your fear!
And the Nightfall, well, all the tendrils will now give him away. No worries as FlyQuest stay flawless on the scoreboard.
I like the investment of the ult, to be honest. Just keep that momentum. Don't even give No a single chance. I mean, he already kind of feels like he's feeling it too. So like, you definitely don't want to take any chances there if you're FlyQuest. 5 on the board now. They're looking clean overall. And this is where it gets problematic, right? Because I mean, man, the call isn't even that bad for QOR. I think maybe the B players are a little bit too fast on the trigger, but they have the right ideas. Challenge as a team, try to dismantle FlyQuest early, but I mean, what do you do when FlyQuest is feeling so hot right now? Like, it feels like Solada's firing on all cylinders, Sorex, Tanza, like everyone's just looking so clean. And that's not how you want FlyQuest to be feeling, right? We talked so much about how micro heavy they are. Now it's going to be the A brawl here once again.
QOR this time get Noted into a nice position on top of Ruins. Follow-up from Gumi is good, but Tanza able to get back and forth to the pinstripe kill feed, and it finishes in a 1v2 situation for Sorex. Spike down just outside A main, but should be collectible.
Cypher is the perfect agent to have in this situation too. Like, you're so chill just leaving C completely solo. You have the camera, you have traps, you can monitor his movements even if the camera breaks on the site. It's really just about QOR not getting caught off by themselves. Now obviously it's not even possible with the positioning for Sorex, who seems to be leading towards the C side of the map, and soon we're going to be realize that. But man, if there's anyone to clutch this, it's Sorex, man.
Yeah, dude.
His clutch percentages last split were the highest in the league by far. It wasn't even close, by the way. He was so far ahead of the curve. Now he's been spotted. The turnaround is going to be happening here, but there's still, Moose is kind of far away. A lot of time will be killed here while... Oh, and he's got the ult off too. I mean, yeah, this is full information. They just have to converge. That's just all. Or convert. That's all that has to happen here.
I was just about to say, the Steel Garden could be huge.
Thorns are live.
Thorns are popped. Arcro's about to be up in 5.
No.
What a angle. Flya falls. So now you're going to put Moose onto whatever secondary he's got, or at least push him far enough away to give some time to this post plant. And there's the information that you need. Moose is close to sight. maybe a couple of tags through the barrier of this platform, but you dance with it, you check it, and Sorix will 1v2 with no sweat dripped whatsoever. 6-0 FlyQuest.
It just looks too calm, man.
Agreed.
His full composure, like it feels like his movement, the way his decision making, just never feels like he's out of it ever. Just so locked in these moments, knows exactly how to isolate the angles. Perfect timing on the util. The noise kind of gives away a little bit of the information, so he knows where to put his crosshair. And I mean, from there, it's just pure isolation. Headshot angle onto Flya, perfectly pre-aimed, and then the cat and mouse game on site with Moose. And he made literally the two most experienced players. I mean, not even just on these teams, in this league, brother. I mean, Flya and Moose have the most experience. Like, there's among the people with most experience in this entire league, and he's the young gun, and it looks like he's the veteran against them. It's just so impressive, man.
Yeah, it is one of those, you compare names on paper, and I think those that have been watching for a long time are like, there's no way that QOR loses this matchup. But FlyQuest has shown us so much through, I think, especially the Swiss stage. Like, I think in retrospect, you look at their schedule and say they had it maybe a little bit easier than their record suggests, just based on who's made it to playoffs and who hasn't. But in the midst of their run, they were taking care of business, and more than that, doing it with flair, like looking really solid through and through. And yeah, beef stick, why not?
The cheering, there's just so much going on there.
Just a stick of beef.
Oh my god, man, it's so unserious. Anyways, I mean, yeah, that's a tough one, man. I feel like that's always been the name of the game on Lotus, though. It's get enough rounds on the defensive side to allow the attack to flourish. We saw it in the last series as well. You want as many as you can get on this defensive side, and so far, oh, here we go. I mean, that's a good start. Okay.
2 shots land for Noted, who's really been the only one finding much significant damage for the defensive core to this point. Spike makes its way onto C. Remaining 3 members going to stick around the site. Tanza's going to jump off to watch over through Mound. Rolling Thunder will cut across, but really won't affect anybody. And if Solana can hit, oh no! Now it's a 3v3 with the path alive, but Tanza falls through the banister. Follow-up shot from Solana not going to land, just down to Duck. 1 versus 3. Let him rip. Not happening. QOR able to pull one out of nowhere, largely thanks to Noted.
Okay, redemption? Looking like it, potentially. I mean, this is how you want it to start, right? I mean, Thrifties are the way to turn back economy into your advantage, right? It's the fastest way to close the gap. I mean, the money was looking so out of control for FlyQuest, especially if they had secured that round clean. Now it's looking like it's possible to break. At one point, it looked unbreakable. So, I mean, this is a good start. Get the Thrifty in hand, get some weapon upgrades, get some guns. Money for FlyQuest starting to look a little bit more invested, but ultimates are available here for FlyQuest. The pace options with the Omen ult and the Neon ult could be the kind of up the ante a little bit. And it feels like they're really honing in on this A fight for FlyQuest, which I feel like is, I don't want to say a mistake, but it feels very coin flippy where they could just get the read considering how Moose is always solo.
A great reveal, great follow-up to Hunter's Fury. Yes, Derek lands. I was about to say the exact same thing, Roy. It's just like, you're going into a Hunter's Fury. I don't know if there is a single other Sova in Valorant that is more primed to let one rip at the get-go than Derek. And you get a reveal, plus you also counteract all that deep utility. Maybe they're trying to pull it out, but I just don't love that gamble.
There it is, the util's ripping out now. It's very obvious where they're ending. A dig onto Duck, but the kill here makes things a little bit more manageable for FlyQuest. The C-Link is getting held down. They're not going to give up the space, and the fast flood now is occurring, but things are ending in FlyQuest's favor.
How are they able to stay alive throughout all of this? Moose laying down the trigger, though, has him and Flya. Good for a combination. Just down to Leo for the 1v2. And Moose just takes a random spray and connects onto Leo. Second round in a row for QOR.
How is everyone so good at spamming, dude?
I don't know, bro.
Is there a class that I missed? Everyone is so good at spamming now, man. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. An immediate timeout coming out from FlyQuest. They don't want any of the momentum to fade away. I dig this, man. Feels like the coach is probably having this similar conversation that we're having, right? It feels like QOR is willing to show the numbers early. Like they're totally fine showing Breach plus the core early on. There's really not a lot of guessing games required by FlyQuest with how QOR is approaching things. there's really no need for them to continue butting heads on the A side and coin flipping the result.
Yeah, I hear you. I think especially knowing how good their mid-round adaptations have been in terms of especially getting over to the C site, you know, they're able to kind of keep someone lurking, it feels like more often than not, and hold back from being able to move through A main. But yeah, I hear you. I think especially in the face of Derek with Hunter's Fury, it's just like, that's not a decision that I think most would take, where the coin flip becomes a little bit more one-sided. But how do you move forward from here? I think if you're FlyQuest, knowing that, you know, if you are going to, let's just say, like hypothetically, if they're going to just give up the battle for A main, is there enough in the tank for them to actually crack the code of the Cypher setup on the other side of the map, which has, to be fair, been fine. Like, it hasn't really moved the needle much. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's mostly fine. Just send some Prowlers, have the dive go in, and just dump a bunch of util on site, even for the small chance that Moose is playing. But for the most part, he's really just been off. And I think there's a reason why he has been off, right? Because he knows it's almost impossible to hold against a double dive, even with the traps. So he's just going to go for the spam kill setups, and there it is. The complete free overrun here on the C side. Site's already free. They've taken their time. They've walked up. Traps have been broken, and the C site is free. Now it's a 5v5 with FlyQuest looking for more.
And I love this. With the overdrive available, why not? Take away Waterfall. A little extra peek from Tanza. That's enough information, knowing that we're going to have to try to reclaim that. What a position for Flya, though, in the midst of the Nightfall. Able to spam things down for 3, almost getting most of Sorex for the 4th. But that brings Waterfall back into the picture. Sorex, last one standing, nowhere to go. And Flya, the real big culprit for saving the round there for Core.
Man, the 3-piece. You gotta love that. I mean, hey, if you're gonna give up the site, someone's gotta step up. It's Flya this time around. Love that. I mean, I think he was solo heaven as well. He had no support. So critical 3K coming out of him. And in the fade all as well. I mean, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yes. And the immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as well. I mean, it's beautiful. This is what we like to see out of Core. If you're gonna do the fall-offs, I want to see these like perfectly in sync retakes, right? The floods coming in, the 1-4 calls, like the pacing needs to be on point. You have to punish FlyQuest. You have to be shoulder to shoulder. That's exactly what SRB was doing yesterday. Their spacing, man, it was immaculate against FlyQuest, and it was one of the only ways to combat against a team who's just so strong mechanically.
Well, this bounce back has led to FlyQuest not being able to full purchase for the first time in a while. Still primed and ready to attack something quickly to see at least that no, just kidding. They're just going to go for the orb and then back away. And in that moment, Kumi steps up, finds one. That's Sorex who's down, so an early 5v4 for Core.
And look at the follow-up as well by Core. I mean, they have all of A lobby. They have the B peak as well. They have so much information to work with now. They're going to keep the high-low right here. No flashes available for the FlyQuest composition. They're just going to punish the dry peaks. Paranoia rips out, and they're going to reposition back into the crossfire towards Ruins.
Well, good tracking coming through. Basalada's able to find one. Don't get caught here if you're noted. And no, he's not going to. He's been unbelievable. Nice. Before the saturate hits, he hits another, but Salada eventually gets the trade. But yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. Noted is just, I would say, the spark plug for what Core has been able to do so far in this defensive half.
I think the whole split. And honestly, last split too. Salada is, if anyone's going to do it, man, this kid is so clean.
Flya holds it back. Easy shots. 4 in a row on the bounce here for Core, going at around 10, where the economy is still a little bit in tatters, honestly, for FlyQuest. The half purchase from the last round is going to lead to another half purchase here.
Yeah, I mean, this is turning into a full recovery by Core. The money's broken. You're absolutely right. A potential 5th on the board right here. I mean, even if this finishes into a 5-7 for FlyQuest, you're so happy with how things turned around. You lost pistol, you lost the bonus, and you lost the first gun round. Like, that's crazy. The Thrifty really turned things around for them, man. It's so important. Holy. Now, once again, they're going back into the A hit.
Yep. FlyQuest gonna try to stand on this, but yeah, noted just again holding the little trigger, even though he's concussed. Fly, a couple of close range weapons will supremely come through until Flya is able to find the response. Yes, for all 3 at the end. So Core just kind of give a little bit of space, only a touch at the backside of Ruins. FlyQuest start to come away, but as soon as those long-range battles are in play, Flya doesn't miss.
Dude, he's had a very quiet playoff run as well. I'm glad to see him step up. I feel like whenever he's popping off, I mean, even just this, I think this goes for all IGLs, right? Like, there's so much mental pressure on IGLs to call, to play well, to perform. There's so many layers to it. But I feel like when an IGL is performing well, it relieves so much of that stress. That cortisol drops a little bit. You can think clearly. So when IGL's popping off, you know the calls are about to be lit. So here we go again. Yeah, Core's totally happy with this A control. I mean, it's in their favor at this point.
Yeah, better though in terms of at least isolating Noted for one, waiting behind the dark cover, tossing the paranoia. But again, 4v4, Core's happy with that. All drone just to make sure no one's played forward at A. And the rotation for FlyQuest is now going to head over to Moose's direction, who's got a Node and a full setup.
And the line on A is still established, so they're totally happy just keeping numbers towards the B and C side of the map. The camera spots them. That's the immediate rotation coming on over. Now, Flya does have a little bit of util, but not the fault line, unfortunately. And Moose goes for the spam. That's a free kill right there. He's going to fall off likely off this. There's no need to press the matter. 4v3 for Core, waiting for the rest of the players to arrive.
Yeah, the Steel Garden is only a small tactic of getting a little bit of position here for FlyQuest. They do take care of Moose to the backside of the site, so now it's just down to what you can do from the side. Fly doesn't anticipate Sorix being that close. So 1v2 for Kumi in the post plant. No information on where either player has exited towards. Sorix shows some foot. And just puts Vines down on top of it, because why not?
It's tough.
Yeah, it really is. And I love that Duck just has not shown face yet. Just don't even give him any intel. There's the sound cue. Here comes the challenge over through Mound first. Kumi's able to collect here very easily. Here's the secondary peek. Do you find out? Oh my goodness! Kumi for the 1v2. And enough time for the defuse. We're gonna exit. 6 rounds in a row for Core to tie us 6-6.
I mean, dude, finishing 6-6 is crazy. And Kumi in that 1v2, man, I feel like Duck played it perfectly. Like, the longer he survived, the more the pressure mounted. It was just so much pressure. And Kumi just looked so precise with where he allocated his attention. I love that, man. So good. Full-on recovery, 6 round swing in one way, and then complete opposite 180 into the other side for Core, ending with momentum in the half. FlyQuest now. I mean, they're left kind of scratching their heads. They can't. I'm sure they can't help but feel like they kind of dropped the ball a little bit on that half.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, especially at that moment right there, where it's like you clear back out the waterfall position, you deal with the breach. It's just making sure you've got a setup to stop the last 1v2. But all things said and done, we switch the sides around, and this could be a critical pistol in determining who comes away victors to map 1.
I think for me, the main kind of the stark difference between the philosophy for both teams on this half is, oh, hold on. Oh, he spots a lot of players. That's actually a ton of information. They're going to bounce back. But I think for me, the big difference with these compositions is they can't really react to, man, let me finish my sentence, guys, please. It's really hard to react C with this comp with only Neon. Like, you can't really fly through the Vice util.
Sorix will have an impressive shot through mid and then get turned away. 4 with the post plant, 4v4. FlyQuest thinking about trying to make their way back through waterfall, at least maybe a touch from Leo, but we're gonna have to work through smoke and paranoia. Core are still not being tested. Fault line also at the ready for Flya. There's the sound cue from Tanza. That really spurs a lot of the post plant utility to be thrown into this from Core. So now it's just down to, can you hit the shots? Quick slide over for the first. Leo able to collect. Fly up, nice patience just outside the play, managing the mess as Moose keeps the play up front on ramp safe. Salada cannot find Flya, who has been so good at just giving just enough space in the mix of all that mess.
Dude, he's locked in, man. 14-9, slowly creeping to the top of the scoreboard. Of course, no, having a good game as well. 17-11, but man, Flya's last few rounds have been so good. Another critical round. The pistol secured for Core, and the streak continues. 7 in a row now. Well, we saw Moose do this. Yeah. Usually he's the one being selfless, giving guns to other players. Now it's in his hands. I love that. But Moose does this a lot, where he picks up the outlaw and just swings a lobby. I think this time he's just gonna use the cam. But yeah, he's totally happy, just lurking with the outlaw, looking for angles, suffocating the information flow. Derek probably drones front B soon, hopefully, or maybe just dry peeks with the ghost. Not too much lost. That's more information gain. Moose is seeing nothing, and the drone and wolf start to see a little bit of presence towards front B. And the rest of the players are walking up C. So soon they're going to have a pretty clear picture on how the numbers are spread here.
Yeah. looks like it will end up at C. Fly did pull in a Bucky this round into Tanza, who's playing on the A side at the moment. But after initially trying to set that up to defend against that B choke point, trying to retake C with a Bucky in Classics feels a little far-fetched.
Is it?
Spike planted.
Seems it.
Until the Bucky gets a 3K somehow. Watch this.
Yeah, I know, right? Just cursed ourselves right now.
Literally, man. It's such a good gun. I love the suffocation coming out for the util as well.
Whoa, hold on. That's a weapon swap. Okay, Tanza's doing Tanza things on the Neon. Right click, followed up by the rest of the Classics, finding some decent damage, but still it's Leo to the 1v2. Able to collect himself a weapon, though. He's got some decent pressure, but the character model of the gun doesn't allow you to see Derek underneath, and Core, with some tribulation, will find the anti-eco.
Dude, Tanza almost got the 3K too. That is crazy, man. The movement was crazy, bro. So good. I don't know how they're playing a different game than us, man.
Correct. Yeah.
They're not playing the same. Look at that movement. Instantly jumps backwards, like gets the gun, drops it, immediately goes for the reswing. Almost let, dude. Pixels off the head. Insane, man. The round secured for Core, though. The streak does continue. A little turbulent, but hey, rounds around. 8-6 now. Lead extended for Core.
We'll split by here in what should have led to possibly a more formidable bonus, but still, again, like you say, 2 rifles plus the Guardian feels like maybe enough. There's the Owl drone early. Paranoia comes through this, and Core will get on site, but that's mostly voluntarily given by FlyQuest, just trying to stall it as long as they can so the defense can rotate.
Now, there's going to be no smokes available for Core in this pulse, man. There's no way to really stall this fast that's coming in. It's going to have to be mechanical.
Well, the Prowler comes out. Here's Tanza, the first one forward. Rolling Thunder at the ready, queued up, but honestly, FlyQuest were not really on site yet, so that doesn't really deter them too much. It's a small backup, and now we make the action actually happen over towards ramp side. Core for the first 2. FlyQuest is having a tough time finding an even battle. They can't even get shots off as Core just dismantled the retake, and now they're up 3.
Yeah, I mean, I completely overlooked the breach hole, honestly. That came in huge. The delay for the counter util, kind of slowing things down, getting everybody to, giving them some breathing room to fight together. You love that out of Core, and securing the bonus in their favor now. Streak extended to 9, man. They're feeling so good right now. Everything's clicking. All the pressure is slowly getting relieved off them. And this is their map pick too. Like, you definitely do not want to be getting swept on your map pick on the first map. That's for sure.
It's so odd though, Roy, because like the start of this comeback is like you talked about, like you lose the bonus, you lose the first 2 full gun purchases that you get, and all of a sudden it's a thrifty and a 1v2 that starts to just turn things over. Like, I never really felt like FlyQuest was, even in that spree of losing straight offensive rounds, I never felt like they were like getting beat as a team. It's just individuals were coming up huge, and that seems to be a catalyst right now as FlyQuest are holding the best they can with a shotgun and pistols. And that's a nice little response there from Noted to take care of the threat of the Bucky, but these kills are great for Fly's defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing Core to reset. That's going to allow them to get weapons if Core just pivots off completely. Just the ult for consolation, I guess, or alt orb, I mean. Now, the pivot's going to happen, but it feels like FlyQuest already has the heads up on us. They're already here. It could just be a fake, though, because, I mean, Moose is still fishing for kills, but the silent walk up.
Can they get the timing? The shots are not initially cleaned by Flya, but Derek will pick up the pieces and will be down to Duck for the 1v2. Not a lot of health to play with here, even though they are able to recover a rifle.
30 seconds left.
And they've chosen correctly, too. They're ending A. Duck has overthought this a little bit. He thought they were going to try to pivot to the B side of the map. He's going for the fast C-Link reposition, but actually, wait. Core's overthinking it now.
Uh-oh. First shot lands, but Derek is right there to make sure everything stays clean, if only barely. Wow. Messy fight just outside B connects. 10 and 6 now the score.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that was like a little dicey, though. This got crazy on site. Just purely chaotic. The nice follow-up, though. I mean, Derek's been a little bit quiet. I feel like his addition to this team was experimental. He was going through some, like, attempted second duelist, you know, double duelist comps, try to fill that role. Although, honestly, his jet on Breeze looked pretty good, but he's been kind of getting thrown the wrenches, man.
Yeah.
Swapping roles. Oh, dart to the face, and he's getting ulted off rip. Okay.
Leo will take damage from that third Hunter's Fury's bolt. Site taken blow by Core. More than that, actually, as we scale into halls. Tanza flashed, plays the counter decently. Salada given a chance to respond. 4v4. Spike though planted. And I like this. At least Salada's able to get an angle back just as soon as the smoke fades, but they cannot connect. Noted on the Leo. Knows there's a low health pool here, but Leo's done well.
He has no ammo.
And Sorex on the site with the Steel Garden is able to kind of wreck things. So now Derek, who's been quiet, has to step up. He's off the reload. Boost on the crossfire setup. They're doing a nice job of handling this 2v4. But now it's just down to 1, and Duck will have the final word. FlyQuest break up the 10 in a row.
Oh, man, the tension on that site was just crazy. Everyone trying to get any advantage they could get. The full scale up by FlyQuest, the attempted fight into C. No running out of ammo, too, dude. That's actually so unlucky, man. Oh my god, if he actually got that kill, it would have relieved so much pressure too. Unfortunate turn of events, but I mean, this was what I like to call a good old tactical loss by Core. I mean, their money's so good still. They can secure this round. I mean, Moose knows the economy's pretty scuffed.
Yeah.
He's pulled out the outlaw. I mean, it's fair play, man. Yeah, a round win right here, man. I mean, that's potentially 12 for Core. The economy for FlyQuest is going to be fully in right here. They do have a lot of ults to play with, though, and the operator as well for Salada. Now, that's going to be the key, the name of the game for sure.
Yeah, that's why I really like this timeout here and not to wait until you're down to 11 or anything of the nature. Just this round feels super critical, especially considering the purchase of the op, the knowledge surrounding the general economy being pretty poor, but also, how do we want to use the Nightfall? How do we want to use paths if we earn them? Like, there's a lot of conversation points that need to get through the finish line here if you're FlyQuest and you want to steal away this map after the hot start you put together.
And another thing, too, is I feel like FlyQuest shouldn't be too afraid of just having the very obvious Vice solo C. And there's really just no... I mean, yeah, they can shock the Vines, but they can't really brute force the fall. I mean, one person, maybe. A couple to follow up, maybe. But, oh, this was so crazy. But, yeah, it's just... I don't think FlyQuest should really be overthinking this defense at all. Just have the Vice solo, maybe one player kind of nearby, but for the most part, just have your players pressuring heavily with a double duelist.
Yeah.
This time it's going to be towards the A side of the map. Core is posturing for the front B and the C mount of things. Trap wire to hold down the A space, but overall, it's seeming like they're eyeing out the C side of the map.
Leo, a little feel out. Dark cover placed at the front. Prowler just checking through pillars, won't see much for the defensive FlyQuest. So now it's just down to how much can Leo and Sorex deal with. Slides nicely through the Owl drone, and oh, Leo almost had multiple right there. Nightfall sent out defensively, though. The defense rotating back over to make sure no one gets into halls as Tanza keeps pressure on the backside. Salada connects once. Also saw Fly in the corner, but doesn't land that shot, and it's just down to Derek and Fly for the 2v4.
Yeah, they're just playing Go Fish, man, with the switch. Oh, I open it. I got it. The repositioning happening here from FlyQuest, the 3v2. Excuse me, the 4v2. It's going to be mostly coming in from heaven, but the Rolling Thunder is here. A little bit premature, not really any way to capitalize off of it, and now the Flood's coming in.
Yeah, they've got Fly affected by the paths. Shots need to land. Wait, Fly is able to get one, doesn't expect the second up close and personal. And yeah, the Rolling Thunder, I love the idea, but it definitely was baited out by all the sound cues that were coming through in the backside of halls, so it doesn't find much value, and that is a huge round for FlyQuest, just down 2, and the economy starts to take a bit of a turn at the same rate.
Demand what I'm owed.
Is it the same place it turned around last half as well, or am I tripping?
Pretty close.
Maybe off by 1 round, 2 rounds?
Yeah, it was 6 in a row for FlyQuest.
Oh, yeah, it was 6. Okay. I mean, yeah, fair play. FlyQuest looking a lot better. And I will say, though, I'm not digging the Vice Wall front B. I feel like it gets so much more value towards the C side of the map. And if you're playing Fade on B anyway to kind of unravel the lurks and the walk-ups, then, well, what's even the point of the wall? Like, you have a player holding it. I would say you'd only really want the wall front B if you're planning on giving up the space, right? And you have no one watching it, so you have at least a sound cue that people are kind of trying to lurk into the B side. But if you're having Fade start there, I feel like the extra support on the C side might go a long way.
Yeah, just to kind of try to give yourself a better look at contesting a spike plan in the first place, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt the same way, especially about that last round where we're starting to see things move, and you call it, I think, perfectly. It's like, yeah, you've got a little bit of utility on the site, but largely speaking, it's just receiving it by contact, and why not throw another obstacle in the way? But hey, they're winning 2 in a row, so what do we know?
True. Now the wall on this round makes a lot more sense, right? The money's poor. You're expecting a kind of a B hit.
Sure.
It makes a lot more sense in this context. Tanza going for the front B play with the ultimate in hand as well. Now he's got a judge, which is honestly more dangerous than the Neon, I would say.
I'd agree. I would agree.
That's gonna be game.
Pressured, pulled out. Orb collected by Fly, already working back for another potential Rolling Thunder before we get to OT. Leo decides to spam instead of Paranoia. And honestly, the defense have moved out of B main here. So once more, you can put some pressure through door side. There's the unlock. Can you find anything with it? Duck deep. Nice aftershock. That's going to pull everything back and actually secure an elimination onto Ducks, surprisingly. So the offense is a little labored getting on site, but they're going to be better off for it. 4v4. Solana misses, and the double peek is perfect. Not once, but twice.
Do they expect Sorex, though?
No, they do not.
Planted.
But the plant is still in. Sorex. Nice little movement there. Wiggles array. Sheriff, not the one you want. So Kumi goes to the more tried and true judge. Panza thinking about the hunt. But no, Kumi's there, prepared, and Core take away a bit of a broken buy round to go back up to 11-8.
It was starting to feel like Core was getting slowly corralled on the site, losing the kind of the battle on the flanks, losing the battles on the front as well, getting kind of stuck on the choke point towards Heaven. Solana had it completely pinned down with the operator. It honestly really felt like it was completely going FlyQuest's way, but that fight towards Heaven, man, it was so clean. There's the spacing that we talked about, which is so on point for Core. It's really what you want to see in these late rounds, where you need to kind of brute force through one of the sides and you're getting pressure from all fronts. You need that kind of team play and that little micro play that Core is pulling out. So that's a huge C coming out of them. Now it's the 11-8 lead, slowly getting re-extended back in Core's favor, and Moose is here. Okay.
Oh, whiffs both shots, but noted. Oh my gosh, dude. You want to talk about a lifeline for Core? Look no further than note. He's been undeniable.
Now he's next up, I'm just gonna say it.
Another 3, dude. Unbelievable stuff.
Now he's mechanically speaking, he's so consistent and just so good at playing the controller role and knowing how to find value in the controller role. It's really a gift. It's crazy. Now the
2v4, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's so much ground to gain. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's a good first.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's the other problem, is you can only drop the Steel Garden in certain spots. That might affect this post plant, and Derek will take the final 2. Map point for Core after a labored start, a roaring bounce back. And now match point for FlyQuest to have to force buy in 2.
And the bad news is really there's no economy to follow up for FlyQuest. It's, I mean, Bucky's, Stingers, Steel Garden in hand. Yes, the Omen ult's there as well. Help the reposition, helps with some information, but overall the weaponry is in huge favor of Core. And look at the ultimates, dude. They have 4 ultimates up, plus an easy grab for Derek as well. I mean, that's a 5 ult round right here for Core. I mean, the answer is already there. Just don't get caught by the gamble, and just wombo combo for the site take and just close out the game and move on to second.
Impressive stuff for Fly. 3 rounds ago had the Rolling Thunder. Already has it back. Noted, just jumping onto the mix, and FlyQuest are actually handling this quite nicely. Derek able to find one back in response. Kumi dancing on the site.
One enemy remaining.
But still, Solana on the outside. 1v1 situation. The zap does do some significant chip damage, but it's Kumi left with the judge and no spike against Solana and a Vandal. Can they find the angle? Can he find the angle? Fast lane first. Weapon, that will feel a little bit better. But it's all about how do you get back to where the spike is. Solana is so on top of it.
Oh, he made a step.
Yep. Here comes the Chow. Kumi for the win. Solana trying to save. Neither player sees each other. Wait, the backup for Solana.
Yeah, he was worried about the flank. Kumi took so long, but he shouldn't really have been worried about the flank. He saw the neon walls. Oh, the timings.
There it is. Clutch for Solana to keep FlyQuest alive. A messy breakdown initially, but a little bit of crossfire help from that B tunnel. So beneficial for FlyQuest.
Wow. I mean, Solana. He's so low HP too, man. It's a crazy. I thought Kumi had it in the bag. I'm not gonna lie.
One enemy remaining.
He's looking. He zapped him through the smoke as well. Brought him down to 20 HP, man.
Nice.
Oh my god, that backup made Kumi overthink it so much. He thought
for real.
He thought Solana was going for the wrap round. Both players at one point thought the other one was going for the wrap. Kind of crazy. But here we go. Another round for QOR, opening up towards the A side of the map on what is a 3 attempts for QOR to close it out in before overtime, my friend, before the OT, before things get crazy. FlyQuest, not a team you want to be in OT with.
No.
Too mechanically heavy.
And they're going to predict correctly, pulling the defenders from B. Maybe a little bit further back. Hunter's Fury for Derek coming first. And again, another blind set of Hunter's Fury darts. Don't really do too much. Quick transition for Kumi, though. Oh, careful here. How far do we want to draw the line in the sand? Crossfire setup because Kumi down low already through tags. But the smoke will fade, and now it's down to the retake. Oh, what a step up. Moose catches one. Hunter's Fury didn't make a difference, but maybe the Rolling Thunder will. Maybe it won't. Flya gets 2 at the aftershock, but the numbers are still decent here for the 2v2. Tanza trying to work it with Sorax, but Derek somehow finds both, and QOR will take their map pick 13-9.
Huge step up from Derek in these last few rounds, man. He's been trading on point. He's been getting such crucial kills. And QOR, after a crazy back and forth on this first map, actually get the job done. A huge finish for them. Note having a huge map as well. Kumi starting to pop off towards the very end. Some clutch moments are coming out of him. And just overall, nice to see Fly stepping up on this first map. But this is their map pick shift. They've secured it. It's nothing too crazy to rave about, but a good start to the series nonetheless.
Yeah, it's just one of those that's going to be tough to break down because it's, again, the start is about as good as it could possibly be for FlyQuest. And really, again, like, I just want to re-hit this. It's a thrifty and a 1v2 in the mix of 3 rounds that QOR, honestly, it felt like they weren't even really in the picture. But then everything changes. You get the 10 in a row, and that gap is a little bit too much to overcome after what was a very competitive first. So with that in mind, QOR do take their map pick. Bind up next should lead to some very interesting conversations for both these two squads. And we'll see what the desk has to say about that when we come back after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
shift local here. Shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired. And you're all fired. You're all fired.
Everybody's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, folks, what a map that was. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marks and Tenrek on the desk. And if you're just joining us, very simple. QOR took their map pick of Lotus. But in the beginning, Tenrek, it looked a little dicey. The first half of the first half, rather, was looking a little scary if you were QOR, but they're able to bring it home in the end.
Yeah, you definitely saw FlyQuest, you know, show what they're made of in the beginning of that map. Definitely, you know, bulldozing in those fights that they were able to take, recycling a lot of the same executions. But slowly but surely on that defense, QOR started to find ways to get feet in the door. And Flya on that breach, we talked about it at the beginning of this game, huge part of being able to do that. Not just for the Duelist, but for every member of the team that would be lurking or catching up to the rest of the fight. Otherwise, he was a tremendous boss battle in the midst of all of that. To be able to continuously just hinder so much of FlyQuest's team, and it led to QOR being able to stay proactive a lot of the time. You saw FlyQuest having to kind of play in the reactive a lot of the time, and that's simply not where they're strong.
Yeah, like it really felt Flya was kind of that fire igniter, right? To give, honestly, a sign of life in QOR, because losing 6 in a row is like, oh boy, I definitely got my pred wrong. And then suddenly QOR come back and get 6 in a row on their own. And you're like, I'm actually feeling all right now. I'm feeling it. This is looking pretty good. And also, shout out to the beast stick there. You know, sometimes you just got to take a little stack. And at first I thought it was a wand when he was waving it around. But
I hit it with a
wand. He brings the magical girl energy. It's just but
hey, that could have worked out. But yeah, honestly, when it came down to it, I got to say, like, FlyQuest, they had a plan coming into it, but QOR, just when it came down to a lot of that util usage, we know that they're so good with, at a couple of very opportune moments for Flya and Note to really just pull things together, I mean, they just started taking off.
Which is something that is exactly what we want to see from QOR. And again, I said this in the first match, I'll say it again in the second match. It's what we need from them today. This is an elimination match. If they want to continue a playoffs run, they have to make it count right now. And QOR, that is an excellent way to start off. Yeah, you start off 0-6, right? That is a scary prospect on your map pick. But the recovery, you know, I think I talked to Ebby's one time and he said, I don't ask how, I ask how many. And you can just look at the map results themselves and see exactly how many, 13 to 9, and that's how we get here. And some of these rounds are just absolutely ridiculous from both of these teams. But these teams are definitely really scrapping with each other, and I think really also, Tenrek, like you said, like adapting to one another over and over again on Lotus.
Yeah, it got really scrapped out towards the tail end of the game. It felt like two comets just melting off shrapnel, colliding towards one another, and by the time they ended up crashing, it was like a 2v2 at the end of the day. So much lost along the way for both sides, and nothing ever really felt overburned, but at the same time, there was never really that, like, full-blown war that we really like to see happen that often between these two teams, something that I think we were expecting a lot more, especially whenever FlyQuest is on the field. But it was QOR that was able to come up with a lot more of the multi-kill plays, a lot of the setups that allowed them to punish that walk-in that FlyQuest went for more often than not.
And like, you take a look at these stats right here, and even though, yes, QOR won at 13-9, so many of those rounds were ever so close, and I think that this actually really demonstrates that perfectly. Both of the teams tying up first kills 11-11, sure, 150 for QOR, but then the post plan 6-9 for FlyQuest and then 7-9 for QOR. It was just so evened out between these two teams, but it really just came down to like one player being left and able to win it against the other team, which happened to favor QOR more often than not.
I think we should go back to that round. I'm forgetting what number round specifically, but we were losing our minds in the green room where the timing of it was Kumi and Salada, I believe. We're just the timing of each other was just so kismet almost. The way they were just missing each other. They were looking around at the exact wrong time to see each other. Of course, Salada eventually ended up winning that round. But that 1v1 that you're talking about, Marks, seeing that there, and we didn't highlight this person, but Note with the 6 first kills, 25 and 19, a 340 ACS mark, making the controller role look fun, as they say.
Let's be honest. I feel like stage 2 at this point has just been about like the controllers really lighting things up. And even though, yeah, like sure, the smokes are going in the right place and stuff like that. No just takes off mechanically speaking and was able to just really clutch up a lot of rounds. We talked about Flya being that kind of like the spark igniter, but Noted has been kind of the backbone of Core, being so consistent at finding all those kills.
Yes, and we have a round we would like to show you guys once again if you're just joining us or if you're joining us again. Round 15. I'm gonna hand this off to you, Marks, because this is a round you selected. I'll let you have it.
Yeah, and so when this was like pretty early on in that attacking half, Core are going for it. And what I want you to keep in mind is we've been highlighting how Core is so effective at using their utility. They love to play around that utility very strategically and want to disrupt things. So Flya has the ultimate here, the Rolling Thunder ready to go. And you can see just waiting for all of the enemy utility to come out before the Rolling Thunder happens. And what that does is it pushes FlyQuest all the way back. And so all of the stuff that they just kind of tossed in there gets absolutely no value. And then it's just a game of dry peeking into it. And Flya, even with just a pistol, that bandit in hand is able to find a couple of kills. But Flya was having such a crazy good map. And I think that that round just really showed how much of a handle on things and what the heck was going on Core seemed to grasp going up against this team.
Well, very classic Flya, I would argue too. That's the Flya we've grown to know and love. Whether he goes to EMEA or comes back home to North America, that is like vintage Flya. But friends, that was Core's map pick of Lotus. We will be heading to the next map pick, which is FlyQuest, and it is Bind. Core will be starting on defense. Tenrek, do you feel any which way about FlyQuest on Bind, or do you think this will be a clean 2-0 for Core?
I definitely think that FlyQuest has the potential to bring this back. They definitely do have some comfort on Bind previous, but it's not extensive. That being said, I think the composition that they have is definitely comfortable for them. Duck on this Sky, on Bind in particular, feels really mobile and agile. He's able to slip around a lot more consistently to enable more than just one duelist at a time on the team, which will be essential for a Core that'll want to attack on multiple fronts when the time comes for them to swap sides. On the other side of that, though, Leo on the Brim is probably the thing that sticks out to me when it comes to how FlyQuest approaches this map. It's not something that allows him to move as much and does also favor the pack fights even harder with the Stim Beacon, which FlyQuest loves using when it comes to those multiples walking in. So I'm scared that they might fall into the same sort of tempo that Core was able to punish the previous map. Still, though, a lot of firepower to be scared of.
I also want to bring, I just saw Ludwig in chat saying free quest Ludwig. I know they lost to Shopper Rebellion Black, last time, but this is FlyQuest we're talking about, Marks.
Yeah, it really is FlyQuest that we're talking about, but I think that Tenrek actually did a great job of summing up some of the things that go into that FlyQuest roster, and how they want to approach Bind. But taking a look at Core as well, I mean, I genuinely think that Core do feel pretty comfortable on Bind, all things considered. The last time that we saw them play it was up against ADG, where they were able to win that one out 13-7. That was just about a week ago on April 21st. And they've got a very good composition at kind of getting some of those traps. The biggest question is, of course, if these two teams are coming in here and changing things up on us, so all the history doesn't matter at all. But there's a lot of things in order that they could use to kind of counter the speed that we kind of know FlyQuest are good for.
And you can see they're stretching, they're getting ready. The Core knows this matters to bring it home to clean 2-0. FlyQuest knows this is their do or die chance to keep their playoffs run alive and bring it to a map 3. They're getting ready. We're getting ready for Agent Selected. We'll have it up for you as soon as it is available. Maybe they will change it up. Maybe we'll get excited, have some new exciting changes. But looking at here, Leo on the close. Ooh, Tenrek, I'm gonna pass this off to you because I think we have the same reaction.
Yeah, that's the thing that sticks out to me the most. Leo was considering this Clove on Lotus before, and they switched off of it, and he's gonna pick it up now instead of the Brim for FlyQuest. That does allow him to be a little more independent with the pick-me-up instead of having to use the Stim to encourage the team play a little more. So FlyQuest can allow its players to be a little more independent, but you also lose the Molly, and that's such a massive part of the stall potential FlyQuest is going to have for these fast takes they want to go through. Sorax is kind of being your only guy that's going to be really able to really extend these fights too much more. And so I feel like he's going to have to come up and clutch harder than he ever has before.
And like, you take a look at that FlyQuest composition, it's purely just like, man, these guys got to find their kills. They got to go hunting. They got to storm the castle if they want to make sure that they can beat that Core defense, because just from a pure utility perspective, what Core bring to the table is a lot more well-rounded and what we would really expect from compositions coming in on Bind.
Well, whether you're Ludwig, Zix, or just chilling in chat, lurking, here's the deal. Core are one map away from continuing their playoffs run in the lower bracket. FlyQuest must win this map to bring it to a map 3 to keep their playoff stream alive. I'm going to throw it over to your casters, Shift and Roy.
Yeah, odd, Roy. That's kind of my reaction as well, as I think from the desk, too, to see them making such a dramatic change, in particular talking about FlyQuest. I just want to kind of let you get into the mix of it, though. Like, what are you kind of thinking here? Because I think the evaluation of the pick-me-up is probably one that is a lot where this sustenance is coming from for FlyQuest. It's like, let's just hit and then heal, and that might be the problem.
I think they're just leaning into comfort, honestly. I wouldn't really overthink it too much. Sometimes it's really just all it is. You want Leo to feel like he's in a more of a dually role, right? He's a former duelist. Like, you want him to have the freedom to just be like, all right, I'm going to take my fight and not be worried about like, oh, I need to save util and have like all these extra baggage on the decisions, right? But for me, what I like is I actually really like Core's composition. I've not been a huge advocate for Deadlock personally. I'm not going to take claim for it, but I think if anyone's going to make it look really good, it's Moose. And I think the one thing to keep in mind is Core has recently played ADG on this map, and Moose popped off and No also popped off, and they played an almost identical comp to what they're up to right now, which was the Neon Waylay. So they have reps against this composition, man.
Yeah.
And I feel like for FlyQuest, if they're not really careful with how they're approaching some of this Deadlock utility, they could get themselves caught in some of the nets.
One suppressed.
Well, you're going to see some information off the drone. Really good salvo to finish. Grab to follow behind that as Solana just dives in, finds one, but cannot return to a full force team thanks to the salvo play out of the Tejo. So 4v4, and honestly, the SWAT back at B long is pretty respectable for Core's defense.
Right? Moose held ground, man. Double dinks on the players. They're so low now. They're pivoting off, but I mean, it's a 4v4, but it's not even by any means. Now, Kumi has space towards showers. He does have the line. He knows they're formerly at B, so if there's no TP noises, it's likely just going to be hit up short. He's already looking to start taking ground, keeping players on the B side of the map comfortable, but here it is. Noises have been made. I think Derek's starting to hear things. Yeah, players are starting to shift over, and we're going to begin what is ultimately a 4v4 post plant. But for me, I'm eyeing out whether, if FlyQuest is not satisfied, man, they're going forward. They want more space.
Probably rightfully so, but oh my gosh, no. Another big one. Headshots land onto both players inside of the link. Now it's just down to, can FlyQuest get out of this position to try to defend the spike, and it doesn't look very likely. Leo's route may give him an opportunity, but again, you're playing up against Noted, who doesn't miss ever, it feels like. Goodness gracious, heck of an opening pistol for Core.
Hey, on the topic of No, can I give you a fun fact?
Please.
The last time that Core... Yeah, me too, man. They're fun. Core, last time they played this map was one behind. It was 13-7 victory against ADG. No, it was 28-13. Moose, 21-10. 28-13 in 21 rounds, brother. That's
insane. That's insane.
Actually, it's crazy, man. No, he's a beast. He just has this down, and I think he's going to be such a key piece into this, because I mean, you need players on your team that can chump check FlyQuest, right? Like, you just can't. You cannot get overrun mechanically. You need somebody to hold ground and take these fights and punish people for overstepping. He's such a good player for that.
Yeah, why not Note for sure. Okay, so first pistol comes through. Some cheekiness, though, again, just thanks to the speed of the Duelist. FlyQuest will go to double Buckies for both the Waylay and the Neon. Trailblazer will go first. Oh! Well, you're alive for a moment. Tanza tries to take the distraction provided by the Waylay, but doesn't fully work out. So 4v4, decent chip damage there from Leo. And we're shopping for weapons as the rest of the defense is trying to make their way on quickly. Solana, shotgun out, able to find one, make it 2 and 3. Oh, he just chunks everyone together, but Derek responds to 2 of his own to the 1v2 from here. It would be a 1v4 in full, and it's not going to work out. The shotgun purchase is perfect for FlyQuest.
I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Look at I really want to see a replay of that, because the movement was so clean on both ends. Also, the timing on the initial hit with the Waylay flying over and the Neon making it perfectly in time to trade out on the back of the site. Oh, we don't get to see that part, but look at this, man. I mean, that's all from the damage early on, but damn, it's so clean. Just avoiding all the util flying into their faces, stealing away so much momentum away from Core early on as well. And it's just a huge heads-up play, man. You really can't sleep on the Buckies. It's such a strong gun.
It was sick. So the eco will flip on its head. Core now the ones stacking up with just pistols. FlyQuest going into a not full bonus round necessarily, but You get out of this one cleanly, you're going to have a bonus in front of you. Leo gives up the angle at the wrong time. Oh, no. If Core surprise here, it's a lot of weapons on the ground, potentially. Note's able to get one. Salvo is out. Relay bolt to push them back. The paint shells are going to be a little bit absent. So you get the even exchange off the first blood and a weapon, but there's still a huge retake required for Core.
And they're kind of suffocated. There's really no way out. Salada's holding it down from heaven with a scope gun. The timing on Moose will have to be perfectly, I mean, it'll have to be flawless. And Tanza's really just not relenting on the flank hold as well. It's just, oh, wait, there's a Phantom in play now.
Yep. Gumi's able to collect. And you get more than that, though. Moose does connect, and how about it? Core finding the kills that they need. But Tanza gaining a little bit of space away from Moose, the 1v1. Moose only has the classic and has to play off of the spike, and in that moment, Tanza goes high, finds the 1v1 clutch, and FlyQuest are up 2-1.
A close round, but FlyQuest scraping the win towards the very end. 2-1 lead now. Looking pretty good, though. And I think at some point, if you're Core, you're going to have to start having some solutions to this U-Haul problem. Because, I mean, how are you going to stop the Waylay and Neon just flying in? It's either you're giving it up or you're just completely util bombing it. Now, my eyes are going to be on the deadlock setup because I really feel like the stun sensors, they have to be so good. And having them on the choke points doesn't feel like it's the play because, I mean, they're just flying through the chokes. So I'm not even sure, is it meant to stun the follow-up while you try to isolate the two duelists flying at you? But it feels hard.
Oh, goodness, Boost. Oh, it's so tough. Trying to throw the barrier out. Doesn't really work out. Leo follows on to Derek. And FlyQuest are looking good to take this B site and likely the round as Core are backing off, anticipating a potential save.
Spike planted.
Yeah, these comps, there's really no, you have no room to breathe, man.
No.
If you misstep, even for a single second, you're just overrun. And I feel like on the defensive side, one of the most frustrating ways to lose this map is, on the defense side at least, is you have the 3 players on towards A and they get immediately swept over and you have no chance in the round, instantly have to save. That's probably the worst feeling in Valorant, I think, on any map. And it's just so easy to happen with these comps too, because they take hookah so free, and once they have that and long, it's just good luck.
Yeah, do you almost anticipate? I mean, it's tough because with the Waylay, similar situations of like countering out device, like you can just jump up and over things like Barrier Orb, and you really don't get hindered by the deadlock utility. Is it one of those things that if you are Core, you just need to drop the deadlock utility at the get-go and just use the round as best as you can from there? Because like the last thing you want to be doing is like that moment right there where Moose is like trying to wait for contact and then saying, okay, now I'll drop the barrier, but he's already dead.
Yeah, no, my take on all this is you especially against a team like FlyQuest, is I feel like you want the barrier immediately against this kind of team because you want as many players focused on a single choke point as possible. So just like, don't try to mind game it. Just play the fast pace and play for the first phase of the round and just make sure that it's not crumbling. Because, I mean, that's all you need if you're Core, right? You have so much experience. You have so much cohesion. You've been a long-standing Core for the most part. No pun intended. But the other side of the coin is, I almost feel like Core needs to start challenging lanes, right? You really can't give too much space to these comps. Like, explosive comps only work when they have space. They can't gain space freely with the movement, that freely at least. I mean, they can still get some space, but
I will say, as the hit starts to develop over towards B, like, you've gotten Kumi into showers every single round so far. So it really is just this play over towards Hookah and Elbow that has not worked out. Moose on the corner. That'll work. That's a weapon upgrade that you'll love to have. 3v3 situation with the Seekers being blown apart outside of Hookah. You still have an orbital strike to play with, and if Moose can catch another one, an annihilation would be huge, but no. FlyQuest win the gunfights to the backside of screens, and now it's just on to Moose. And yeah, he's not going to get a chance at this.
Yeah, he's in a triple crossfire. This is impossible. Unless, I mean, it is Moose. You could go loose at any point. Oh, a little bait. Oh, baited again one more time. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. I mean, No had the right play. They had the right heads up as well. Smoke deep. Try to converge onto the site with Moose's space and Hookah. But as soon as the smoke went down, it's an immediate follow-up. I mean,
time for timeout. You need it.
Yeah. It's time to discuss our options. I think if you're Core, like, I'm going to circle back to this topic. I feel like you need to start using your utility forward. You can't have the dash for Salada. You can't have him have the dismiss too early into the round. Like, you need to get some of the oppression out as early as possible and then fall back to the sites if you're going to do it that way. And I feel like the deadlock util just, it feels so nice towards long B, right? Just bounce it off the wall, grabbing that 2 or 3 people. Maybe move the brim to that side of the map, have the deep smokes. Like, you need, these comps explode mainly from shore A, right? Or sometimes on B side, it can go either way. It can go hookah or B. So as long as you're shutting down one lane and you're fighting the other, I mean, you're pretty much good to go. And I feel like that's all they really have to do is just like smoke deep on long B and hold ground.
Yeah, I hear you. I think in particular, it's just, it feels like Core is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to drop things in, like a grab net, like a barrier orb, like a salvo. I mean, Derek has been maybe a little bit more forward and progressive with it, and it's worked out for him, especially in the B-long defense early. But I don't know, it just feels like we're trying to get maybe a little bit too cute. Like we're trying to wait for the perfect situations to drop utility in if you're Core, and I like that. Let's just get aggressive, even if it doesn't necessarily turn into elimination control. At least it gives us map control.
Mm-hmm. And I think the interesting thing is they don't even need to die for the space either. Just
true, yeah.
Hold long enough to just take away some of that util and then go back into the setups that you had in mind from the get-go.
Well, a bit of a different look here because Kumi, who has not been challenged at Showers yet, is going to rotate over to B long. And a late barrier orb will block over towards Showers as the position for Moose has changed. Lots of damage into Derek, who's in some trouble. He would love to stay alive for potential annihilation. Moose can't get himself involved at all. And that's a little bit troublesome as FlyQuest have now taken the A site for Lane.
Yeah, and Derek doesn't have any HP. This has to be fast, I feel like. The ult goes off, the flood to follow. The 4v4, now 4v3 in favor. There's the ult popped up. Brawl now.
And now Tanza can just play off the contact on the corner. Here's the swide, but no, baited into a triple stack. Leo's in trouble, not gonna be able to get back to life. Duck on the corner through U-Haul. Sorex playing towards Showers. Both have a perfect crossfire setup. Snake bite down, Flya inside the sky smoke. Has not faded yet.
One enemy remaining.
Spam shots coming through, but it's just down to Flya. Sorex challenging. Flya holds, tries for the second trigger, and steps out, and Flya clutches a huge round for Core.
Huge sigh of relief, man. I felt the tension just falling off his shoulders. It's so stressful to play against FlyQuest when they're feeling it, man. They're in your face. They're in there, almost in your spawn in 20 seconds of the round. Feels like as soon as the exec is discovered, like they're already in the back of the site, man. It's no delay. I think the 1-for-1 here for Moose is not even bad, to be honest. I feel like you need to start you need to show that you're willing to challenge something. You can't just give up too much space for free. There needs to be a constant level of stress. Now, I also like the fact that Core is not switching things up here. Like they're kind of maintaining the idea that they're challenging towards the B side. They did the deep long B smoke last time. Got some information through it. Oh, he's been spotted. He needs to smoke immediately now.
So far, Note's gonna, okay, tally the scene first. There's the shotgun play for Solana. Pushed off, doesn't really find much. Yep, absolutely. So, you know, give Roy the Emmy for best screenplay director because he's called this one out nicely.
And look, they don't have the dash, they don't have the dismiss, and they're immediately funneling back towards the A side where all the util can get value now. This is exactly what they needed to be doing from the get-go, to be honest. This is a much better game plan here from Core.
Oh, Moose. Not really affected much by the flash, but the slide is just so hard to track. So Tanza breaks an ankle. Armageddon to come on through. Annihilation off the table, so it's just down to how do you use a showstopper, how do you use the Nightfall. There's the remainder of Derek's utility. And we still haven't really even gotten back on site yet with any of that. So showstopper will be what you use. Over the top, just able to connect onto Tanza. Meanwhile, Note will drop on the other side of the fight. And Core...
they're overthinking it.
Are overthinking it.
30 seconds left.
Now the plant's gonna be committed to. And now maybe you can take some extra space thanks to the long route from Flya, but he's gonna have to move quickly and then hit the Nightfall from behind. Boombot doesn't really do too much. And if, I'll be honest, if Flya drops here, the round may be over.
Yeah, no, I was literally about to jump in and say that same thing, man. It's such an important fight right here.
Well, Flya gets into position, but will drop no Nightfall. So now you gotta do it from the front. I just don't know how you do. That helps. Kumi's able to give you one. Paint Shell's re-earned. Has Leo stuck in the corner. Gonna trust that Derek can handle that, but not fast enough to the 1v1. Derek able to get the win. Time? Yeah, sure, why not? What a save from Core in the face of a broken retake, honestly.
And what a time for Mr. 3K to step up, man. He gets the 3K in such an important round. That could have been the kind of the tide difference right here for FlyQuest. They could have kept some of that momentum going. They're starting to re-feel it again. A huge clutch up from Derek. As soon as the flank got lost, man, it got so much harder. They needed the individual step up. It was Derek this time. It was Fly the time before that. And slowly but surely, Core's keeping it competitive, despite what looked like it almost was developing into a sweep, man.
Yeah, it sure was.
I really did like the previous game plan, though. I think despite the slide into U-Hole, feels like the logic behind it was significantly better. Now, this time, Brimstone's back towards the A side, so they're not going to have as much utility to draw it out.
Locating target.
Derek.
Information wanted immediately. Yeah, see, this is hard, man. Look, they have so much space to work with now.
Fast lane is out. Defense still holding. A couple sensor drones are still in the mix. Wow, the Annihilation called in, but it gets destroyed immediately. Derek takes away the angle, finds the kill as intended. 5v4 after the first blood. Defense starting to rotate over. Not a full commitment here for FlyQuest to dive into the B site, but they are about halfway in the door. So we got to make a decision. Are we going to go through or are we going to back out? And they'll say they're going to back out.
Yeah, this smoke was actually perfectly timed, man. They needed that just a few seconds before, actually. But while all this happened, I mean, this is a complete suffocation. This is a checkmate. The only way out is the TP now. It's really just... Oh, unless the heads up from Sorex. That's huge now. That players have to fall off the A side now because the option to leave is available for FlyQuest. Fly has to drop a little. There's still a reinforcement right here. There's still a player stack happening here for Core, but it's going to be completely dry into this contact.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Could be for one. Fly can still teleport over safely to Hukia because of this position being held, but there's the exchange. Viper's picked out, grab net, little pistol shot. Oh, can't find the connection. So now Moose has to go in and do it the hard way. It won't work. Oh, no. Nightfall primed and ready. On behind that. And Fly is going to re-wrap.
Yeah, he knows they're dead.
Through elbow. Leo in the corner. Do they anticipate this angle? Yes, they do. And FlyQuest somehow hold on to what looked to be an absolute breakdown on the site. And the Core had everything they could have possibly wanted. The FlyQuest come away with their 5th.
Oh, man, that hurts if you're Core. I mean, FlyQuest chose the hardest macro out of that round. I mean, as soon as you kill flank, you know A is completely open, right? Like, well, why would... In what world would Core have players on A when they have the entire map cut off, right? It should have been an instant TP, to be honest, from FlyQuest. They chose the hardest way out and still came out on top, man.
Unreal.
If you're Core, you're feeling that too. Like I mean, they had 3 of their 4 players there, man. It was a perfect crossfire. It was completely dry. Tough. But for FlyQuest, you're happy with that result. You've broken the money for Core as well. I mean, rounds are available right here. Okay.
What? Wow, huge. Those are big trades. Big trades. Weapon for Kumi.
Come get one.
Yep, and then let Moose try to rotate over. The problem is this Viper wall through FlyQuest is just not going to be easy to get through. Good preemptive grab. Slow down FlyQuest and actually combine with the paint shells for a little bit of chip damage. Immediate teleporter for the Seekers come out over to B, and that will be a post plant. But like you said, there's the weapon collected. Moose will have something to work with now.
Yeah, they're so far away, honestly. This B... This retake is going to be actually really hard. If there's a smoke available for Leo at any point in time, it's going to be completely smoking off. But I'm not really sure on the timing of it. I didn't really get a chance to see the cooldown on it. Feels like they might not have it. It seems like they're 9 seconds away still down here. They're going to get right through that. A lot of space to clear though.
I'll say. Barrier blocks off the elbow play. There's the smoke for Leo. On site they go. The last bit of utility for the Tejo is through. And that's going to work out. Leo immediately goes to the resurrection. Sorex not guarded over to the top. Kumi, though, still alive. But the time is going to be the issue here. And yeah, Kumi's just going to find the elimination, but not have the time to defuse. So a 6th round for Fly. It does come with some expense, though, considering it was just a save round for Core. So, again, not the worst news ever.
Mm-hmm. This still is a very oddly attack-sided map, though, it feels like. Hey, I mean, if you're Core, you're kind of fine. Honestly, now that I think about it, I feel like every map in this pool is currently a little attack-sided.
Agreed.
So I think if you're Core, you're happy with any respectable number right here. 4, 5. Any of those numbers are good, honestly. Puts a little pressure on the pistol, the lower it gets, though. But if you can turn this around and make this a 6-6, I mean, you're raving at that point. But some options are available for Core. They have the race showstopper. The Brimall's coming up as well, 1 point away. Probably looking to get it here early on to this round. Nah, probably doesn't want to risk it, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Now, the drone's getting a lot of info. Spotting Viper here solo gives away a lot of the information. Deadlock's already making her way through, and a fast hit coming out from FlyQuest towards Showers.
Yeah, but Note is in the stim beacon, can kind of stand tall in this moment. Plus, you get the teleporter on the back, so now you've got an opportunity to use the orbital strike, and everyone's trapped. What an absolute catastrophe. FlyQuest trying to play quickly through Showers, completely overwhelmed.
It's flawless, too. They haven't even taken damage, man. It's so clean, and now they're happy just completely keeping B off retake right here. Normally, it's the hardest site to retake, but with this number advantage, man, you're so happy with this. And you have Spike in full control as well.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just cooked. It's a save, yeah. It's a 50-second save.
I'm surprised that that's the round where FlyQuest try to commit for a bursty play through Showers. We haven't really seen them challenging much through that part of the map, but they commit paths into that play. Maybe just thinking that they know that Note's one away from an orbital strike, but I don't know, man. I feel like Note got the right read and baited out the ultimates perfectly.
I don't even hate it, to be honest. I feel like him not going for the ult makes complete sense, and FlyQuest also wanting to challenge that makes sense too, because you don't want to give away that ult for free. And if you have the ult to trap him in there as well and get the free kill, yeah. I think the problem is with the overextension in Showers once they didn't get to kill. That's the problem.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and the fact the lurk gets pushed back by the recon drone.
Mm-hmm.
You get free teleport.
Oh yeah, they got the freest teleport. And as soon as No got that first kill, that was the ult online. So it was just a little hard to predict that. Unfortunate, but well played by Core. I mean, flawless. It's exactly what you need. Now you have enough money to play out this half and make it a very respectable half. And I think the consequences of how dirty of a round the round prior to the one we just watched is now starting to show, right? The two guns saved, yes, but the follow-up money is just non-existent, man. They have one rifle forced up, and the rest of the players are... I mean, they have the best gun in the game, honestly, Bucky. What am I even saying? But this is a chance for Core to really swing things back into a solid defensive half.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Well, FlyQuest do have the ability with those weapons to still throw an effort in to round 11. Recon drone again, but look at the walk down here from Core. Oh, we haven't seen this yet. So FlyQuest, completely unexpected, are going to drop 2, and then the return back to B main as Tanza trying to fight for his life, and he gets a lot of damage in, but it's a full wipe. Core down to within just 1 round after a huge start for FlyQuest.
And just the instant reactions happening from Core, like the walk down, the immediate comeback from the teams with a stim beacon to help follow up, to help support Derek, the instant triple fight, like that's exactly how this defensive half should be playing out. Now, of course, that round was a kind of a little gamble walk down, but I think I like the call, right? They've been spotting this Viper, I mean, virtually solo a lot of these rounds. They just wanted to punish. It's a huge walk down. The instant kills, the immediate walk back up. Fighting fire with fire. I dig it.
Oh, wait, we're not done with the walk down possession yet, and no, that time it's punished. Yeah, okay. So we'll end this half with some fireworks. Both teams just trying to establish some maybe mental dominance. And it'll likely be 7-5 unless Moose has something to say about it.
Moose has things to say, believe it or not. Oh. Starts with the first one. If he gets the first one nice and clean. Oh. Nah, he's going to get flanked now.
There it is.
All right. A respectable half, man. 5-7, all things considered. You take that. You definitely take that. And you got eco'd. Not only did you get eco'd, you got eco'd and then you lost four rounds in a row after winning pistol. Massive recovery coming out from Core, but a solid half for FlyQuest.
I would say so. And I think in particular, it just starts to establish maybe some of the conditions that FlyQuest are going to have to replicate on the second half. I mean, because this is where, and we've seen this, and it's kind of the same thing as what we had in Lotus talking about Core, is like, we know what we're going to get with a deadlock on offense. It's about trying to get onto site, clear the space, drop a barrier orb, plant the spike, and then how do you break that? So that's what I think is the easy recipe here. And FlyQuest, again, luckily, thanks to having a Waylay who can jump over the top of those barrier orbs, is having a chance to challenge early.
They're already going for the brawl. Haruka instantly. Nice shot by Kumi. Looking to receive. I mean, this is the one thing I hope FlyQuest doesn't fall into the bait of, right? Because the compositional differences on these two teams is so massive.
Yeah.
The instant recall back, free information. Now the players and the rest of the B players are going to rotate over here as well, and it's going to be a brawl from Salado, who's having a pretty good game.
Uh-oh, but he's stuck. Good follow-up grab net. Leo from that range with the classic is only tickling. And now he's being pressured by Note, who can't really lock the shot initially, and Leo's going to get away with one. Weapons being exchanged on both sides. Sorex up top, pushed off. And now it's just down to, can you find the connection through the link? And even though Duck finds a couple of kills, or pardon me, a couple of hit markers, no kills come through with it. So, yeah, this barrier is so annoying. Pardon me?
What? How do they always do this somehow, man? I don't get it. It's a 1v3 now. It's just Duck. I mean, he's had a lot of good clutches, but this time it's not looking favorable. The time is low. The crossfire is happening. He's just overwhelmed. Oh, wait. Oh, I mean, he had the read, though. But nonetheless, a core with an important second pistol. Now name the game's conversions, my friend. But yeah, I want to kind of circle back to the compositional differences, though, because I almost don't want to see FlyQuest. I know they're a very aggressive team, and it's kind of been their bread and butter, kind of trademark signature style, if you will. But I almost feel like they don't even really need to do too much against the composition that Core is running, right? There's only a race to dive in. There's no follow-up util, really. There's just I mean, you have to break some stuff in the air, true. And there's a lot of positional pressure, true. But as long as you hold a little bit of space and not die for it, they really don't have much to get on sites, man. They don't have a way to brute force smokes. They don't have a way to get through the Viper util. It's really, they don't have to do too much on these gun rounds, at least.
So you're saying that FlyQuest is in a position where they could just react and receive instead of trying to have to play proactively and initiate?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, here the stack up over towards Belong is going to work out. Slow posturing for Core generally around the rest of the map, but now they're going to hit, execute. Barrier orb again over the top of the truck. No breathing.
The Beardy Boys are back.
Yeah, dude, Papa Roach and the Beardy Boys.
I mean, somehow they have they're a player up, but it's a lot of space to be gained against some pretty good weapons.
I'll say there's the drop down.
Wait.
Not clean from Gumi.
Wait.
Sorex able to get one, and they're actually going to catch a couple of players with utility out. So FlyQuest are back onto the site. Tanza's on the flank with a shotgun, and Moose misses the first shot. This is still very doable. You can absolutely just stick this. Gumi's got to challenge it. He's not going to be able to get there in time. And the defusal will come through with another anti-eco win for FlyQuest.
No. Dude, FlyQuest is so good in these scenarios, man. They are able to claw back so many of these rounds in this way. It's actually criminal, man. The fight shoulder to shoulder, the flood out, the pack mentality, it's just so good for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
As soon as they got those first two kills and there's no follow-up from Kumi and Showers, that was it. That's the passage onto the site. The smoke gets forced, the spike gets diffused, and just numbers slowly dwindling from Core. Man, that's gotta hurt. I mean, you're getting PTSD right now from the first half.
Yeah. Especially considering all that was just a 3-2-1 drop out of the smoke call. At least to start. It's a lot of pressure here. Able to find one and refract back. Kumi. Oh, just trust the angle and we'll get the trade. So 4v4, quick action still to unfold through this smoke for Core. But Leo on the bench. What a snap for two. Not much of an angle for more. Or is there? Leo is just going to town. Moose stuck on the reload, able to find one, but there we go. Leo was just going to push forward, find the easy shotgun rip, and FlyQuest get to 9.
And that, my friends on the desk, is the answer to your question of why Leo is on Clove instead of Brimstone. 16 and 11. He's having a phenomenal game. This is the power of comfort, man. Sometimes you don't really need to overthink the formula too much. The game is virtually solved at this point. I mean, everyone's kind of on the same page, right? Like in terms of macro and in terms of how to be doing things and what to accomplish on the sites, at least. Yeah, the macro could be better across the board, I think. But the meta is just so micro heavy, super micro heavy. Now the economy for Core is back online. Tanza, though, has taken out the operator. Now, again, I think the reiteration on the differences is that Core does not have a real way to brute force through some of these smokes, so they have to kind of respect the controllers, if you will. But look at the Showers.
And Derek just gets completely caught off guard. But the other thing I was going to say is, kind of throwing an extra layer on that conversation. How do you break through some of the smokes? Now it's being guarded off of hot angles from the operator and the Odin spam. Like, it's just, once those two power weapons are online, FlyQuest have the ability of playing more reactive, like you're talking about, because you can trust the weapon bonus to be your first points of success contact. So, showstopper out, immediately denied. Fast lane to
He's
get some
out.
space. Tons is out of there. Wow. Spot as good as it gets.
I mean, it's a 5v3. There's a little bit of a deadlock eco to get through, but in terms of numbers, in terms of comfort, they're pretty much good to go. And they have Leo's. I mean, they have the Clo Vault as well. They can just force it. They don't really need to dry entry this.
Oh, wait. Okay. Well, fly up, do as you will. Could only find so much. There's definitely an opportunity on that playthrough elbow, but shots don't quite land. And now FlyQuest are at double digits, looking to get us to the third map here.
Yeah, and the economy for Core is completely destroyed. So, I mean, 11th on the round right here for FlyQuest is definitely in the cards. 11-6. I mean, you're sitting comfortable at that point. And
yeah,
you
for
just
sure.
Even if the half goes horribly, eventually you're gonna have enough ults online to just press X and win the round, hopefully, and push yourself to the 12th, right? At the very least. An important timeout coming out here from Court. I think the conversation is likely around this B default. Like, yes, they're getting some space, but the real problem is how do we get past the Viper walls? That's the real question.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same story, just down to picking our focus point of where are we challenging. I think some of that, like you mentioned, that PTSD around the breakdown at A, it's like you get on site, everything's feeling good, but that extra layer of smoke surrounding the Radiant boxes and bench allows for one player to pop off on you, and you're like, well, we can't deal with it, so now we're gonna go B. Like, it just feels a little bit too glitchy, and that's something that the desk had brought up. Is just like FlyQuest can throw little things at you when they've got an advantage and keep Core off balance. And right now, Core feels off balance.
I mean, especially when they start feeling it, man. They start making so many plays through smokes, doing a lot of things that are quote unquote like not smart. But I mean, is it not smart if you're mechanically insane and you know it? I don't know.
Yeah, the
question for the philosophers out there. Some things just don't need to be rational, man. I think that's really, for me, that's been the takeaway over watching Valorant over the last year. Like, some things just don't need to be rational. It could just be completely vibe checked.
You know what we can shout that out to in terms of initiating that energy? We shout out early PRX.
True.
No one knows what they're running or why, but they're winning. They're winning.
Early B default happening here from Core once again. Oh, this time they're getting caught by the trap. Oh, well, they weren't expecting the Bucky.
No, they were not. And so you get to run it all the way into Tanza's scope, who may have a chance for more. And yeah, Leo makes value out of that second life. And that will be the round. I don't know, man. I just feel like this play towards B is just not it for Core. I feel like we got to still trust the A setup, especially with the deadlock at a brim. Come on.
Yeah, I was really digging the kind of the wombo combo towards U-Haul for punish players playing in that direction, just funnel on that side of the map and just crunch showers, crunch sight, work together. I mean, honestly though, I will say I don't want to say it's an overinvestment, but the investment of the Waylay ult plus the Clo Vault was, I think Core's kind of happy with that, to be honest. That's like a lot of the problems kind of out of the picture in this round, at least, which is the more important one. And there are some ults available, the Fade ult specifically for Core. One more coming up here shortly as well for Derek, who's been, must say, on point with the util, but a fast hit A play, just like you asked.
Oh, and Tanza just steps into the Prowler, does not care about it. Follow up from Kumi, only gets one. Tanza's connecting! Oh my goodness! 3 for Tanz. Leo still waiting to be a part of the play. And yeah, that'll work. A little fade away through the clove smoke. Derek by himself. Tanza for 4. Whoa, okay, that's one way to do it.
Match point.
I mean, it's hard, man. They're corralled now. It feels like it's too obvious almost that the solution was going to be towards the A side of the map. FlyQuest just feeling it. Every single player, it feels like, is feeling it right now. Sorix is popping off. Tanza, Salada, Leo, all of them just making plays through smokes, finding their timings, finding the crossfires on site as well. Still a lot of ults in play. I kind of wish I would have saw some of those pop off last round.
Sure, yeah. I just don't think they're anticipating that Tanza gets the first and then backs up enough to get more than that. I mean, here we go again. And Tanza just does not care about any of this utility, but now is completely stuck. Should be taken care of here. Should be taken care of here. Help is on the way, but the Armageddon will clear the space to eventually allow Core on the site.
There we go. They pressed X and won the round. Easy. 4v2.
Do that.
Not
Do
really
that again.
Yeah, do that 6 more times somehow. I'm not really sure how, but you got 2 more for the next round. I mean, this round is still not over. I mean, Sorix is still alive and so is Stuck. These players have been lethal in these situations, and that's the first. Now it's a lot more doable, and time is still fine.
Trailblazer denied early. Annihilation will finally pretty much clean up this round. Sorix not obviously going to take the bait of trying to play for the freedom of Duck.
Wow.
But he's glitchy. He's twitchy. He's got a chance, but no. Kumi will put it away, and it's expensive round win for Core. Annihilation being committed.
I mean, 2 players only surviving as well. And Moose would have definitely liked to have that ult in this round. But they still have the Showstopper, and they have the 2 hardest hitting ults for sure. I mean, the Showstopper is, despite its criticisms, is still one of the most converted ults in the game. So I mean, it's totally fine on that end. The Brim ult helps a lot for space and also post plan. It's pretty dynamic. So I think the answers are still fine here for Core. And if they, I was gonna say maybe if they win this round they could break the economy, but no, actually that's also hella strong for FlyQuest. Those 5 rounds in a row were lethal, man.
Yeah, they still got a bank account for a while. But at least, like you mentioned, you do have the tools to try to crack the code, and if you can swing the eco around, it gives you a lifeline to try to get to overtime. But in that, I mean, it's a multi-step process. It's good value out of your own ults, rebuild your bank accounts, stop FlyQuest from doing the same, and then also you have to survive through their next set of ults, which are going to outpace yours. So, it's a long journey, but the path is being written.
I almost want to see the operator on Solana, actually, as weird as that sounds. I think the only real way to deal with this, like, set pieces that Core is doing, which honestly could become problematic for FlyQuest, is you have to counter util at least one time to, like, just not allow Core to follow up on all the util that they're dumping off Rip. Because, I mean, they're showing their intent off the beginning of the round, right? There's really not much thinking even required for FlyQuest at this point. They just have to be able to defend on what is eventually coming, which is these super strong utility set pieces. I mean, this time it's just all the ruse towards the B side of the map. They're applying a little bit of pressure. They're going to unravel the... Yep, they know. It's a lot of space gain now, and here it is, the set piece.
Well, they're looking to clear showers with the Showstopper. They will. Feels a little expensive to do that, though, considering it was already free. Now you got to teleport around the backside of the play. Orbital Strike going to be called in right on top of the barrier, but FlyQuest's teleport will beat Core on site. Flya, do what you can. Not going to happen. 13-7. Great response from FlyQuest. After that initial play towards B-Long was just a show of force.
Man, what a performance. What a bounce back from the first map. A complete night and day difference coming out of them. And I think the thing that bodes extremely well for FlyQuest is really not just the fact that they're popping off. It's the manner that they're winning. It seems like they're fighting together. A lot of that stuff that was kind of missing in the first map, you saw a lot more of in this, which is like the crunches, the crossfires, the fighting together, and a significantly better game plan coming out of them on this map. Now, for the final map, it's gonna be Pearl, man. It's gonna be really fun to watch. I cannot wait for that one.
Yeah, me neither, man. I mean, legitimately, I think that was an impressive display from FlyQuest. It kind of just goes almost a little bit towards what we saw in map 1, but the next 2 steps, like, we're building momentum, and now we're actually making our opponents have to adjust and read us, which is easier said than done. I think just maybe because of the dynamicism of the opposition in the first place. So great stuff overall from FlyQuest. Map 3, Pearl, coming up at the backside of the break. Don't go far.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Sacred, your shift is fired. And you're all fired. You're all fired.
Yeah, everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, folks, my hair is up in a claw clip, which can only mean one thing. We are heading to a map 3. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marcus and Tenrek on the desk. If you're just joining us, it has been brutal, it has been scrappy, it has been rough. But FlyQuest come out, not unscathed, but, you know, pretty good on their map pick of Bind, bringing us to Pearl. But before we get to Pearl, we have to talk about Bind, Tenrek. You know, we saw some brilliant stuff on the side of Core, but FlyQuest just running away with their map pick. Clearly, the plan worked.
Yeah, Roy said it best. I mean, it was the vibes, man. FlyQuest were just vibing out this whole time. Comfort picks reign supreme when it comes to a team like this, and FlyQuest felt so comfortable with how they managed to approach this map. Just constant lockdowns, great punish game, and just, again, the tempo. They were able to continuously get the execs faster than Core could prepare to do it, and they started to go for those fake outs, those jukes that were getting rid of the util pool that would normally be so tough to deal with against a comp like this.
And like that is Core's specialty, right? Compared to FlyQuest, Core almost looked rigid in what they had done, which is kind of crazy, but I think it once again leans into that comfort pick that FlyQuest were doing, where they're just going with it. It's like Jazz, we're just going all over the map and killing people. It's great. I'm not sure if that's how Jazz works, but that's what I'm gonna guess there.
Yeah, it's like Jazz.
Yeah, like Jazz. Yeah. But on the flip side, Core, it felt like they were so like, okay, if this, then that, and then using their utility and trying to catch FlyQuest in some of those pools, and yet even after using all that utility, FlyQuest would just kind of kill them, and then they would walk in and it's just like, hey, you got no more util, so now we're just gonna win our gunfights.
You could see with Fly like how just ready he was on the reads, knowing exactly where they were, but it just wasn't enough, Tenrek.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about this, is that FlyQuest just sort of doesn't care if you're smarter than them. They're just still gonna win your fights. There were several rounds where FlyQuest like wasted time, completely like neglected to look into options that they had in front of them, and just W-keyed, and it worked. It's so dumb, but if it gets you as far as this, then shoot, run for the hills, my friends. You're doing great so far.
It was really funny because like while we were watching the game in the back there, I'm sure you're all familiar with Tenrek's casting, and we got treated to some of that with some FlyQuest playing, because you're like, what is going on? How are they winning this? And yet still they would just kind of walk out there and it was like, oh man, yeah, they just won.
I mean, Tenrek, do you care to confirm or deny before we move on?
I mean, yeah, man, I yelled. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry.
You got excited.
Listen, I think that's the point though, right? Because these are two teams that absolutely have each other down and are working so hard to win this lower part of the bracket. Thumbs up indeed, sir. Thumbs up indeed.
Good job,
Take a breather, change that no ship, you know, do what you gotta do for map 3. But here we are, before we talk about map 3. 12 first kills on the side of FlyQuest, moving in 7 out of 10 post plants, 1 clutch on either side, and also 2 thrifties. So well played. But you also can see that timeline. It was a push and pull towards the end. Mark's looking at this. It was kind of this back and forth. I think it was a 5-7 in the favor of FlyQuest. And here it's just kind of the second half worked in FlyQuest's favor.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of FlyQuest flavor is absolute chaos and madness sometimes. It's not gonna rip off of it. Come on, Liz. I mean, you saw Core when they started that second half, like they had a lot of their strategies put together. They knew how they'd break open the sites, all of that type of stuff. And when FlyQuest were playing inside that box, they were getting owned, right? And then it's kind of like, as soon as they were like, oh, actually, let's just kind of, you know, feel it out and go with what we want to do. I mean, we saw those points where it's just like, oh yeah, Core completely iced them out with all their utility. Oh, FlyQuest are probably going to rotate. No, FlyQuest are actually just going to stick that and then push in when you're not expecting it and then be able to win the battle. And when you look at just across the board, all of the FlyQuest players were just doing so well with the number of kills they were moving in. It was very frag forwards, especially based on the agents they brought in, and it was looking good.
I also would like to point out that we were a little hesitant about FlyQuest comp. We saw that and we went, okay, you know, prove us wrong, do it. And that absolutely happened. And part of that was Leo on the Clove. We also want to do a head-to-head kind of compare two players, Leo and Tanza. two players on FlyQuest looking at this. Two players where I think Tenrek really, if we're kind of talk about how FlyQuest won that map, really stepped up.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Tanza with that operator, especially on the defense, really was able to lock down so much of the map at once with QOR unable to really set up more than a couple of fragmented set plays for their executions. It was weak sauce compared to the positions that Tanza was able to come up with. But of course, Leo was the real standout here, changing to that Clove and just, again, feeling so bloody comfortable. Instead of that Brim that is so focused on enabling, you now have a third person that is ready to work off of a bird that Duck throws into the backside at any given moment, and then get overhealed off of that, go faster off of that, and then smoke himself off after that. And Leo, I think, took that and ran with it so hard. Made sure not to be completely independent, still have smokes that could set the stage for the rest of the players to walk in, but even so, everyone really relied on each other to pick up the slack where it was lost, because QOR were so good at controlling the site itself, and these two were so integral to picking that apart.
And it was so interesting, right? Because I like how you highlight the swap onto Clove rather than Brimstone. Brimstone, you know, you throw them the stimmy. That's perfect for players who are on Neon, like Tanza, who can then just like zoom into the site, like even at a faster pace. And yet still, despite the fact that Leo was now onto that Clove and finding immaculate value, Tanza's still on this Neon, and I like that you highlight that operator play. Tanza was still finding so much value on this Neon, especially on their defending half, which is just even like more impressive to me because you don't have that Brimstone support anymore. So like it's so interesting kind of looking at both of those players individually taking off, despite the fact that they don't necessarily synergize the way that you would necessarily expect.
Well, folks, that was our second map, and we are heading to a third map, and we are actually very excited about this one. We talked about it a little bit during the break because we're confused because we don't know how this is going to go. Pearl was left as the decider, Tenrek, and I went, hey guys, we haven't seen QOR's Breeze ever, and everyone at the same time to call, Roy and Shifting Blue go, no. And so we're here kind of, we're left scratching our heads, Tenrek.
Yeah, this is going to be QOR's first stint on Pearl in this stage. It feels kind of crazy to say that with how much they've played and how many teams that love Pearl they have played against, but this will be the first time we see it. I think we all have a couple of different ideas on what they're going to go for coming into this, but really any of it could work against FlyQuest, who has shown to have a bit of a ceiling that they've hit on Pearl when it comes to something other than firepower. So I do think they have a shot in this, but it's a shot in the dark.
It's just so difficult to predict how QOR are going to be coming out swinging. I mean, once again, the last time we seen QOR play Pearl, they brought Yoru out. So that should be a very clear indication on the side of the times of the last time we saw this team come out. But then on the flip side, FlyQuest have beaten both Division 1 and Shopify Rebellion Black on this map. So we've got a little bit better of an idea on what they're comfortable with. And who would have seen this one coming? They're going to be bringing their Chamber. They're going to be bringing a Neon. And of course, they're going to be bringing that Phoenix.
I mean, right away, Tenrek, we see the Phoenix, we see Leo on the Neon, Astros on both sides. Anything stand out to you on either side of Agent Select? Derek on Sova, what?
I was gonna say, what? This is the most surprising.
I know.
Fly on the KO. Again, this initiator is gonna have to come up huge to be able to punish FlyQuest. It's going to be super enabling to let Kumi and Note be their mechanical selves on a site that will be very quickly controlled by FlyQuest. This first 12 is gonna tell a big story going forward.
And it's so interesting too, because I feel like the big story right now on Pearl, or actually across quite a few maps, is Phoenix just a better version of KO? And so, you know, I'm not saying that this is going to be the map that really proves it out, but we've got two teams running a KO and then running a Phoenix, so it might be a little bit interesting.
Well, folks, our teams are in the server. It is do or die for both of these teams. It is map 3 in the lower elimination. Who will it be, QOR or FlyQuest? Let's get it started. Shift and Roy, take it away.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Phoenix find as much, I would say, presence since this patch. But
true,
I will say FlyQuest has been no stranger to running this on this comp, or this comp rather, on this map. I think it's just down to efficiency and value that you get in the content that they find. That's where I feel like they're either super successful or they kind of stall out a little bit, because you can kind of see it, like 7-5 halves on attacks, and then defensively they've done well. So there's a lot of question to think around. Can they actually get good contact offensively to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the real question is, are they feeling enough to fight back against FlyQuest? Because, I mean, macro-wise are fine. The ideas are not perfect by any means, but I mean, it's functional enough to get some results, right? There's really no questions about it. But fun fact for me, also, we're getting a little wild today too, Mr. Shift, is this is the first 3-map series we've had in playoffs, actually.
True.
So we're getting real wild today. So I'm here. I'm ready. I'm in it. I think for on the more serious note, though, name of the game for FlyQuest on this attack side is going to be the Orb Farm Edge for Phoenix, man. He's still the cheapest ult in the game. 6 points is an immediate, I mean, it's the freest execute tool they have available to them. So it's going to be a lot of farmage, especially if Sorax is feeling it, if Solana is feeling it, which he has been for the most part. But an immediate hit here coming out from FlyQuest to this B side of the map.
Yeah, Moose just trying to check behind the Prowler. Gives away the space, though. Smoke, Nanoswarm takes up that corner. Flash, though, really well served. Allows FlyQuest to get a little bit deeper onto site, a little bit faster than they would have expected. And Solana just plays with a frenzy inside the hot hands. That works out nicely. So first 2 eliminations are good for Fly, and the 5v3 post plan continues.
This is so tough. I mean, there's just so much ground they have to regain. The knife actually gives away a little bit of free information. They have a little bit of passage and space to work with, but they're playing off. There's double duelists in the back and back halls, and that's really it.
Yep, and these double frenzies hit like a freight train. Solana already on 3. Gumi trying to make it punishing, but all things told, that was about as good as it gets in terms of an execute from FlyQuest.
And I think Core is going to have to be really careful with this first half, man. Obviously, the FlyQuest composition is very explosive, especially with the flashes coming out, and they're able to brute force a lot of the choke holds and the choke points, excuse me. But I think for me, you really at some point just have to hold down sites, man. The B side is so difficult to retake, and FlyQuest is not really the type of team that respects the space you're trying to hold. Like if you're playing off and you're trying to hold down street, like they're not going to respect you. They don't care enough to. I mean, there's only 2 players on the FlyQuest team that have discovered there's an S key on the keyboard, and that's Duck and Sorax. Everyone else just has their finger held down on the W key, man.
Well, to be fair, like if you were to hit a half execute and then pause, you don't really have the tools to retreat back as cleanly as you would like, because you're really just relying on what stars does Sorax have in their back pocket. Everything, I mean, if you're committing, you're committing. Like, this is the definition of like Overwatch dive. Like when you're in, you're in. You don't back off of it. So Prowler will go first. Stars placed deeper on the backside of the A site, which is wide open. Core on this Classics have tried to guess, and they guessed B.
I think it's just exit kills the name of the game, unless they can find some clean entries right here. Feels like, though, they're very well set up. I mean, they have the chamber and pit with the TP all the way back to A main. I mean, that's as good of a setup as it gets in this post plan, to be honest. So I think you should either die to spike or look for exits. But oh, hello, Leo.
This could get nasty. Looks like it very well may.
Unless?
No, I think Leo probably tries to chill this out, right? Surely.
Oh, for sure, right? I mean, listen, if I'm in the server, I'm running it down for the free stats, right?
Oh, doesn't like the look of it. Thought about it. Doesn't like the look of it. Hot hands to try to block some space here. This could lead to some value as FlyQuest are going to try to commit through this. And yeah, Leo will find a couple. Tanza another on the backside, and everyone else will perish by way of spike. So 2 rifles kept for the bonus for FlyQuest, but you're right, it's pretty expensive.
It's a lot up. It's still 2 points away from the ultimate. You would have liked at least a couple of those kills, maybe. But I mean, yeah, I think the AR on this map is probably, arguably at least, one of the most free ult orbs you can get on the attack side. It's just, A main is just so difficult to hold in this current state of things. So I'm expecting a lot of that to be coming out here from FlyQuest. Now they don't want to get caught too early by Core. They don't want to gamble away these rounds too much. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of A control coming out from FlyQuest here.
Yeah, there's not much that Core can do to stop this unless they're going to commit something like Fly as Flash with Kumi pushing forward. Like, there's just not going to be a world, I think, that Core can really feel like the value and expense surrounding utility to pause that A-orb grab is going to be worth it.
Immediate A hit.
Yeah, indeed. Core still in the place to contest this. Great reveal, but not much you can do with it. Kumi does get to the backside. Up dug out. Good for the first 2. One more in the corner. Derek's got the crossfire setup. Duck, who committed for the plan, is immediately taken off the exit. And so it's just down to Sorax for a 1v5. And yeah, there's just no way. Here comes the chip. Sorax will get 1.
It is Sorax.
Yeah, but
1v5? Nah,
not with the spike down already. Nah.
Oh man, I don't know. I'd never count this kid out, man. He's so good. But a job well done from Core. I mean, that's really the. I mean, I think we were seeing a glimpse into the key for the answer for Core here, right? Is you have to hold down ground. That's just all there is to it, and you have to win. It's not even just holding the ground. You have to win. You have to punish Leo. You have to start making them overthink that forward space. And this is a really good way to respond. Nice little crossfire. Kumi holding down the 2. Derek following up with 2 of his own. And yeah, I mean, things are looking very, very good. Now, the one thing that I've kind of noticed as a trend in this series is that FlyQuest isn't really overcomplicating things. I mean, they're choosing a game plan off rip. They're either going right into it or they're just canceling and going opposite. There's really not too much else going. So I want to see Core being willing to punish map space as soon as FlyQuest is like willing to show their hand early. Like if they show A main heavy, just take away their B, even if it's Killjoy going up there and taking the space away, or just like take away mid. And here it is, the fast play towards Street, an immediate kill onto No, who's completely isolated, and now it's Moose solo defending on this side of the map.
Yeah, and there's just no way you can hold through this. Nanostorms will get queued up, looking for timing, but Duck is right there to deal with it. Definitely a faulty setup right there for Core through mid. The fact that they were really just trusting one single star, great fragment pause. Stops the spike from being planted. It gives the defense a chance here. Great reveal behind that, but Tanza gets out of there. Shock Dart's not going to do much damage. Flya for 1. Trade onto Leo. Not there. Nautilus initially. Blah, that's just one of those neon moments, but still, it gets us to a 1v1. Derek.
It's the 2 clutch gods.
Yeah. Tries to clear back out mid. Has no idea where Sorex is, but still connects. And what looked to be a perfect execute from FlyQuest gets retaken by Core in the last moment.
I mean, Sorex had no chance, man. Derek was Mr. 3K. I mean, he's going for the 3rd and he's Mr. Clutch at the same time. Like, bro, Sorex had no chance, man, from the get-go. It was doomed. Also, am I the only one who finds it incredibly impressive that Leo can just go from controller into neon and just feel like he's not skipping a single beat? Like, is that not insane?
It's insane.
How? It's a completely different playstyle. A completely different playstyle.
He's making it work.
Crazy. Yeah, and they have Tanza going from neon to chamber. Like, what?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Oh man, this is interesting team, that's for sure. But this time it seems like FlyQuest is looking to start. I mean, they have the Phoenix ult up finally, so it's time to start to put that to use.
Yeah, Moose feels the pressure, backs away to the safety of halls. Fast lane out. A little bit of chip damage intended, but none really coming through as of yet. Here's the next battle. Salada. Hot hands into the corner. Turret down. Note Flya able to find a good response as Flya up top was never really truly seen. 2v2. Duck doesn't have a weapon besides the Sheriff, and he's also the spike here. That will drop, leaving it just down to Tanza. Knives are out. Oh! Bakumi completely whiffs! And Tanza just holds down the trigger and comes away with the final 2 for a 1v2.
Oh no, man, it feels like Core is finally matching FlyQuest's pace and just to drop it at the end of all of that. I mean, they had the double peak, man. They played that perfectly. And there's really nothing else they could have done better. They just needed to convert. That's really all there is to it. I'm loving that Fly is starting to challenge the kind of the pacing though. Look at this. This is. Oh man, that's tough to watch. I can't lie.
Yeah. What a turn, though. Eco now in trouble for Core. Null Command, Hunter's Fury at the ready. Run it back, Tour de Force, Nightfall on the other side. And Moose.
Joke's over.
I do what you can here, brother. Classic. Whoa, pardon me?
Okay.
Still able to find one cleanly. Leo does get the response. Note is noted over towards the bottom side of tower. Curveball doesn't really get to where it's intended to go, but Salada still makes good use of it. And yeah, nowhere from there afterwards. The Odin spam takes over and FlyQuest get their 4th.
This round just ended in like 20 seconds.
Correct. I think we're going to see a lot of that, Roy.
Including the rundown B, by the way. Bro, that's so crazy, man. Oh, man, that's so crazy. I mean, yeah, the Phoenix gets so much value once you're willing to go from site to another spot on the map. Like, you get through the first choke, you get so much value.
Yeah.
But as soon as these players are just willing to just go right into street, right into, and catch these rotators, like a little bit far off, can't hear the flash, like, that's really when the Phoenix starts to get a ton of value. Now, also are available for FlyQuest. Now, the operator is online for Core. They're opting to put it towards our side. Usually that gets kind of utiled out. So we'll see. Oh!
That's a lot of intel.
That's a lot of information. It's just there to try to hold it down solo.
focus for now. Uses a lot of his utility to stall out any potential execute.
And the KO gets invested also.
Yes. And also, Kumi lost his angle for a moment. He's able to reestablish control, though, at Art. But this is that moment you're talking about, Roy. FlyQuest just showing force at A, but they have not been, I would say, too overdramatic in their mid-round adaptation. So, re-wrap. Kumi, can you connect here? Have to. Not going to be able to. And that's going to lead the Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury for the response. Derek connects onto one. I'm telling you, this guy, he doesn't miss with this thing, I swear. Nightfall really cuts through the backside of A. That should lead to a plant, though.
Yeah, I mean, this look at this gimmick play from Leo as well. He's playing inside of the smoke behind the wall. Gets out, though. Puts a little bit of pressure. Kind of keeps Core a little honest in the pacing on this retake. But it's a 5v4 and health advantage in favor of Core.
And a constant divide on the flip side for Core. So they're going to use that to separate things out. Angle being watched. Hansa gets one before dropping. That's not terrible. But FlyQuest still have to find a way to chow through this wall. Fly is going to stop in.
Sticking it.
Try to stick. Gets it to more than halfway. Going to hold it for possibly the entire thing. Moose gets one. But the diffuser gets dropped. Noden's still trying to hold. Spam comes through, and Duck is able to clutch the 1v3 just as soon as the Cosmic Divide wall falls.
Dude, I was just starting to think, oh man, if they line up here against this Odin, that could be a problem. And they instantly lined up. Oh my God. Bro, that's got to be frustrating. I mean, two sides of this coin. It's got to be really frustrating if you're Core. But if you're FlyQuest, you're laughing, man. Correct. It seems like every time they're getting bailed out by something, every single time when things are not going favorable, someone is bailing them out. This time it's Duck.
Wait, he won that round? No.
Okay, wait, the coach. Okay, the coach is as surprised as we are, Shiv. So.
Dude, that's unbelievable. The breathe right strip is killing me, by the way.
Oh, I might need one of those, man. Give me one of those real quick.
Well, Core is right back into financial troubles. All drone to try to clear out the front side at A main. Able to see Tanza doesn't give you much. And no, I don't think anyone else is seen. Yeah, Kumi, nice try. Doesn't connect, though, with the headshot. So they'll go back into sight. And FlyQuest will be on their merry way in.
There's just nothing really to defend with here.
No.
It's just going to be a straight brute force. Full on util coming out. All the flashes. Oh, actually not bad. Kumi finds the opening kill, but that's absolute mayhem.
Oh, yeah. And you can see it just from Fly's perspective right there. Like looking left, right, center. People are teleporting in and out. It's just a mess. So Core will be down to Moose and Note for the 2v4. Likely not much to come here. But if you can force a repurchase or two, maybe some value, but the big weapons will likely be collected again.
One enemy remaining.
That yep.
Makes 3.
I mean, he's point blank range with an Odin. It doesn't get much more disrespectful than that.
Correct.
4K for Duck as well. Yeah, I think the conversation for Core needs to be had. I think in terms of how they're approaching the side of the map. I really don't believe they can just keep giving away A for free like that.
No,
I mean,
me too.
The KO knife is just so good at establishing a little respect, right? Like just rip the KO knife, have somebody take the line, and just try to hold it down together. Like, yeah, they have some util to throw at you, but when you have some util to throw back, or at least just like fake the control, just force a lot of that util out early from FlyQuest, and kind of the same storyline that we saw in Bind, right? Now for Duck, the fade all is up.
Yep.
Some options in hand.
That, I think, just that Nightfall being in hand in the first place is probably part of the reason that Core are not committed to playing forward. And instead, have Kumi with an operator over the top at B, which does land onto Salada. So good first blood. Now, how much that actually deters FlyQuest from hitting or not is a different story. They're going to show like they're still committed here, but Kumi hot-handed will find another. Leo, good for one, but traded. And that little extra step to try to pull the defense over may end up costing FlyQuest this round.
Yeah, they're pivoting. I mean, this is a desperate ace play, honestly. It's going to give away a little bit of information when this alarm bot goes off. The drone is getting a little bit of space right here. He's going to get a little peek. And yeah, they know it's a 1-1 split now. All the cards are shown, and Core making their way on over in what is going to be an A 4v2 retake.
We'll say this position for Sorex is probably one of the better ones that he could take.
Hey.
Yeah, no. And almost gets the lineup onto all three of them. So now it's down to Duck. Odin on Odin battle. Lean for a shot. Fly is low. Still very winnable.
He's got the most spammable gun in the game.
Correct.
Nice
But
peek.
tries to peek, and Core is right there prepared for it. But I'll tell you, I thought for a second Soros was about to clean everything up in the backside of the play.
Dude, me too. If he actually committed to that fight, if he just pressed the matter, I think he would have actually had it. He caught them completely off guard. I'm not even sure how, though, because, I mean, you're expecting, one, you're up against FlyQuest. Two, it's a 4v2. They have to make a play. You have to be ready for that. A lot more ready than they look. But around nonetheless, 3-6. Lifeline a little bit extended here for Core. And Kumi, man, these are clean kills. This one, too. So nice. It's exactly what they need. They need to start establishing a little early respect, right? Like, I feel like the key against playing teams like FlyQuest is you really need to control their pacing.
Yeah. I mean, this is the
better
same
than that
thing.
than a tech pause, huh?
Yeah, true. True. This is the same thing, though, that FlyQuest had going for them on the defensive side at Bind. It's like as soon as you get the money to be able to afford an op and node, and the whole dynamic around your playbook changes because you can use those instead of having to force utility out in possible coin flip situations. And I think especially with how good we've seen Kumi in general on the scope. So I would say this round 10 is an important one here. I mean, both teams are doing fine financially. FlyQuest a touch better, but you've got lockdown to try to counteract things like a Nightfall execute. You have Solana one away from a run it back. That could be huge. And Kumi's got the opportunity to go op or knives, whichever feels better.
Now, I'm curious to know what side of the map they're going to be willing to put retake on. I feel like...
Sure.
I almost feel like it's going to be set up Kumi on this B line and just leave him on an island and just play super heavy on the A side of the map, like mid and A. So we'll see what their approach is right here. I think as soon as FlyQuest shows their hand heavily on A side, we'll likely see some kind of... I mean, if two players are playing on the barrier, they're eyeing out this space for sure.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll capitalize on it or not, or if they're trying to run some like gimmick setup over here. Nope, just holding passive.
Right here. Well, there is a momentary one-way on the B corner, so the defense not in a place to run over towards A yet, but the orb is picked up by Solana. He will fall immediately, and how about Note in the corner? Does get spammed down, so it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Solana coming back to life. Derek trying to see things out with the Owl Drone. Gets one connection. Oh, he wished he had the Odin out then. Leo, quick route, being read, but not fully. And oh my goodness, Leo's able to find 3 in the round, forcing Derek to have to try to run for his life.
Did you go for this?
I don't know. I mean, you
The
can't
money's not
afford for
very
2
good.
players.
How did you just get flashed?
I don't know.
Wait, I mean, Solana's really pressing the matter here. This is a little... Oh my god.
So awkward. Wait a second. Oh, if he gets ducked, maybe there's a chance there, but no exit. And that will be 7-3 to FlyQuest.
I mean, FlyQuest is getting in their heads, man, slowly. They're being disrespected on all fronts, it feels like. It's a 3v1 and you have a player just running at him solo in your own spawn. This was a bit of an overextension from No, actually. He did so good at receiving the initial hit, but I think he might have just been a little heat checked a little too much. 3-7, though. Economy broken for Core, and I mean, FlyQuest is looking to extend a pretty comfortable lead in this first half. I mean, 8-3 with potential room for more, a 3-9 possibly. It's looking good. This is the final map, and again, this is a reminder, everybody, this is an elimination match. The room for error is gone. It needs to be clean here from either of these two teams, and Ponza immediately opening up against Kumi, and now they're making their run onto this A side.
I respect the idea. I respect the idea from Kumi. They have, like, Core have not shown a lot of force to play through mid, not with any sort of aggression, so why not take the knife, see if you can catch someone lurking early off guard, but FlyQuest will get vacancy on A to plant. Smokes will fade. Moose already in some trouble. And the follow-up is flawless. Playa nowhere to go. We'll find one before dropping, but it's an 8-3 count going to the last of the half.
So good. It feels like as soon as they see like any signs of weaknesses in the setup, like they're capitalizing, no hesitation. And I think that's really what catches so many teams off guard. Most teams are trying to like stop, think, oh, we have an advantage, let's calculate what we want to do. But it feels like FlyQuest, they have the idea, and if they find even a single opening to end in that same idea, like they're taking it. No thoughts, no other hesitation happening. It's clean, man. It's nice, simple, clean.
I love that it just fits the personality of the team fits the personality of this competition, because they don't really have the ability of backing up and resetting. Like, you have to go when you're going to go. Like, You're going to spend a curveball. You're going to spend most of your fade utility. You're not going to have any way to reset into the face of things like Flya and double flashes and knives. Moose thinking about the early lockdown. After value
so
was
far
life.
away. He's getting isolated.
Well, but he's able to find one. Noses a second. This is a huge lifeline all of a sudden for Core.
Spike planted.
And that's the lockdown. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, this is so critical. And they also have the Astral. And the pairing with the two ults right here is going to be so hard to deal with. They're going to be pushed off completely. There's the Cosmic Divide, and now the Flood's coming in from Core, and what is a 5v3 and a 2-1 split for FlyQuest.
The recon bolt does reveal a little bit. Gravity Well stopping any challenge through the wall initially. Sorex around the corner, able to get one. Does he get more than that? Yeah, it's huge. An angle on the spike. No, not quite. Flya's gonna hold. Moose looking for the ace, and another one goes a bit awry. 4-8 the count, though. Core able to close out the half, and we'll swap the sides.
Nice hold, man. Moose was completely isolated, dude. He got isolated. The spawn players got smoked off, and he took down the two hardest hitting players for FlyQuest right now. That's insane, man. And the ult goes off as well. It's huge value coming out from Moose. I mean, 4-8, man. It is definitely less than ideal, but I mean, it could be worse. Things could be worse, man.
I mean, honestly, if Moose falls there, that's the round going to FlyQuest. You're looking at 9-3. So
yep. I mean, FlyQuest is doing such a good job right now. It's really all there is to it. Duck is calling has been nice and clean, very straightforward. 14-6 for him as well on the board. I mean, he's popping off. He's gotten so many important rounds for his team as well. This could have been a much closer half if it wasn't for his heroics, to be honest.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. So
an
let's
immediate
take,
switch up.
Yeah, so let's take the conversation here to what FlyQuest are going to do with this competition defensively. Again, similar ideas. Like you could try to like throw the kitchen sink at them early, take away key space, and force the battle on your terms, or you'd essentially have to play off of reaction gameplay, which right now. Oh, what a curveball. But Nova Pulses all over the choke point, have everyone concussed. Core's going to walk away with an even exchange. We'll be going into a 3v3.
Did you see how fast No dropped that star while he was getting stunned and flashed? Like, bro,
yes.
What? He's playing Astra. He's playing Astra, dude.
A Nova Pulse becomes a pop flash.
Like, what? He literally just bailed him out with that, dude. That's so crazy, man. Oh my god. I also love the opening play from FlyQuest, showing A main and immediately pivoting with like almost the entire team towards Art. You're waiting for that reaction. Now Core is droning out, trying to see if they can get safe passage onto the site, but No's playing spread, so it's likely going to be a bit of a squeeze happening on this B site. For the most part, it's just a slow walk. Time is dwindling, and at some point, FlyQuest will have the read that this is a B hit.
Yep. And Tanza will try to use the namesake of this pistol to stop the play before it starts. Oh, misses the shot. Kumi connects. 3v2. And now, with that, Note can actually play a delayed pinch if he wants to. Looks like that's indeed going to be the case. So, tall ask here for Sorex and Duck to reclaim the site. Especially considering that Duck, if he gets spammed at once, he's gone. So, here comes the check. Kumi connects. Sorex backside hauls. It's going to have nowhere to go from here.
Yeah, it's tough now. I mean, they have Street too. It's just like there's so many ways in.
Yep. Okay.
It's Sorex, but even for him, it's a little difficult, man. And nice clean pistol for Core. Dude, I'm stuck on the Nova Pulse, man. he bailed him out so well. I wish we caught that. Dude, he's jumping, stunned, and blind, dropping stars in front of him. Like, what, brother? That's so crazy, man. I've always said this. I think he's one of the fastest Astra utilers in the game, man. He's so quick. It's crazy. No beat skip, no pixels missed, man. Now for Core, A control I mean, historically speaking, A control with this KO comp has always been so good. Oh, as I say that, I don't like that. It's two.
Dude, you hear all the shots being fired and you go, well, I've got a shotgun. I'll just throw it in there and see what happens. Insane, dude. Bucky has been boosted.
I would have liked to see the KO knife coming out from Core, though. I mean, just get the information. And if they're there, then rip the flashes.
Yeah.
The neon timing is just so tough to beat. That's really the core of the problem for them right now.
Yeah. And that's been it's been an issue for the last 8 months. It feels like for a lot of teams.
Now I like what they're doing right here. Just not raising any alarms, just walking in, contacting into plays. That's a little scary, especially against the Buckies. But if they can get the space, it's gonna relieve a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean,
the only problem is they're all corralled though into this back site. It's gonna be a little awkward if they get like snuffed out early.
Well, Tanza not able to connect. Leaves it down to if Solana can even close the space. Moose first contact. Does he expect Duck to fall out? No, he does. Easy follow up there. Nothing for Sorax, and the Bucky can only do so much. Okay, so is that the first anti-eco that QOR have won after winning a pistol? I think it may be.
Oh my God! When you put it that way, that is criminal, man.
No, they won the second half one on Lotus. I forgot about.
Okay, nice.
It's been a while.
Even you're traumatized. Can you imagine how they're feeling, man?
Same, brother. They're like,
yeah, can you imagine what they're feeling after getting getting two piece in that smoke with the Bucky, man?
Yeah.
And they're forced to like deciding to contact in after. Oh man, that's tough. Yeah, he's not making the same mistake this time. He's throwing the knife first.
Yeah,
now they have the heads up.
Yeah, exactly. And QOR will have to deal with Solana gaining the orb, and Tanza deals with an early lurk. Plus, Solana's not giving this up. You thought that maybe they backed up after the orb come through. Not the case. A flawless round for FlyQuest. I think that confused just about everybody, including our ops team. Was just like, wait, they're still fighting for this?
Just relentless, man. That's really the magic of this team, though, isn't it? Like their ability to just fight consistently, and even in what feels like unfavorable situations, it still looks favorable somehow. And this happens so consistently, and I think for me that is the impressive part. That's really the sign that it's not like, it's really not luck, man. It's an identity. It's really, they're just so good at putting themselves in good, comfortable situations, or not situations, but like angles at the very least, and just allowing their players to take fights that they like taking. That's really just the name of the game here for them.
On the flip side, QOR is kind of dealing with a similar issue, it feels like, of how do we get through the first battle against this FlyQuest defense. Run it back, baited out very nicely by Kumi, who's going to have to try to decide how to do with their life here. Gets one. Leo still guarding, but that smoke persisting will get us to a 5v5. Or not.
That's a clean kill. That's the anchor gone down. It's Duck now holding down with the Odin. And then No takes them out. That's so good now. 5v3. It feels like FlyQuest has been removed out of this picture now. There's going to be a lot of pressure on this playmaking, but Note's got the heads up. It's a 4v2 now.
Sorax is able to get one. Solana follows up. This is still doable. The site has been reclaimed. It's just down to knowing where the rest of this post plan is split up to. Kumi is not a part of this at the moment. Oh, and they lose Moose. Hold on a second. Flag gets one in return, but the 1v2 for Sorax. Shoulder scene. Second check. Able to find the first. Where is Kumi? Ah, there they are. QOR cleanly. Never mind, not cleanly. Just able to win the round.
Yeah, it's a round.
It's a round.
They'll take it. Definitely not as skin as they would have liked, though, but they'll take it. How's the armors looking? Is it? Well, it's not bad. It's workable. It's workable. They got a lot of ults in play as well. Okay. I mean, it seems like QOR is leaning in for the fakes now. I mean, I think it's a good read from Fly, I think, because I mean, you know that FlyQuest is feeling it, right? You know they're gonna they're antsy to take the fights. They're feeling it. They're feeling hot right now. They're gonna want to swarm anytime you show any pressure. He's starting to call like the really deep fakes too, just running all the way down long B, drawing attention away in that immediate kill. This time, Tanza,
yeah,
playing around the drone, catches one kill, and they got a ton of information off that as well. They know exactly where QOR is intended to go. Still no punishments happening on the macro side, but I mean, I think they're comfortable. They have the Neon ult in play as well, and they're shifting the op all the way back towards the A side of the map.
I like this, though, for FlyQuest. I mean, you deal with Kumi, so you're not anticipating a B hit because you need Kumi to get on and through sight. So take your op over to the other direction and try to predict where this hit is going to finish at. And I like the call. I really do.
Same. I mean, you have the stack over towards the B side of the map as well. You're totally fine just leaving Tanza by himself on the side. Nice little squeeze by Moose, and it's a 2-2 split onto the B side off the Hunter's Fury from Derek.
Such a catalyst. Cosmic Divide is out. Leo, what are we doing? Hello? Okay. small moment right there. Sorex stops the spike from getting on site. That's critical with the Cosmic Divide getting close to fading it. Sorex is still alive and kicking. One more.
No.
Oh my gosh. And then around the back. No. Try to deal with it. Can't quite find the shoulder. And guarding his duck. Double-digit rounds for FlyQuest, but what a play from Sorex.
Every time, man. Every time FlyQuest needs a hero pops up. It's literally the Avengers out here, man. There's no shortage of heroes. This opening pick is a huge heads-up play. And that's kind of the weakness of the drone, right? Is that little ringing around the rosy. But this right here, man. He's so much pressure's on him, too, because he's completely isolated by the Cosmic Divide. He not manages to get one, but gets 3 out of this? Are we joking? Oh, man, that's tough. And then this puts Core in a kind of a awkward predicament now, right? Because they don't have a lot of money to invest right here. It's likely going to be the 11th on the board for FlyQuest, or if things are sane at the very least. And from there, it's really just one potential gun round away from, at least one full gun round away from a potential match and series point for FlyQuest. So Core's in danger, and FlyQuest, they have the sigh of relief several rounds ago. They're chilling now.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, is, again, talking about things like run it back being earned as quickly as it can be. The leader's advantage is a significant one. Lots of opportunities to do what you want. I still have the bank accounts to be able to afford double, Op and Odin. It's just, there are so many tools in the shed right now for FlyQuest and Core, who have had good starts to halves, coming off of pistols. I will say, like, in full gun rounds, they just have not looked like themselves since map 1.
Completely agree. And it's not objectively, they're not doing anything bad either. It's not even like they're making any like hardcore mistakes. It's just the styles are just not clashing very well in favor of Core. It's just FlyQuest is just having such a good time with these fights on site.
Yeah, that's that easy John Madden commentary. They're just getting beat. Like, that's what it is.
It's true, man. Sometimes it just be like that. That's a little slow and passive play by Core. I think they're maybe expecting FlyQuest to get a little antsy towards mid, looking for some free stats, but no one's taking the bait. They're totally happy just leaving Tons on the line right here with the op. Worst case scenario, he gets out. He has a lot of support available on site.
Oh, and he almost gets 2 right there. So first goes Derek on the attempt to rewrap through mid as Tanza is just not missing. Salado will follow up.
Smoke.
I think so as well. So it's just down to Derek, 1v everyone with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, he's the man, but I don't know if he's man. Yeah, okay. Things are sane. 11-7 now for FlyQuest. Getting closer and closer to that finish line, and the room for error, my friend, is almost non-existent for Core at this point. It has to be clinical from here. It has to be clean. I don't even think... I mean, obviously, this is an obvious statement, but you really do not want to be... Like, you can give away the 12th round to FlyQuest, but you don't want it to be this early. Like, you don't want 5 chances for FlyQuest to close this off. Because I think the point that you made earlier is so smart. It's the fact that when there's a huge deficit, the likelihood of a Phoenix Ult coming up in play just gets higher and higher the more rounds there are available to you. So eventually, one of those rounds will be converted. So not only are you handsome, but you're smart as hell, man.
Stop that. Oh, don't actually stop that. I love when you talk to dirty. Here we go. On through B-Log. FlyQuest just trying to receive this as best they can with Sorex spamming, and the rest of it's going to be onto this long flank. And that's going to be red. I mean, the Neon already kind of gives it the position, but does this put a little bit of panic into Core's footsteps on towards the site itself? There's the flash. Fly gets the first. Kubi long-range knives is able to land. And that changes everything. Sorex is now kind of on his lonesome, waiting for help. But the help is Tanza with a scope. So can you hit? Because Duck is going to have to wait to peek this until there's some force from the front. And they may just play for exits here, honestly. I just don't know how you retake this. Unless you can get a second. And no, the answer is given to us very quickly.
Wait.
Decent option. I'll tell you what, that last Headhunter hits and I'm looking like an idiot, but Kumi stops that from happening.
Oh my God, man. You just can never discount these kids out of these rounds. Like, no matter what happens with FlyQuest, it looks like they're just so solid. But this was such an important round for Core to pick up, man. I mean, it wasn't as clean as they would have liked. The money's a little scrambled. I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing more Outlaw coming out from FlyQuest, because the money for Core has just never been stable at any point in this game. I feel like an Outlaw right here would put in so much work against them.
Yeah.
It's all half shields and regen.
It is. Yeah, and they should know that for sure, but You got tour de force, so I mean, hey, we'll just use that instead. Build up the bank account just in case.
And I mean, control, I mean, almost immediately established by FlyQuest, but they're not backing. They're not here for the line, man. They're here for the space. They're willing to kind of go through it. And now the hand is starting to show right here for Core, but look at Tanza, so close and personal, and through the smoke, he finds it, makes it a 5v4, and he's not backing down.
And the spike. Oh, good flash over the top.
Wow.
That is a huge help. Big credit to Flya for tossing that thing over through mid to get there. Moose follows. Solana feeling the pressure. Try to get in with the run it back, but only finds some chip damage with the shorty. Quickly on the flank again is Leo. Surely this time it works out for him. And almost, but still enough damage tallied behind this lockdown to give it a 2v2.
Yeah, the problem is the spike's down. They have to cross it. Get it. The double hold now. It's a 1v1. Kumi versus Solana. Both players feeling it.
Solana at full health, full shields. Kumi down to a bullet. Kumi has seen that little jump back up. He's gonna put the pressure on. Solana does not take the bait. And now the guessing game again between both players. Where are they on this angle? Solana's hoping for a shoulder. There's the toggle. Solana doesn't fully commit to the check. Here's another footstep. It's a chess game. And now finally, Kumi will try to plant.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. The flash comes through. Kumi gets the plant off. Firewall. Still in the mix. Curveball doesn't fully land, but it doesn't make a difference. Solana still connects, and FlyQuest will get to 12.
Oh my God, man. The composure. Solana just letting the pressure just... dude, Kumi's heart rate must be so high right now. Oh my God, he played that like a beast, man. Solana, just a huge heads up on these rounds. So much pressure, never relenting. Foot on the gas, key on W. Actually, this might be the first time we've seen Solana not hold down the W key, which is impressive.
Unreal.
The flash from Fly right here was actually so good. From Street, like what?
Yeah. Unreal, dude. Absolutely unreal.
Mechanics are on point, too.
Yo, no, he combined himself all he wants, bro. Fuck that shitty ass play.
I really didn't flash himself. I guess. So
oh
funny,
my
man.
God.
Oh man, my Core's in now a really tough spot, man. 2 Vandals. That's it. 2 Stingers. That's all they have to work with here in this round. The Cosmic Divide, I mean, it's going to help maybe convert onto a site, but they're up against a full-blown purchase coming out from FlyQuest. Operator online. Cosmic Divide for the retake. A main brute force here from Core. But with so much information towards mid... oh, actually, they just gave it up. And Derek's still holding towards the B side. It feels like they're slowly posturing back onto this B hit. Showing A main immediately pivoting back towards B side. I mean, Derek's gaining so much ground by the second right here. I do wonder... oh, I think them hearing this alarm bot actually gives away a lot.
Well, we've got Cosmic Divides on both sides here, but that's about it. And it looks like FlyQuest are thinking maybe we'll play Cosmic Divide retake here. But the problem is you can't let Core get too deep with these weapons because they're going to find their strength behind the Stingers. So Cosmic Divide is in, but the defense is going to challenge. Nice shot from Sorex. Oh my goodness, with the purple haze surrounding him. Duck gets another. Follow up over through mid, not quite there, but Leo, judge out, has Derek stuck in the corner, nowhere to go, just down to know who would be the guy to want, but not going to be able to deal with all the deadliness on site. How about it? FlyQuest, a couple of great moments early. All of a sudden, you get into this position of like, whoa, what's happening, especially in map 2. But I would say calm and composed and in control from start to finish in map 3.
And man, this is the team that as soon as they start feeling it, they're such a beast to deal with, man. And I feel like Core, we said it before, and I want to reiterate, they didn't even play poorly. They weren't even calling poorly. They're actually mostly on point. It's just they just got beat down. That's just all there is to it. And that's kind of the magic of FlyQuest is that micro, the mastery of their agents, the mastery of their mechanics is so clean, and they've extended their lifeline. But of course, obviously commiserations to Core, who has now been eliminated after I mean, they have the split one champions curse, man. They won split one. They got eliminated. It's a thing, man, at this point. It's a phenomenon. It needs to be studied, but FlyQuest, I'm excited for their next matches. Very, very impressive performance coming out of them here in the lower bracket.
Coming off a stage championship, And also coming out of a group stage 4-0 seems to be where the curses exist in terms of playoffs. It's just one of those things that kind of happen. But huge stuff, honestly speaking, for FlyQuest. Big rebuttal, especially after the impressiveness that they put together in the Swiss stage. They move one step further, while QOR will have to regroup and regain before the next stage. We're going to send things to a break when we come back to Desk to give us the final thoughts on the day.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. So Sacred, your shift is required.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a pump V3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Well, folks, it is FlyQuest to make it out on top, continuing their lower bracket runs, staving off elimination. But we do have to say goodbye to our Stage 1 champions, QOR Gaming. Everyone, 07, salutes. They fought hard. They fought hard for that, but it just wasn't in the cards this time. But welcome back for the final time to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined by Marks and Tenrek on the desk. And I'm going to go to you, Tenrek. That was, how do I say this? That was scrappy. That was rough in some points. You could the palpable tension of that game, knowing that they knew they were on elimination. They knew they had to bring out everything.
Yeah, how do you say it, really? That's kind of the nature of how FlyQuest plays as a whole. It's just they have a very inexplicable nature about them. They sort of just do what they do, and what they do works. It doesn't really matter what blemishes appear on the way, as long as the end result is them winning the round, which is more often than not, then they're happy campers. It's you know, it's not entirely sloppy, it's not entirely stupid, it's a little bit of everything. And I think that's what makes this team so special and exciting to watch.
And like you take a look at how Core were running things, and they definitely had an idea. They at first were definitely getting run over by FlyQuest, but they started to pull it together, and they were having their kind of crazy opportunities where things were starting to look a lot more put together. But it really seemed like the nerves might have started to get to Core just at the end there, because there were so many of these like weird opportunities where they were just like beating their head against the wall, trying to figure out and make their plan work, even when it clearly wasn't anymore, just with how much aggression FlyQuest were kind of throwing at them with the Neon and with the Phoenix.
Yeah, so much raw contact for raw contact when Core has so much less to supply a rebuttal for it. FlyQuest is a lot more comfortable going in for those dry peaks and going for the trade wars. But Core, I mean, Tons is a great example, but they just kept doing a lot of peeking into vulnerable positions and then re-peeking into said vulnerable positions with no prior backup. I think Flya did, really did his best there to try and buff up the rest of the teammates, but simply put, there were not enough flash drives in his kit to be able to help Core win fights like these. There just wasn't enough to deal with it.
I mean, yeah, when you look at this game, if you guys are, if you're just joining us and you missed this game, please go back and watch it, because this is like quintessential Valorant. I feel like, like it is scrappy. It is how do, like that wall right there, like how do I adapt that wall, just missing that player, that could have damaged him, but instead, giving him cover. It's, it's exactly what it is. And I don't blame Coach Hu of FlyQuest for, screaming and losing his mind during this map 3, staving off elimination. I mean, of course we have to say goodbye to Core, which is very, very sad, but also, I mean, just huge kudos to them for putting up a fight against a team that was really making it very difficult for Core to even get 8 rounds there, which I very sad, but always good to see FlyQuest kind of put it together and move forward.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is really just the operator play that came in. Just to kind of echo Tenrek's point once again, it did seem like there was quite a few times where Core just didn't know what to do against the operator, which is really not what we would have expected, because once again, this is the team that comes so prepared. It's the team that has a lot on the plate to make things happen. And yet FlyQuest, I mean, it was the sheriff, it was the shotguns, it was the operators. Like, it felt like, oh, sorry, I missed it was the Odin. Like, it felt like they always had just the most annoying guns, and we're finding multi-kills with them. And that, I talked about Core being like nervous coming into this, but I imagine they were also probably pretty annoyed going up against a lot of this.
Definitely, yeah. No, I think that might be honestly the biggest psychological burden that Core had to take on, was just how much this FlyQuest comp makes you feel like crap. It is going to get in your face. It is going to be so brazen. And I mean, everybody on FlyQuest individually also had their own pop-off moment across this game. So by the time it was over, Core were so flustered and unable to prioritize or target properly because everyone on the field was a threat. Everyone on FlyQuest was able to shut down what Core brought, as the morale just kept getting on boosted.
And I don't blame them whatsoever, because I mean, that Tanza clutch with the Odin on A site was, I've never heard Tenrek yell louder. Like, genuinely, I've not heard that Henry yell louder than that, which is something that like,
that's not true. Come on,
that's crazy. Come on.
But it's because it's things like that ridiculous, like putting those rounds together. Of course, you're gonna feel frustrated if you're Core, right? But it's definitely something that when you kind of come in as FlyQuest, this is exactly what you were looking for, putting those rounds together, stringing those rounds together, especially when you had, kind of this loss on the first map. But friends, for Phillips Norelco Game Pace interview, who do I have but Coach Hu? And I'm really sorry, I just had to do it. It was right there, Coach. I'm really sorry. But hey, hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Congrats. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but you're on pretty much every replay that we have when your team does anything, because of just your reactions and because of how, passionate you are and how, just excited you are for your team. I just love to get inside kind of your mental today, and like, how did you feel going into today's game as a coach when I've been told by coaches and subs, often the worst thing to do is just watch your team when you can't do anything.
I mean, look, I have a lot of fun. It's honestly enjoyable. I feel like a cast commentator. Like, I think you probably, I don't know if you were watching yesterday's game, but we were down like 0-7 on split, and like we won our first round. I was low-key laughing. I was like, no, they're so bad. Like, I have a lot of fun.
Your team is so bad. You were saying that about your own team.
I was saying my team was so bad?
Yeah, is that what you said?
No. I was talking about them being so bad because they died to a 3K Bucky kills. So.
Got you. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. But I mean, going into today, you know, after your loss in the upper bracket to SRB, what do you think were the adjustments that were needed to be made in order to, you know, come in today to face QOR, the stage 1 champions?
I don't think we made any adjustments. I think we just had a lot of. I feel like we had a lot of confidence today. Lotus, we just kind of like we did change the comp, but I wasn't even aware of that. We just kind of sometimes we go in agent select and we just pick whatever we want. It's fine. And then last 2 maps felt good.
Okay, Andrew, come with me on this journey. We're gonna back up a little bit. You pick whatever you want in agent select sometimes, and it's whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, sometimes. Like, we'll just be like, oh, a good example is, we were anticipating they might pick Breeze today, and, like, our Breeze comp is, like, defined, I guess, but, like, one of our players, we don't have it super defined, so we were low-key, like, just surprise us. Like, we didn't even want to hear what he was going to play. We were just, like, whatever your heart, like, whatever you feel, whatever agent is, like, calling to you, just, like, pick that agent.
Right,
it's like, It's like we're lucid playing the game. We're translucent playing the game.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So is that where the Clove pick came in? Is that it's kind of like just like with the Clove speak to Leo on Bind, or what was that about?
Do we normally play something else on Bind?
You switched off it.
We switched off the Clove today on Bind?
Yeah. No, you went back onto the Clove. You had it, and then you went off it, and then you came back onto the Clove today.
From
Brimstone.
I don't know. I think Leo can play either. Just as long as he plays smokes, ideally, I think that's fine. I think it's fine. He can play whatever. I think he just wanted to play Clove. I think we normally play like Omen, maybe. I don't know, but I think Clove's fine. So I mean, it worked out. You know, we won. So
you did. You won. It was very, very handed. I mean, we don't get to listen to your guys' comms. What's the energy of the team like when you are, you know, stringing those rounds together and putting together like very clean map wins, especially when it's super scrappy?
They're so funny. I'm actually having a ball listening to these kids. They're actually so hilarious. I like that even when we're down, like we can be down massively, and we're just like being like the funniest, like having the best time. So low key, a lot of fun.
Yeah. And something else I want to ask you moving forward is, I mean, talking about, you know, your agent. Now you've just kind of publicly said that you don't know what your agent comp is going to be. It's going to be hard for other teams to prep for you when they meet you kind of in your lower bracket run. Do you see that as an advantage?
Yeah, I think Anting might be fully useless against us. I don't know what value you can get because I don't even know what we're gonna play. So how the fuck is anyone else supposed to know what we're gonna play? Like,
yeah,
I think it's yeah. So it is definitely an advantage. But yeah.
But if you don't have a defined comp, what do you think makes FlyQuest?
I think we just have an identity, and sometimes we lose that identity. But when we find that identity, we just walk them down.
And that identity is, Coach?
Oh yeah, it's I think it's just like being really aggressive and like and shooting them a lot. Yeah, like shooting them in the head a lot. I think we're really good at shooting them in the head. You know what? I always say this, like hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's my go-to saying.
Oh my God, Shakespeare, is that you? It's crazy.
Yeah, no, they call me a lyrical genius. Actually.
Yeah, if this whole coaching thing doesn't work out, I have another job for you, man. I think you'd be amazing.
Well, actually, my primary aspiration is social media manager, but we'll see about that.
Well, you know what? I wish you the best of luck. I'm gonna let you go celebrate with your team, whatever you're gonna do. Congratulations.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye. I'm gonna back up. Sorry. Not knowing what agent comp you are gonna play moving forward. I'm sorry, if I'm listening, if I'm any other team hearing, if I'm Effie's, I just start shaking in my boots a little bit.
Okay. Let's hold on here for a second.
What are you gonna say?
I know. But that could be like part of the misinformation campaign. Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
This guy over here.
Don't shake your head at me, Henry. Because when you look at like how this team is playing, they have that centralized identity. There is still some method to the madness. You have a general sense on how these guys are going to be running things. And so when you're taking a look at how these compositions might be building and stuff like that, there's still a generalized idea that you know that FlyQuest are going to be running at you. You know that they're going to be trying to take those aggro plays. You know the Phoenix is coming out on Pearl. So there are little bits like that I still think there are pieces for other teams to pick at.
And with that in mind, folks, let's look at the bracket to see how we got here and how we're going to eventually shake things out. Of course, we'd have to say goodbye to ADG and QOR today, but now Division 1 and FlyQuest are just going to be chilling in the lower bracket, waiting to see who they're going to face from the upper bracket, Tenrek.
Yeah, Shopify, FlyQuest, and M80 are the two teams left in the top, or the three teams left in the top 5 that are still available in playoffs to get up to 45 extra points. This is their opportunity to make that fast break. This is D1's opportunity to make a statement here in Stage 2. I'm really excited for these winners matchups. It's going to determine a lot going forward.
We just received word from our production that D1 will face the loser of YP versus M80 and Fly will face the loser of EG versus SRB. I mean, it is also, Mark, looking at this, it is crazy to think about our stage 1 champions are now out in like the first lower round.
Yeah, like they won it all. You know, it was crazy. No one really expected Core to go on that crazy run. And yeah, they just come into the playoffs and they lose their first 2 games, meaning that they are eliminated from everything. And meanwhile, like all of these new teams that are kind of rising to the occasion here, YFP considerably the best team that we've seen in stage 2 thus far. M80 are starting to heat up. EG Academy looking so good with moves on the roster, and SRB are really finding their stride, all complemented by D1, once again the premier team that kind of came into this and is surprising everybody, and a FlyQuest that seems as scrappy as ever.
Should be said that in these upper bracket matchups we'll get tomorrow, we'll see yet another new iteration of YFP with Jack recently departing from the roster, likely to go to VCT, and now Logan coming in to fill that spot. It's going to be yet another evolution of this team that just continues to be able to do so over and over again against M80. I mean, that's going to be a fire matchup, man.
Oh, these playoffs are so good. It is crazy to think. I feel like, I mean, Roy always talks about the time machine that we want to get back into and like restart, but I think he's absolutely has a point for that, because like how we got here and how we're getting here, it feels like we just started this game because kind of this stage 2 yesterday. But friends, that's going to be it for us today. So on behalf of production, the casters, the desk, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. Congratulations, 10rec on your NLS Desk debut. And just a reminder, Mother's Day is coming up. Get that gift, get those flowers, okay? Don't say I didn't warn you. See you next time.
You still have all of these ultimates that could come through, but now we're just trying to finish it and take it into the house. But Recoil gets one. Boomy trying to get a read on where this hit is, but Dynamic once again around the flank is just cleaning everybody up. Headhunter out. No one's able to turn and deal with all of it. Has he got the ace? Oh, boom. Why then there do you do that then there? Like, what is like the, I'm going to stand this angle. Dynamic back on the site though. Spike trying to come through. Dynamic still finding heads all over the place. Dynamic may not need it. Oh, my goodness. Last one left. Money. Can you hold? Here come the troops. No! We keep stealing away aces. Looking for more. And I love this with the overdrive available. Why not? Take away waterfall. A little extra peek from Tanza. That's enough information knowing that we're going to have to try to reclaim that. What a position for Flya, though, in the midst of the nightfall. Able to spam things down for 3, almost getting most of Sorex for the 4th. But that brings Waterfall back into the picture. Sorex, last one standing, nowhere to go, and Flya, at least to start. There's a lot of pressure here, able to find one and refract back. Kumi, oh, just trust the angle and we'll get the trade. So 4v4, quick action still to unfold through this mode for Core. But Leo on the bench, what a snap for 2. Not much of an angle for where he is there. Leo was just going to town. Moose stuck on the reload to find one, but there we go. Leo was just going to push